In one empire, two beautiful girls fought for the honorable place of the empress. One of them was the only daughter of the great Marquis Cartia, Urina Cartia. The second girl was the daughter of the evil Marquis d'Effron, and her name was Lydia d'Effron. Their enmity was interrupted by the most brilliant magician of their century, taken from the orphanage by the Marquis d'Effron. His bright blonde hair and red eyes were considered the blessing of the goddess. The magician's name was Carrion, and he was in love with Lydia d'Effron. For the sake of her happiness, he did not interfere in the relationship between the emperor and his beloved. To bring a beautiful girl to the throne, the magician killed her rival in cold blood. Her death was tragic and harsh, as if she were the main villain in their world. No one could even think that perhaps Urina Cartia was not a villain, but the main character. Dying, she imagined a completely different outcome of events, where the emperor chose her. He would have her pinned against the wall, asking what she would do if he just wanted her. The girl thought about what would have happened if she remembered everything that happened. Maybe in this case, the main magician would not have killed her, but would have tried to protect her from everyone. If only he loved her and not Lydia. She so wanted to go back in time and start all over again. Fate was favorable to her, and her soul returned back to the body of the little girl. Urina and Carrion were small, and looking at him, she asked him to remember how she saved him. Looking into his scarlet eyes, the girl with mischief made him promise to protect her at the right moment. The magician was not particularly happy that such majestic persons wanted to take him from the orphanage. He was embarrassed and frightened by such a turn in his fate, which is why he accidentally dropped the mug, which broke right at the feet of the Marquise's daughter. Looking at the boy, Urina thought that he was so small but so wild. She sincerely did not understand whether it was worth wasting time on this street boy. On a cold, snowy night, Angela died in a car accident. She woke up in the body of a minor heroine from a novel she once read. Touching her new face, the girl could not believe everything that was happening around her. Living the first week in the mansion, she decided not to give herself away because she had been given a second life. Thinking that she was a villain in the novel, the girl angrily looked at the maid carrying her address. She completely remembered the plot of the novel, where the main villain, Lydia's rival, was Urina Cartia. Her tragic death will be brought about by the magician Carrion, who was taken from the orphanage by the Marquis d'Effron. The girl clearly remembered that the daughter of the Marquis of Carrion was dying tragically, but she could not remember the cause of death. The maid tried to interrupt her thoughts to inform her that the carriage had arrived long ago. Still, after getting into the carriage, she returned to the fact that it was she who knew the entire plot of the book, and no one else. And that is why the girl took Carrion first, then the evil Marquis. And so, observing the riot and indignation of the little boy, Urina tried to assess the scale of her work. The novel said that he would become one of the greatest magicians of the empire. Trying to pacify his ardor, she quickly found herself very close to young Carrion. The girl told him that if he went with her, he would no longer have to go hungry. In response, he only hit her on the arm, trying to push her away from him, causing her to flinch. Quickly closing his eyes, the magician quickly and loudly said that he did not believe in sincere mercy, and asked what she wanted to do with him. He clasped his hands and, in a praying position, announced that she was going to use him as a toy. This statement completely shocked the young girl, who did not expect the magician to resist. Carrion continued that he had heard that aristocrats liked looks like his. Behind the Marquise's daughter stood a maid, who was more and more outraged by the behavior of the street child. Then Urina decided to go on the attack and discouraged her opponent, confirming his guesses. Coming close to the boy with everything, she continued to talk about how there is no sincere mercy, but only an investment in the future. The girl continued to press the fact that it was cold enough in the shelter, and he had a chance to live in more comfortable conditions. She offered him the support of the Cartia family, and hinted that it was much better than dying from the cold. If the boy had not gone with her, then in the fall the Marquis d'Effron would have taken him to his place. Urina tried with all her might to prevent her death, and in order to achieve what she wanted, she touched her palm to Carrion's forehead. Leaning towards his face, she looked straight into his eyes, saying that their color is a symbol of the goddess, which means he has a great talent for magic. The girl continued that she was investing in him now so that later he would save her when she was in danger. The boy finally agreed with her and went to the huge mansion of the Marquis of Carthia. Leaving the shelter, Urina timidly asked him if he had said goodbye to everyone. She watched as his wounded hands fidgeted quickly, but his voice was calm and said that he had no one to say goodbye to. The Marquise's only daughter clarified that she thought he would want to return and make a fuss. The girl invited the magician to get into the carriage, and once in the castle, they would help him heal his wounds. Her dress fluttered in the light breeze, her hair flowed after it, and her voice ordered Carrion to follow her. The preparations were over. The entire arriving delegation headed into the carriage to return to the mansion. The maid slowed down Urina and asked why she was doing this and why she needed this boy at all. Looking at her menacingly, she repeated what she had said earlier about him being a very capable child. The woman was not satisfied with such an answer, and she said quite loudly, so that the magician could hear that he had no place among them. She continued to shout that she didn't even know whether he had abilities or not, but her mistress did not want to listen to reproaches addressed to her and said that she would take him under her wing. The nanny was worried that everything was happening without the permission of Urina's father, and that she should have first obtained the permission of the Marquis. Noticing the girl's gaze, the woman shuddered and immediately stopped her tirade. Urina reminded her that she was from the Cartia family, and there was nothing in this world that she couldn't do if she wanted to. Having finished the meaningless conversation, the girl got into the carriage where Carrion began to carefully examine her. She also did not deprive him of attention, which is why the boy was embarrassed, and asked her why she was looking at him like that, and did she lie about the fact that he was not a toy for her. Urina looked sternly at the magician and told him to watch what he said. The young guy felt like a little dog who had to follow the commands of his mistress. Deciding to return the friendly tone, she asked the boy his name. Everyone sitting in the carriage was very embarrassed by the sudden change from the girl's angry face to a sweet one, which made her feel awkward. But the magician still answered that his name was Tom, and she noticed that this was a common name and asked if he liked it. She knew from the novel that Carrion didn't like his real name, although she corrected a couple of events. The name Tom was given to him by his mother, who never loved her son. Remembering this, Urina heard the boy's negative answer. In honor of the fact that she became the patron of the young magician, she decided to give him a new name. The girl thought briefly about what name to choose for him and began to remember the novel she had read. In it, the Marquis de Fron named the boy Carrion, which in the ancient language meant winner. She named him Reynard, or Ray for short, which in the ancient language means hope. Having said this, she realized that he really was her only hope of surviving in a world unfamiliar and distant to her. The young magician was silent for a long time, which is why the girl asked why he didn't answer her and whether he liked his new name. Then, she called him by name Tom, to which the boy replied that from now on his name was Reynard. Such words made Urina very happy and made the speaker himself blush. Arriving at the castle, she immediately went to her father, where she heard a firm and loud answer, no. The Marquis tried to understand the plan of his only daughter, but could not allow her to do so. They did not know his origin and what family the child was from, and could not take him under their protection. She stopped hearing her father after his loud, negative response to her request. The Marquis was indignant at such a reckless act of his daughter only when he saw them together. Remembering how their first meeting went in the garden, where the child simply hid behind his only friend, Urina Cartia, the father only thought about how strange the boy was. The Marquis of Cartia suggested to his daughter that he order Robert to train the young man to be a servant. He had a headache from the current situation, but his father continued to say that their family could not patronize the child, not knowing whether he had talent or not. The girl foresaw this conversation, but knew that if the children patronized by the family achieve success, then everyone benefits from this. Among the famous members of the family, the knight Sir Aaron was raised under the care of the Carthia family. Urina could not retreat so easily because her life in the future depended on it. She continued to say that the boy has incredible abilities for magic, which, of course, cannot be said by his appearance. To sum it up, she said that she did not take him in order for him to become her servant. Also, in her opinion, he was talented enough to enter the Royal Krone Academy, knowing that the Kingdom of Krone, although inferior in many aspects, was definitely superior to the Empire in magic, which is why many students are trying to get into the academy. The Marquis declared the stupidity of what his daughter said. Her father told her that he was not trying to ignore her position, but there was no basis for it. He tried to end the conversation by saying that he would pretend it didn't exist. But the girl came up with a solution suitable for both of them, saying that they should invite a person who could appreciate Ray's magical power. Urina could not miss such a chance, since she had already begun to move towards her salvation. Summarizing that even if the magician says that the child has no abilities, she still will not back down from her words. The tired Marquis agreed to his daughter's terms and decided to send a letter to Dave. He also said that most likely the magician was now in the laboratory, but should come to him after lunch. Urina was glad that she was able to put pressure on her father and demand to listen to her, and in response, she kindly thanked the Marquis. Looking after her, her father thought that he was coddling her a lot and indulging all her whims. Inspired by the successful conversation, the girl headed to Reynard's room. Halfway along the way, they saw a out-of-breath maid who said that they had very serious problems. Having asked what happened, Urina received the answer that the problem was Mr. Reynard. Entering Ray's room, the girl witnessed the boy asking that no one approach him. In addition to his words, he threw a plate on the floor, which landed right at the feet of the Marquise's daughter. His body shrank and he kept asking that no one come near him. Dissatisfied with his behavior, Urina asked if someone had beaten him, to which the maids responded in unison in the negative. The girl pressed her hand to her face, trying to control herself, and calmly asked him that she was just asking him to take a bath, and he was doing this. The boy looked at those who entered with childish innocence, not understanding why he was being scolded. She continued to talk about how there was no one in this mansion who could hurt him. Ray did not stop and repeated that the maids touched him. Urina looked at them, but they only shook their heads negatively. Seeing their response, she turned back to the boy and reported that they said they did not touch him. Reynard grabbed himself and continued to scream that they were trying to take off his clothes, but they were adults and he was just a child. Not believing what she heard, she covered her ears, amazed at such ridiculous behavior. The girl quickly approached the little magician and said that the maids were here to help him take a bath. Urina pointed to the filled bathtub and said that they specially filled it with hot water for him. Seeing such a strange reaction, she involuntarily asked the question of whether he had never washed. Puzzled by such a question, the boy did not understand how she came to this conclusion, but decided to ask why they were trying to take off his clothes. Then the girl said that they wanted to help him wash, to which Ray objected that he was no longer a child to help him. Reynard was perplexed and said that he has 2 legs and arms. Why does he need their help unless they want to get pleasure from it? After listening to him, Urina looked at the maids and ordered them to leave the room. The stern tone completely scared the boy. He thought that Urin wanted to do something with him. She had some intentions towards him. His fear was interrupted by the girl's gesture to the bathroom. She told him to go wash himself. With an important look, she said that since he wants to wash himself, let him wash himself, and she will also leave. Ray looked at her disapprovingly and asked what if someone would enter the room while he was in the bathroom. She looked at him nervously and embarrassedly began to hint to him about the reason for taking a bath. The girl didn't want to tell him on her own that Reynard didn't smell very good. Such words shocked the boy. He could not even think that it stank so much. The young magician turned to look at the offender, and his expression spoke volumes. The embarrassed girl told him to wash himself thoroughly after she came out. He was shocked. In his interpretation, she covered her nose and wondered whether it should smell like that or not. Bringing him back to the real world, she said that no one in the mansion would touch or hit him. The girl made a clear emphasis on the fact that this promise was made in the name of Urina Cardia. Turning around, she walked towards the exit, saying that they would see each other later. The boy just pouted at such loud words and asked how he could believe it. Ray looked after her with displeasure and wariness, until she was annoyed and could not understand whether he was serious. As she left the room, she thought that she did not quite understand his eccentric actions. Urina reminded him that he was the one who believed her and came to the mansion with her. And since he believed her then, why can't he trust now that no one will touch him? Turning around to look at his face, she found him gradually blushing and mumbling something. The girl did not understand what was wrong with him, because she asked a completely ordinary and simple question. Embarrassed, Reynard decided not to argue with her anymore, and replied that he believed in her words and promises. Exhaling, she calmed herself, because she had defeated the little boy in an argument, which means she could continue to do this. When everyone left, the little magician was finally able to undress on his own and plunge into the hot bath. As soon as he began to examine the duck swimming in his bathroom, Urina suddenly burst into his room, saying that she had put clothes on the shelf. Blushing from the unexpected arrival of the girl, he immediately jumped up in the bathroom, trying to cover himself. Squealing with fear, he looked at her incomprehensibly, and the Marquise's daughter simply left the room. Having calmed down and accepted the fact that she had so unceremoniously entered without knocking, Ray sat back in the hot water. He nervously patted himself with the sponge, trying to put this incident in the past and not think about it. It still seemed to him that the girl had closed her eyes and covered her nose from the stench emanating from him. Reynard decided to take a sniff, and decided that from the point of view of a well-groomed aristocrat, he really did stink. It always seemed to him that all people smelled like that, but he didn't know any other people except those from the shelter. Being in the shelter, they all smelled the same. Even the locals who came sometimes smelled the same. Everyone avoided the little magician because of his scarlet eyes and bright white hair. The orphans believed that they were cursed due to the presence of Tom within the walls of the orphanage. Sitting in the hot water, Ray remembered that his own father considered him cursed and therefore sent him to an orphanage. He stopped his train of thought and became interested in the yellowish, delicious-smelling soap. The soap smelled like Urina Cartia, and he couldn't help but remember how, upon arriving at the mansion, she began to treat the wounds on his hands. She tried to do everything herself. Despite the persuasion of the maids to help her, the girl only told them to bring a first aid kit. At that moment, Reynard was very surprised by such strong hospitality from the daughter of the Marquis. He watched all her movements so closely, which is why he was noticed by the girl, who asked why he was looking at her like that. She was surprised that even such a question confused him, and the boy began to mumble that he had not done this at all. Then Urina began to treat the wounds and asked him to tell her if anything bothered him. After bathing in the bathroom, the young magician came to the room of the Marquise's daughter. Looking at him in new clothes, she said that people speak the truth. Clothes are wings. Since it was summer, Ray was dressed in a light black suit with a white silk shirt. Examining his new image, the girl thought that he really looked like a noble guy. Deciding to break up the long silence, she said that his new outfit suited him very well. The boy wanted to prick his savior a little and said that now he smells nice. But this didn't bother the girl at all. She exhaled lightly and continued to look at Reynard. Rising from her chair, she walked over to make sure that he really smelled good. The little magician asked if Urina uses the same soap that he used to wash himself. The girl didn't even think about what kind of soap she used, because usually the maids helped her wash. Trying to describe the soap, Ray again began to mumble that the soap was yellow and round. It seemed to her that he did not like the smell of his soap, and she suggested changing it, to which he began to shake his head negatively. The magician tried to find out whether the Marquise's daughter was the only one who used such a scent, to which she answered in the affirmative. He blushed deeply, and the girl began to call the maids to change his soap, but Ray tried to stop her. Urina did not understand where this dialogue was leading, since he was not going to change anything. Trying to hide his embarrassment, he replied that he would simply use this scent. Realizing that their meaningless dialogue had come to an end, she turned around and walked towards the exit of the room. An incomprehensible flame of tenderness and affection for his savior flared up in Reynard's heart at that time. Dinner came. Urina Cartia and Reynard sat opposite each other. She watched with what zeal he devoured the food. The girl thought that he should hire an etiquette tutor, because he couldn't even hold a spoon properly. After dinner, they returned to Ray's room, where he happily plopped down on the red sofa in the center. Joyful at what was happening around him, Reynard decided that since this was paradise, he could die, but Urina quickly reminded him that he could not die, since they had an agreement. In exchange for saving him from the orphanage, the little magician will have to save her from danger. He asked what he should do if he didn't want to save her, to which she subtly noted that then there would be no point in investing in him. He was quickly struck by the realization of his hopeless situation, and she was struck by the thought that he had finally realized that she was right. Watching how slowly but surely he gradually begins to understand everything, she added that a unilateral contract cannot be terminated. Reynard frowned, thinking that he had been caught somewhere, but he could not figure out where exactly. Ray decided to ask that he didn't know for sure, but he thought that magic was a serious thing, and whether she really thought that he could become a magician. Saying this, he calmly took off his shoes and began to stretch his legs, which were numb and tired from the new shoes. Crossing them on the sofa, the little magician asked how he could learn magic, because his parents did not have any abilities. The thought came to him that in fact he did not know his parents, and those that were in his memory were not his own. Magical abilities are innate, but not hereditary, that is, they have nothing to do with his parents. Sometimes it happens that both parents are magicians, and their child is absolutely ordinary, or, on the contrary, ordinary people give birth to a child with abilities. Ray did not know such subtleties of their world and was extremely surprised that this really happened. The boy himself didn't know whether he had any talent for magic, and did not understand why Urina was so confident in him. The girl began to rise from her chair, explaining that she was an ordinary person. Approaching him, she said that she knew very well that he would become a magician. She explained this by saying that as soon as you look into his red eyes, everything becomes clear. Then the boy began to remember that everyone around him said that he was cursed by the goddess. Everyone around believed that his red eyes were a reflection of a terrible curse. Then Urina loudly exclaimed that this was not a curse, but definitely a blessing from the goddess. But the young magician did not want to believe her. He was worried that if it turned out that he had no abilities, the Marquise's daughter would send him back to the orphanage. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected guest who first greeted the girl. The two children jumped in surprise and both turned towards the open bedroom doors. In front of them stood a tall, fair-haired young man who smiled sweetly at the two of them. Urina addressed the newcomer named Dave, and Ray began to quickly move away from the Marquise's daughter. Dave came along with the Marquis of Cardia in order to evaluate the magical abilities of the little magician. He looked friendly at Reynard, who was blushing from such attention, and grinned. The guy got down on one knee to be at the level of the children and said that they had not seen their mistress for a long time. He extended the girl's hand for a kiss as a sign that he was completely at the service of the Cardia family. The Marquise's daughter looked embarrassed and confirmed his words that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then she pointed her palm at Ray standing next to her and explained that this was the same child she had brought here. Reynard looked around nervously with a lump in his throat from excitement, and Urina took it upon herself to introduce him to Dave. Rising from his knees, Dave seemed too tall compared to the children. He silently looked at Reynard standing in front of him. Realizing that he had been examining the boy for quite a long time, the guy smiled sweetly and said that he would immediately begin testing his abilities. He took the hand of the still nervous young magician. Threads of magic began to ooze around them. Dave closed his eyes and listened intently to the magic of the boy standing in front of him. The magic dissipated, and, unable to bear it, Urina asked what Dave was thinking about now. The guy squeezed Ray tightly in his arms and joyfully asked him to give him the little magician. The girl did not want to give up her future savior and said that if he wants to find a student for himself, then he should look for someone else. Snatching Reynard and hiding behind her, the daughter of the Marquis said that she was going to send him to the Krone Academy. But Dave did not let up. He said that he was much better than the professors from the academy because he himself studied there and knew what he was talking about. Urina firmly stood her ground and answered negatively, even though she understood in her heart that this was most likely the case. He continued to say that his grades were much higher than those of the professors teaching him, and there was already a whole line of people wanting to study with him. But she still didn't trust him. She foresaw such a development in the conversation, but could not deviate from her planned plan. In the original story, Reynard graduated from the Crown Academy, and she was not going to deviate from the written plot in order to know exactly the subsequent events of her life, and trusting Dave was an investment in an uncertain future. She believed that it was at the academy that the young magician would gain the abilities to shake up this empire. Urina thought that if her future savior did not go to study at the academy, then perhaps he would not be able to protect her from the Marquise de Fronne. Frustrated, Dave finally accepted his mistress's position and said that he hoped that he would be allowed to study with Ray before he left. The girl said that she would be very grateful. In any case, she was going to ask him about it. She exhaled calmly, but continued to think that this was not the only reason why she wanted to send the boy to the academy. The second reason was her main rival, the daughter of the Marquis of de Fronne, Lydia de Fronne. Urina only wanted one thing, that neither Reynard nor Lydia could ever meet, because then they could fall in love with each other, and everything would return to the original story. Marquis Cartia smoothly approached the trio standing in the center of the room with a question about whether this child could obtain permission to enter the academy. Dave enthusiastically began to say that there would be no problems with admission, and in general the dean himself should come and ask him to enroll with them. He continued the story that he found it strange that he did not feel a wave of mana from Ray, but as it turned out, the boy was unknowingly collecting mana in his body. Even a trained magician has a hard time keeping mana in his body without it being felt, especially with so much natural mana. Having finished talking about his test results, Dave turned to Urina and asked where she found Mr. Reynard. The girl looked at the guy mysteriously and replied that she had found the young magician in the shelter of Baron Genon. Leaning towards her, Dave began to ask whether this was the same Baron Genon, who had sawdust in his head and could do nothing but bluff. Having received an affirmative answer, he asked how she realized that the boy had innate talent. She was struck by the realization that her adult mind was in the body of 11-year-old Urina, and of course everyone would be interested to know how she was able to choose this particular child from the entire empire. She also realized that he could not tell anyone that in his past life, Reynard was an outstanding magician and ultimately killed the daughter of the Marquis of Carthia. The girl made a drastic decision to act like a child and quickly grabbed Dave's jacket. Urina began to come up with the idea that she often traveled to orphanages, and in one village, she heard a legend that a child with red eyes received a blessing from the goddess. The guy and her father involuntarily believed in her story. She continued to say that after she heard the legend, she immediately came across Reynard. Having finished her incredible fairy tale, she asked them what they thought about it, but it really turned out interesting. In the original story, the truth about the red eyes is revealed with the appearance of Carrion, aka Reynard, so she believed that she did not change anything in the plot. Dave was really pleased with his mistress's implausible story and smiled sweetly at her. He again sat down on one knee and said that recently it seemed to him that she had matured so much, but now it didn't seem so to him, to which Urina replied that she was no longer a child. The guy was about to leave, finally saying that he still needed to write a letter of recommendation to the academy, which greatly surprised the girl. Dave said that he was just doing what he had to do. He was sorry that Ray would not become his student. He sincerely hoped that the academy would be able to reveal the talent of the young magician, because he was truly blessed by the goddess. After listening to Dave to the end, Urina turned to her father with a question about whether their family would take custody of the boy. Marquis Cardia sighed heavily and ordered his daughter to do as she saw fit. Satisfied with herself, Urina thanked her father for the powers given to her. In the royal palace, under the cover of darkness, the young prince called for his faithful servant. He sat relaxed on the open veranda, watching the man slowly approach him. In response to the question of what the gentleman needed, he replied that he was told that there were people in the empire who did not like him at all. In another part of the empire, Marquis de Fron gave orders to a mercenary to remove Urina Cartia from the road. He handed him a leaflet with a description and photo of the girl and added that it was important to him that everything went smoothly. The next morning, the children decided to go to the next person who needed to be convinced of the need to protect Ray. Opening the massive door, the girl thought about what she would tell her mother. Urina turned to Reynard and asked if he understood that she was not going to return him to the orphanage. The boy was embarrassed and muttered words of gratitude, but she was shocked by the reaction on his face. The girl suggested that we first go into the room and asked him what he was thinking about, what his face looked like. The young magician reminded her that she had said yesterday that she was not a child, causing Urina's face to turn red. Having gone out to the maids in the courtyard, she decided to take a short walk with one of them into the city to buy gifts. The girl told Ray that she would return soon, and he needed to wait for her in the mansion. The second maid told her mistress that she did not have to go herself, and that they themselves could buy everything they needed. Urina was adamant that she wanted to choose Reynard's clothes herself, as well as choose a gift for her mother. With just her lips, without a sound, she said to the boy that she would return quickly. Sitting in the carriage, the girl recalled that Marquise Cardia was a gentle and kind person. Seeing her 6 months ago, she thought that Urina's mother looked like a neat iris flower. She always smiled warmly and was kind and polite to her family, staff, and strangers in the castle. When her children showed even the slightest disrespect, Marquise Carthia, unlike her father, began to swear mercilessly. Urina Cartia's thoughts merged into one single question about whether her mother would accept Reynard. Arriving in the city, they found themselves in a noisy bazaar. The maid admired what was happening around, and Urina was indignant with such delight and tried to think about gifts. Betty, that was the name of the maid, wanted to visit all the possible stores, but the girls said that they would only go to the ones they needed to go to. Turning around, the maid said that they had not gone out for a long time because her mistress had so much work lately. They finally chose a suitable counter and went to it to choose the best gift for their mother. Betty leaned over to the girl to ask her if she was tired of such noise and if she wanted to go inside. Urina only said that she didn't have to follow her. She was having fun, and everything was fine. Standing in front of the beautiful trinkets, the girl thought for a long time about what gift to choose so that the Marquise would accept Reynard. She thought too hard that even the maid noticed this and, handing her a scarf, asked if she liked it. Betty said that she thought that Mrs. Cardia would like such a beautiful gift. The daughter of the Marquise turned the scarf in her hands and, noticing the strange embroidery below, showed it to the maid. On a yellow silk scarf in the lower right corner, there was a cheerful gray cat. Urina started laughing and asked if this cat looked like their little magician. The maid looked at the thing for a long time in search of embroidery. Finally finding it, she agreed with her mistress's assumption. Seeing how much fun they were having, Betty said she hoped Urina would smile a lot more in the future. It seemed to her that the mistress had suddenly matured, although before she had often cried and worried, and the maid consoled her. Turning to the girl, Betty continued to say that she was always ready to help if the Marquis's daughter needed help. Behind them, a man in a cape crashed down onto the counter they had been standing near. Urina also noticed a tall, dark-haired young man approaching them, who told the fallen man that how dare he aim at him. The man sitting on the ground did not understand what the guy standing in front of him was talking about, but he grabbed a knife from his pocket. The dark-haired guy pulled out his sword and quickly rushed towards the enemy, saying that he was not going to listen to his excuses. The man sitting in the remains of the counter realized that he could not get out and took the knife in his hand so that he could throw it. The knife flew with lightning speed straight to Urina Kartia, who was watching everything that was happening. The maid involuntarily screamed, worried about the safety of her mistress's health. The prince quickly rushed towards the girl and threw away the knife that was flying at her. The bazaar began to be in turmoil. Some rushed away from the scene of hostilities. Others stayed to see what was happening. The sitting stranger ran past the guy, telling him not to get in his way. But the defender quickly realized that the target of the attack was not he, but the girl, and threw the attacker away. Having knocked his opponent to the ground, the guy looked at Urina Kartia with misunderstanding. The girl felt uneasy and sat down on the ground. A maid immediately ran up to her and asked if everything was okay with her. Suddenly, Urina saw a hand in front of her. She tried for a long time to force herself to raise her eyes to understand who it belonged to. A young man in expensive clothes stood on top of her. She had not seen him before, and he asked her if she was okay. Taking the girl and the maid to a quiet street, the guy politely apologized for possibly frightening her. The Marquis's daughter, on the contrary, thanked the savior for his help, because thanks to him, everything was fine with her. The guy leaned on it and was glad that everything worked out and no one was hurt. Betty tried to convince the lady to finish for today and return to the mansion, but Urina said that they still needed to pick up something today. Inspired, the maid offered to quickly go and pick up everything herself, while the noble young man would guard her mistress. To the surprise of everyone, their savior quickly agreed to perform a small role as a security guard. Left alone with the girl, he calmly noticed that her maid was a rather energetic person. The Marquis's daughter was a little embarrassed that Betty had so unceremoniously burdened their savior again, and said that she felt like she was causing him problems again. Asking her not to give any weight to her speculation, he asked why she tried to stop him when he injured his attacker. Her response was soft and calm. She said discreetly that she was grateful to him for saving him. Urina's bright soul did not want everything to come to bloodshed, which she told the guy about. She said that in any case, the guards would soon come and seize the attacker. But on the other hand, she understood that there were a lot of people at the bazaar, and they could start to panic. Even more townspeople could have died in panic. The dark-haired guy really liked the way the 11-year-old girl was thinking. Urina said that perhaps she was rude in her words, and he should take them as the words of an ordinary child. Her savior grinned and said that he would think that was a good point. He squatted down. It seemed to the girl that they had known him for a long time, which made her feel uncomfortable. She looked at his bandage on his arm and noticed that there seemed to be almost no bleeding, but now it was visible through the bandage. Urina was glad that the wound was not so deep, but warned the guy that it could fester and he should be careful. The guy asked if she was sorry that she gave away her thing to bandage his wound, to which she replied that she shouldn't be sorry. Then he told her that she was very interesting. The girl asked him if it was time for the young master to leave, because he had his own business to do. The savior asked in surprise why she called him young master. Urina was very embarrassed because she thought that such an address would be the best fit. Rising from his haunches, the young man said that he understood why she spoke to him so freely. He said that she didn't understand anything at all, to which the girl was surprised and asked if she had behaved tactlessly and apologized to him. The guy exhaled and said that he was sorry that this had happened and that she had stood up for that man in vain. Right behind the girl, the same wounded attacker from the market was raising his sword to strike. The sword was rapidly rushing towards Urina's neck, but without seeing it, she felt that what she feared most was happening. Fortunately for her, the young man blocked the attacker's path and repelled his attack with his sword. With his back to her, he reasoned that he thought they were looking for him. Turning to her, he continued to talk about how she was the target in the first place. The savior did not kill the attacker, but only imposed magical shackles, which he informed Urina about. Looking at the girl, the guy suggested leaving this place and heading towards the desired store. Betty walked towards them, carrying heavy bags with necessary things in her hands. The dark-haired guy suggested that the daughter of Marquis Cartia leave here because he had completed his security task. The girl good-naturedly thanked him for looking after her so diligently. He decided to take off the scarf to return it to the owner, but Yurina allowed him not to return the scarf to her. She continued to say that this was necessary first aid and that he needed to take the wound to the regular doctor. Saving looked at her kindly, saying that she was very sincere and that this distinguished her from aristocrats. Turning around, he began to walk away, saying goodbye and hoping that they would have a chance to see each other again. Walking along the embankment, he was finally found by his subjects because the savior was none other than the crown prince of the empire. His cloak was carefully removed, and the young man showed his wounded hand with a request to bring a doctor to him. His subjects began to scurry around in search of the nearest doctor. He only asked everyone not to worry, because he was given first aid. He said dreamily that he did not even have time to ask the name of his sincere lady who took care of his wound. Thinking about her, he assumed that someday they would definitely meet her again. Returning to the mansion, Yurina found a disgruntled Reynard and went to visit her mother. Looking at how the little magician was peacefully waiting for her, she remembered how she asked him not to leave her alone when she was in the mansion, and apparently it was a success. All the maids welcomed the new member of the Cartier family, and the girl thought about how the Marquise would receive the new guest. Suddenly, Ray turned to Yurina with a question about whether all the servants had to greet him. The Marquise's daughter replied that since her father had agreed to support him, it was only natural that he would be treated as a boss. Even if the boy was a commoner, under their protection, he immediately became different from their servants. She also noted that he would now study magic, but Reynard did not quite understand what she was getting at. When a magician successfully completed his studies at the academy and returned, he was given a knighthood, regardless of his skills. Since Ray received approval from Dave himself, then he should be treated accordingly. The young magician still did not recognize such an appeal to his person and was frightened by any actions of the maids. To calm him down, Yurina gently touched his hand with her finger and said that maids were just hired workers. She continued to say that there was no one in the mansion who could despise or treat him badly, and if there were any, they would be fired immediately. The girl asked him not to frown, but to smile while they talked with her mother. Ray was wondering why it was so important for her that he smile in front of the Marquise. Was she really such a terrible person? But Yurina assured him that her mother was very caring. After finishing their conversation, they heard the door open and the maid invited them to enter. Marquise Cartia, dressed in strict gray tones, was full of energy, and her smile expressed gentle joy at the arrival of guests. Mom was worried about Yurina's health, suggested that she rest, and was afraid that her temperature would rise again. She believed that her daughter was in poor health and could get sick from any minor thing. The mother's words made the girl involuntarily remember how she appeared in this world. 6 months ago, Yurina Cartia suffered from a serious fever, due to which the girl could not even get out of bed. The Marquise sat next to her daughter day and night, caring for her all the time. She could not leave her. When the girl finally came to her senses from the fever, the mother could not come to her senses because she thought that her daughter had died. Pushing away thoughts of the past, Yurina took her mother's hand and introduced her to the new member of the Cartia family. Ray humbly bowed and greeted the Marquise. This action seemed quite sweet to the girl, but not entirely aristocratic. The Marquise's daughter walked up to Reynard and looked at him, as if to say that he could have greeted her mother better. Marquise Cartia approached the children and began to ask the little magician how things were going with his room and whether he liked everything. Without thinking twice, the boy quickly began to answer that he absolutely liked everything. Mentally, Yurina was delighted with the pliability of her charge, but then she remembered that he was only 12, and he didn't think about anything more. Reynard's mother sent Reynard to the maids to show him to his room so that he could have a good rest before starting his studies at the academy. Left alone, Yurina asked her mother if everything was okay and if she was okay with everything that was happening. The daughter was worried about the fact that her father agreed to leave Ray because he had a talent for magic, and what motivated the Marquise remained a mystery. The Marquise bent down to her daughter and calmly said that she looked guilty, and asked if she was afraid that her mother would get angry. The girl felt guilty while her mother said that her main concern was her daughter's health. Yurina Cartia understood that she was not the real daughter of the Marquise, but at that moment she felt the kindness of her own mother. Returning to Ray's chambers, the daughter of the Marquis sat comfortably on the sofa and opened a book while the maids changed the boy's clothes. She was interested in how old Reynard really was. According to the original version, she assumed that he was 12, knowing that in the year of her death, the age difference between Lydia and Carrion was 2 years. The rival was a year younger than Urina, and Reynard's birthday had not yet passed, so she decided to clarify whether he was 11 or 12. He thought for a long time and finally answered that he was 12 years old, while saying that she seemed to be 11 and that she was still very young. The Marquise's daughter thought that even though the magician was a year older, his body was completely weak, just like a girl's. The boy did not skillfully calculate that he would become older not 1 year faster, but 2 whole years. Urina was amused by such funny mathematics, and she decided to ask how it is that a year goes by in 2. To which the boy replied that very soon he would turn 13 years old, which made the girl involuntarily wonder how this could be, because in the novel it was completely different. While Rhea was again surrounded by maids, Urina reasoned that perhaps Carrion was 3 years older than Lydia. Looking at him in surprise, she hoped that her own memory was simply failing her. Consoling herself, she decided that before she could not even remember the name of the novel, let alone someone's age. She had vague memories of Carrion, only blonde hair, red eyes, a unique name and its meaning. She also remembered about the boy's childhood, that he grew up with a single mother, the owner of a bar, then ran away to an orphanage. And soon in the winter, the Marquis de Fron took him. According to the original plot, he then studied at the Cron Academy and returned a few days before Lydia Defron came of age. She was also worried about how Lydia could choose the crown prince with his tyrannical nature, and not the kind, sweet Carrion. Having finished remembering the plot, Urina examined the boy from head to toe and advised him to eat more, because he was a year older and the same height, and the shirt he was wearing was her younger brother, who wore it when he was only 10. Angered by this advice, Ray began to loudly talk about how he would outgrow her and that her neck would hurt when the girl looked at him. Urina asked why he decided that he would be tall, to which the little magician replied that he took after his father, and he was tall. Teasing him even more, she asked who told him this. Was it really his mother? Reynard wearily lowered his head and muttered that he knew his father and saw how tall he was. His words made the girl doubt the correctness of the chosen boy, but her thoughts were interrupted by the entering butler. Urina Cardia watched as many of the staff were reluctant to carry out tasks related to Ray. She was grateful to the Marquis that he made sure that he was communicated with at least like that, and not like a ragamuffin from the street. Marquis Cartia set very specific conditions. The boy must learn etiquette so that he can be sent for training with peace of mind. The second point is that until Reynard receives the title, he must keep his manners and behave politely in public. The third point is that he must behave respectfully, not only to the Marquis and Marquise, but also to his 3 sons who are already studying at the academy. The entire upbringing of the boy was entrusted to the butler Robert, who did not like his new role at all. Robert told her that Mr. Dave was waiting for her, and Urina quickly got ready to go to him. The maid stopped her, saying that although she had taken all the necessary measurements, it was also necessary to choose the materials from which Ray's clothes would be made. The boy did not like that he stood in one position for so long just to have his measurements taken, and tiredly moved towards the sofa. The girl explained to him that he needed to choose colors, materials, designs, as well as shoes, accessories, and a scarf, which made the magician howl even louder. Seeing his whims, she walked up to him, pulled his hand, trying to make him sit upright, and said that since he was now a member of the Cardia family, he should not try to ruin their reputation. He indignantly said that the life of the Marquise's daughter was boring, that he had no reason to choose which of the 4 forks to eat. The girl sighed sadly and said that he began to be indignant too early. Reynard continued to resent the fact that the presented colors of clothes were the same for him, and Urina said that they were all different, and she needed to go to a meeting with Dave. Hearing that she had to leave, the little magician turned and asked if she had to leave. She was well aware that he was still not comfortable, but she could no longer indulge his spoiled behavior. The girl assured him that she would return soon, and the maid and Robert would remain with him. Ruby Ray muttered something incomprehensible, but saying that he realized that he had no choice. Then the girl turned to the butler with a request to take care of her ward in her absence. As she left the room, she once again reminded her that she would be back soon, and Reynard sullenly agreed with her. Arriving in the hall, Urina found Dave and Marquis Cardia sitting in chairs. The guy informed her that there were two options for applicants to get into the academy. The first option is to pass exams with everyone not only in magic, but also in basic subjects. The second is a letter of recommendation followed by an interview to determine abilities. Dave also said that admission with the first option is much easier because there are more and more cases when unworthy children are recommended, and Urina's father was worried whether Ray would be able to prepare for them before spring. The Marquise's daughter listened to them carefully and thought that if the goal was to enroll in the spring, then there would be a little more than 6 months left for preparation. But in the original story, he entered precisely in the spring of next year. Studying at the academy lasts 7 years. There are those who graduated later, but those who graduated earlier, not. He had to enroll in the spring so that after 8 years, he would be able to protect Urina from possible danger. She sternly told her father that he should not worry, because Ray had excellent magical abilities and would be able to pass the letter of recommendation. Father knew that since even Dave wanted Reynard as his student, it meant that he had truly outstanding abilities. The guy smiled mysteriously and said that he had significant influence among magicians, and that if he said that he studied with him, he would immediately receive recognition. Seeing how complacent Dave had become, Urina involuntarily compared him to her ward. She reasoned that Ray had enough to enter the academy. Her siblings did the same. The situation was slightly different from the original plot, but the introductions were excellent. The talent of the magician himself, the patronage of the Cardia family, and Dave's letter of recommendation. The guy assured those present that he would find more people so that they would also recommend Ray, having seen his abilities. Urina thought it was a little burdensome to ask Dave to do this, but he himself wanted to do it for Reynard. She suggested that he would want to delay admission as much as possible in order to teach the little magician more. Dave really thought about such an insidious plan, but decided that 12 years is quite late for entering the academy, and there is no point in delaying it. The girl said that Reynard would soon be 13, and the guy realized that at that age he definitely needed to hurry. Urina was grateful to Dave that he took such care of the magician's admission that even Marquis Carthia stopped doubting. Returning to her charge, she found the servant removing a broken vase from the floor. What she saw amazed the girl. She did not understand what had happened to Reynard again. Standing in front of the door, Urina asked Betty to explain to her in detail what happened here. After Madame left, Ray behaved quite normally, but he was still afraid of everyone. Miss Lauren showed the boy suitable fabrics and patterns for sewing clothes. The girl was worried about what could have happened, that in the end the broken vase was outside the door. A little embarrassed, Betty continued her story that everything went smoothly and the fabrics were chosen. But Miss Lauren had the imprudence to say that Reynard's eyes looked sinister, and it was better for him to hide them when leaving the mansion. The second one approached the maid, and together they watched how rage boiled inside their mistress. The story infuriated Urina. She said loudly that she warned everyone that if anyone said anything about Ray's eyes, they would be punished. She assumed that many would treat him this way. For her they were eyes of hope, for others of fear. Many maids gathered around them, excited by the cries of the little mistress. Outraged by the failure to follow orders, Urina asked if Robert had informed everyone. Betty told her that Mr. Butler had definitely warned everyone and was warning even the invited servants. But that was not the whole story, and with a lump in her throat the maid continued her story. Miss Lauren said that Urina apparently had a good heart, that she decided to support such a sinister boy. If it weren't for Cardia's family, she would never have agreed to make clothes for him. She said that even being close to the child made her feel bad. Betty and Robert quickly stopped the boy, but Miss Lawrence received scratches on her palm, and the butler immediately took her to the doctor. After everything that happened, her ward started a riot, and everyone decided to leave the room. Urina thought about how, having pulled Ray out of the orphanage, she tried to show him the good side of everything. She understood that Miss Lawrence was showing her strength against a weak boy, and the girl felt disgusted with her. She didn't understand how Reynard felt when he heard this addressed to him. The little lady ordered the troublemaker to be brought in immediately after her wounds were healed. The girl knocked lightly and indicated that she was about to enter, and then slowly began to open the door. A porcelain vase flew past her cheek with lightning speed, leaving a small wound on her cheek. The room was in disarray. All possible things were broken, but Urina slowly approached Ray, who was sitting on the sofa. He sat with his legs crossed, hiding his face in them, as if trying to protect himself from the threats of this world. Looking at him, The girl thought that in a normal situation she would have simply yelled at that woman, but now she wanted her to get what she deserved. She was worried that the boy would blame her for returning so late, and trying to get ahead of him, Urina began to apologize. Placing her hand on his cheek, the Marquise's daughter promised to punish the culprit for such an attitude towards him. Noticing that her ward was trembling and there were tears in his eyes, the little lady asked if everything was okay with him. Reynard was indignant and thought that she had lied to him, that he had not been blessed by the goddess and had no abilities. Urina mentally felt sorry for Ray that he did not receive enough parental love and also constantly fought off ridicule from others. Her thoughts were interrupted by the boy's quiet voice, saying that she was the only one who thought he was special. The girl recalled that she herself found herself in a world unfamiliar to her, and at the beginning, she planned to simply use it. She did not think about the feelings of the magician, and therefore believed that she was no different from Miss Lauren. All she wanted was for him to know that he was blessed by the goddess, and his red eyes were proof of this, and that he would grow up to be the kindest and most beautiful person in the world. Urina firmly took Reynard's hands and again asked him for forgiveness for everything that had happened. The boy admitted that everything was completely unfamiliar to him, and as soon as she left, everyone looked at him as if they were seeing him for the first time. The little lady tried to completely reassure her ward, emphasizing that she would try to fix everything. She said that she would personally punish the scoundrel and would not allow anyone to treat him like that, and if someone dared, then he could safely say that the way they treated him and their little mistress. Taking his hands again, she approached him and told him that his red eyes were incredibly beautiful. The girl believed that the color of his eyes was similar to the color of a precious stone, a ruby. In her mind, she believed that it wasn't even the color of his eyes. She just liked the fact that he looked at her without hesitation. The boy was the only one who looked at her not as Urina Cartia, but as herself, as if he saw her soul. The little magician blushed, moved away from the girl, and began to babble something. Seeing that he was better, the Marquise's daughter said that she was glad that he had perked up and looked calmer. He looked at her and saw a scar on her cheek, asking if she was hurt, and heard in response that everything was fine and there wouldn't even be a scar. Then Reynard asked if he had hurt her when he threw the porcelain vase at her. Ray gently touched the wound with his soft palm and asked if it hurt, to which he received a negative answer. The boy with a guilty voice began to apologize to his little protector. Urina continued to reassure him that she was fine, and the little magician began to slowly remove his hand from her cheek. Having completely removed his hand, he fell into a stupor. Urina, seeing his wide open mouth, asked what happened. The wound on her cheek disappeared without a trace. The girl did not even notice how it happened. She touched her cheek, and noticing that there was no blood on her hand, she realized that Ray had unknowingly healed her. The girl jumped up from the sofa and rushed to look for a mirror to make sure that the wound had healed. Urina asked the magician how he did it, to which the boy answered in confusion that he didn't want her to get hurt. Inspired by the miracle, the daughter of the Marquise summed up that it was magic, which means he really has talent. The boy was completely confused. He didn't quite understand how he managed to completely heal the girl's cheek. His facial expression spoke for itself. Urina read in his eyes the lack of faith in what was happening. Looking at his hands, Reynard continued to ask if he really had abilities. She asked him to heal the wounds on his hands to make sure for himself, but Ray had absolutely no idea how to do this. Urina herself had no idea about magical abilities, much less how to control magic. Touching his cheek, she hoped that he could repeat what he did a few minutes ago. No matter how hard the little magician tried, nothing worked for him, but the girl supported him by saying that even though this was his first time, someday he would definitely learn. She looked at him with inspiration, secretly rejoicing that if he cultivated his talent, he would be able to protect her. She was pleased that the boy had not even begun to study magic, but was already capable of using complex healing magic. Finishing her thoughts, she came to a firm decision to help him discover his talent. The girl decided to help him understand how special a child he is, not only for himself, but also for everyone around him. After she calmed the boy, Urina Cartia went to the veranda where Miss Lauren was waiting for her at the table. The girl began the conversation by telling her that she had heard that while she was gone, Reynard got very angry and behaved rudely. Then she asked if everything was fine with the woman's hand, to which she received a positive answer. Miss Lauren showed her wrapped arm, which she had previously hidden with the sleeve of her dress. It seemed obvious to Urina the culprit's reaction to serving the little magician. Even though Reynard was under the care of the Carthia family, he was still considered a commoner without an education. Miss Lauren was the wife of a baron, which means she was an aristocrat. She used only offensive words and not assault. Fanning herself with a fan, the girl realized that she would still have to put such an aristocrat in her place. She was the only one who could protect Ray from everyone, and the words of this woman greatly hurt the boy. Urina began by saying that the little magician is not yet accustomed to life in the mansion, and she apologizes in his place. Miss Lauren was taken aback and said that the little lady should not apologize, since she often sews clothes and often has abrasions on her hands. The girl smiled sweetly and continued to talk about how the woman has a big heart and is a wonderful person. But in her heart, she understood that she was just fawning over her, despite the fact that she was younger than her own daughter. The Marquis's daughter was not going to let the aristocrat go so easily. Miss Lauren's words began to irritate her even more. Even if she continues to insist that she said this for the sake of the Cardia family, based on this fact, she has expressed disdain for their name. Miss Lauren ignored the butler's warning and did as she pleased. Urina Cartia went on the offensive, expressing how such a caring person ignored Robert's warning. The girl decided that making her understand that she was the culprit of all her troubles was a better solution than spanking or anything else. The woman sat in bewilderment, and the Marquise's daughter ordered the maids to bring dresses onto the veranda. The girls obediently complied with the mistress's request and brought 2 dresses with a calm expression. Miss Lauren quickly realized that these were the same dresses that she had made especially for her daughter Cardia. By order of the mistress, the maids began mercilessly cutting up the beautiful dresses with scissors. The Marquis's daughter asked what Miss Lauren said to Ray was for the well-being of the Cartia family. Smiling sweetly, she continued that the culprit dared to ignore the warning and simply decided to speak out without thinking about the consequences. Summing up her monologue, the girl said that she would do everything so that Miss Lauren could no longer sew clothes for aristocrats. The woman abused her position in society and needed shock therapy. Urina didn't want to go that far, but this was the only option to convey to the culprit that she needed to take responsibility for her actions. Returning to her charge's chambers, she found Dave treating Ray with magic. She thought about how incredible magic was, and how in the place where she was born, they would need ointments, bandages, and plasters. Ray noticed that the girl was looking at him intently and asked why she was doing this. He tried to cover his face with his hands, because it seemed to him that she was about to drill a hole in him. The little magician no longer suffered from abrasions on his body, but he visibly blushed while Urina looked at him. Dave slowly stood up and carefully examined the little lady for any abrasions. Noticing that there was no wound on her cheek, he said that he had heard that the girl had cut her face, and he did not understand where her wound had gone. The maids told him the wound was serious enough to require stitches. Touching her cheek, the Marquise's daughter pointed to the place where a few hours ago there was still a small wound. Then, looking at Reynard, she reported that the scratch simply disappeared when the little magician touched it. Dave assumed that since the wound healed so quickly and without a trace, it must have been magic. The boy fidgeted on the sofa, listening to what others were saying about him, and Urina asked if this seemed like a stupid explanation for what had happened. The guy smiled sweetly and said that he immediately realized that it was magic from the residual mark on her cheek. The little magician was getting sleepy and was already closing his eyes while the others continued their conversation. Magic is realized using the natural mana that surrounds everyone. But such mana is artificially converted to use magic, so traces of its use remain for some time. Urina was worried about how a child who had not yet begun learning magic was able to use healing. Dave replied that talented people like Ray could use magic unknowingly. Meanwhile, the subject of their dialogue was already lying comfortably on the sofa and snoring peacefully, falling into the world of dreams. The guy also added that the little magician is able to capture mana coming out of his body, and it is not surprising that he was able to use healing magic. The longer Dave looked at the sleeping boy, the more and more he wanted to put his hand to his talent. The girl quickly brought the guy back to Earth, noting that Ray would go to study at the academy without any objections. She lightly touched his forehead to brush the blonde hair out of his eyes. Ray felt this and half asleep threw the girl's hand away, saying that there was no need to touch him. Urina decided to leave the sleeping boy behind and covered him with a soft blanket so that he would not freeze. The Marquis's daughter asked Dave why Reynard was able to heal her wound, but could not heal his own. She recalled that the guy said that the boy had enough ability to use healing magic. The guy thought for a while and looked at the sleeping boy and finally came up with an answer for his mistress. Exhaling humbly, he began to tell his guesses to the daughter of the Marquis of Cartia. He believed that the little magician wanted to heal her wounds much more than his own. The girl looked thoughtfully at her sleeping healer and thought about why he wanted to cure her so much. Dave continued to praise the mage for being able to use complex magic at such a young age, but Urena reminded him that no matter how much he praised Ray, she would not give it to him. She thanked the boy for his help in healing the boy's wounds and tried to wake Reynard so she could take him to the bedroom where he could continue his sleep. The Marquis's daughter tried for a long time to rouse the sleeping boy who did not want to return to reality. The servants carried him into the room and put him to bed, and the doctor immediately came running to examine the little magician for diseases. The doctor concluded that Ray could not wake up because he was very tired from the stress he had experienced. In addition to the stress, his body was also not in ideal healthy condition. The boy held on to mental strength all this time, but in the end he could not stand it. Having seen off the doctor and all the servants, Urena sat down next to Reynard's bed, when suddenly Betty's voice called out to her. She suggested that the lady go to rest, and in the meantime the maid would look after the little magician. The Marquis's daughter could not help but notice that all the maid's fingers were wrapped in bandages. It turned out that Betty had injured herself while making a stuffed animal for Ray. Urena quickly remembered that she had seen the toy in the room where Reynard had been before. Betty said that Mr. Reynard felt uncomfortable when his mistress left him, so she decided to make a doll for him. The maid injured all her fingers while trying to make the perfect doll, but she was not very happy with the result. The girl snatched the doll from her hands and placed it next to the sleeping boy. The little lady thanked Betty for her kind act towards Ray. She thanked the other maids and sent them off to rest, saying that she herself would look after Reynard. Betty said that the maids would be nearby, and if their mistress needed anything, she only had to say it and they would come. Dave healed the wounds around the little magician's eyes, but even magic can't heal a wounded soul. The girl thought about the doctor's words that the boy's body was very weak and could not withstand such a shock. She came to the realization that the child, while in the mansion, was in a tense state all the time. Remembering how eccentric and noisy he was, she thought that he had long been accustomed to the new environment. Urena also remembered Ray's words that she was the only one who considered his eyes to be the blessing of the goddess. Sitting by his bed, the girl realized that all this time he had been holding on with all his strength. In any case, she was glad that nothing serious had happened and that he only needed a good sleep to regain his strength. The Marquis's daughter sat next to Reynard's bed for quite a long time, waiting for him to feel better. After some time, the girl realized that her help was not particularly welcome. The maids did not allow her to change the towel because it might damage their mistress's delicate hands. She wanted to help the boy with food, but he resisted and ate as he ate, spilling half of it on himself. All she could do was just watch her charge, but he didn't like it. Ray again believed that she was glaring at him and would soon make a hole in him, which he told her about. He cockily asked if she would take responsibility if she drilled a hole in him, to which he received the answer that since she couldn't take it upon herself, she would stop watching. The boy began to wonder what Urena was doing while he was sleeping and why she was still sitting next to him. Hovering over him, she said that he was acting like a child and that there was even a toy next to him. Then the girl loudly declared that she did not consider such a little guy like him as a man. Reynard was greatly offended because he was 2 years older than her and a little taller. The Marquis's daughter clarified that although he was taller than her, he was still short. Seeing how he argued with her, Urena decided that he felt much better and had practically recovered. Urena decided that the cold looked quite serious and used the bell to call the servants to bring them water. The maids brought a glass of water, and the girl brought it to Ray's face so that he could drink a little. The boy grabbed the glass and tried to drink from it himself, spilling half of it on his clothes. He suddenly felt cold from drinking the water, and the Marquis's daughter gently covered him with a soft blanket. He decided to joke that he felt like he had become an omelet, and Urena took this as a good sign. She then assumed that he was cold because his clothes were wet from sweat and spilled water, and suggested that he change his clothes. The boy was frightened by such a proposal. He absolutely did not want to change clothes while the Marquis's daughter was in the room. Ray's screams made the girl's ears hurt, and she said that she could just go out so that he could change his clothes. She noticed that he was so cold that he began to chatter his teeth loudly. Urena hugged him gently, saying that he most likely had a high fever. The little magician was very hot, but there was no way to light the fireplace in the mansion since it was summer and it had not been cleaned. The Marquis's daughter said that it would be necessary to order that his fireplace be cleaned as soon as possible. The boy muttered that everything was fine with him and wrapped his head in a blanket, hiding from the girl. Opening his face a little, he asked with a serious tone whether he smelled. Urina didn't understand why he was asking such a strange question. He was sick. It was normal that he might smell. She decided to play a joke and mockingly said that she really did smell, causing Reynard to quickly blush. He completely pulled his face out from under the blanket and looked at her for a long time, not understanding why she was laughing. The girl did not bother her opponent for long and said that he smelled nice. Ray was going to get some more sleep and asked Urina to go to her bedroom too. She asked him again if he was cold and received a negative answer. The girl, thinking about her own thoughts, turned her head sharply and took out some things from the other end of the bed. It was pajamas for sleeping, made especially for Reynard. After giving it, Urina asked if he was afraid to spend the night alone. Ray no longer considered herself a child who could be scared, but the girl noticed that even adults can feel lonely when they are sick. She wanted to say that she, too, was sad when she was sick alone, but among all the days she lived, she only remembered the day of her death. The feeling of death was reflected by fear and loneliness, and if at least someone had taken her hand at that moment, she would not have been so afraid. Ray was watching her all the time, and seeing a sharp change in mood, he took her hand and asked if she had become infected from him. Urina abruptly pulled her hand away and said that he was just a child, and she could not get infected from him. The boy was angry with her. He really considered himself an adult, but the girl quickly reminded him of his doll. Ray quickly remembered that the maid gave him a cute doll so that he would not be so scared when alone. The Marquis's daughter continued to mock him and asked again if he was afraid to be alone. He repeated to her once again that he was not a child, to which she suggested calling the maids. Reynard fervently tried to get the girl into his bedroom so that she would finally leave him alone. Approaching the door, she thought that even though he said so, he could get worse at any moment, and it was necessary to warn the maids so that they would look after him. Seeing her smoothly moving away from his bedroom, the little magician exhaled loudly in relief. Urina did not like this sound, and she told him not to cry until she was around. Having replaced her anger with mercy, she wished him good night and went to her chambers. One day the children went to study in the library, and, having piled books on the table, slowly read. The boy asked what Urina was so focused on, which she invited him to look at. Showing the spread of the book, she watched as the little magician began to study the pages with a thoughtful look. Ray was indignant that he did not understand anything. He studied so diligently, but everything was to no avail. The girl was not at all embarrassed that he did not understand anything, because the young magician began his training quite recently. A few days ago, Reynard began his training with a tutor, and today he could only redraw letters and read the simplest words. The tutor, known for her strictness, praised Ray as a hardworking, diligent, and intelligent student. Urina was glad that he was interested in his studies and said that the book was written in an ancient language. Surprised by the news that the book was in another language, the boy asked her if she could read it. The Marquis's daughter, unfortunately, did not have the ability to read the ancient language. Usually in many novels, the heroines, if they did not have any outstanding abilities, at least could read the ancient language. The boy asked a completely logical question about why she needed this book then. The girl was looking for some important notes, although she could not read anything written. Ray wondered what records Urina was talking about, and why they were not in the books written in her language. She was looking for any notes, essays, or notes that Reynard's eyes were a blessing from the goddess. The little magician was embarrassed and expressed the opinion that she did not need to look for information about him. She tenderly took his hand and firmly said that she would look for even the slightest line where the truth was said. Urina thought that she should have done this as soon as she came into this world. She would have found objective records earlier that Ray's red eyes were the blessing of the goddess. And with the help of this, she could convince Dave and Marquis Cartia much faster. Other people would no longer be afraid of him. He would not be constantly judged. Of course, the Marquis's daughter had already tried to find at least some records, at the same time visiting all the shelters in search of the boy. In her free time, she looked for information about the Archmage William, who also had red eyes. The problem was not that there was no information, but that there was no search engine, and she did not know which book she could find something useful in. After several months, Urina Cartia realized that any information she could find was somehow known to all the magicians of the Empire. One thing she didn't understand was how the Marquis de Fron could know with such precision what kind of boy he needed. One day, a little lady came to Dave asking him to translate some words into the ancient language, such as red eyes, goddess, and blessing. The guy laughed that he didn't know that the girl was interested in the ancient language, to which she replied that she just liked these words. Dave was interested in the wording that she liked words and wanted to know how they were written in an ancient language. He told her that curiosity was the main key to learning and that he himself had learned several disciplines this way. Her plan was much more cunning to simply find the exact same words in ancient texts. She sincerely believed in the success of her business, but still could not find even the slightest clue. The girl tiredly plopped down on the book, causing Ray to become worried and ask if she was okay. Urina Cardia did not sleep for several nights because she looked at the tome that Dave brought her. Realizing that she was looking in the wrong place, she convinced the Marquis to visit the Imperial Library. After asking Dave to get her books from the top shelves, she heard him say that she didn't have to do that. The guy believed that sometimes rumors were completely untrue. The Marquise's daughter was stubborn and said that they could not say this for sure. She tried her best to find and show Ray that he was truly special. Urina was ready to search not only the Imperial Library, but the entire Empire in order to protect her ward from pain. As she picked up the first book, she heard the guy tell her that she cared deeply about Reynard. She agreed with his statement and added that it was she who brought him to the mansion. Dave continued by saying that keeping the boy safe seemed like a difficult task. The girl objected to him that all the troubles that befell Ray happened because of her. The guy leaned towards the little lady and asked with interest that maybe she had a personal interest in Mr. Reynard. Seeing Dave's face light up, she said that she didn't mean anything like that and asked him to read the title of the book. She mentally imagined how cute they must look to Dave, but she considered herself more of a nanny and admitted that if she really was 11 years old, then perhaps something would have worked out. Spending all her days with him, she had long noticed that the little magician looked quite cute. Her adult soul could not allow herself to fall in love so as not to disrupt the original plot. The Marquise's daughter ordered Dave to stand still and translate the title of the book for her. After some time, the guy asked if she could look through all these books. Urina held only 2 books in her hands and did not understand the essence of the question asked. Dave explained that although there are only a few books, they are still quite thick and heavy to read. The girl assured him that everything would be fine and she should try to do everything she could. She thought that she just needed to find the words in at least one of the books, but it turned out to be much more difficult. Urina remembered how Betty once took her books away from her because her mistress had completely exhausted herself with the search. The girl told her that studying is, of course, good, but health is much more important. The girl asked to return the book to her, to which the maid replied that if she gave it back, she would read again all night. The Marquis's daughter did not give up trying to return the book and promised to go to bed much earlier than usual. And now, walking through the library, Urina was thinking about how she could read a few books if Betty started taking them away again. Stopping suddenly, she saw a delegation of people in white descending the stairs. A dark-haired guy walked ahead of them, and she decided that these were people from the Imperial family. The girl noticed that the man in front with black hair had golden eyes. He was dressed in expensive clothes with orders on his chest, which clearly indicated that he was of a fairly high rank. She suddenly remembered him, the main character of the novel, the Crown Prince of the Empire. Her guesses were confirmed by Dave, who bent his knee and at the same time said a greeting. Urina quickly followed the guy's example and also greeted the heir to the throne. She was embarrassed by the fact that she did not recognize him when he saved her from the assassins, although she perfectly remembered his description from the novel. The guy examined the greeters for a while and then ordered them to rise from their knees. The prince calmly said, turning to Dave, that he had not seen the Knight Kest for a long time. He continued to say that apparently the Marquis of Cardia did not let the poor servant go at all. The prince's name was Curtis Xenoxius. He was the main character of the novel and the one she definitely needed to avoid. Dave, without thinking twice, replied that he was always busy, but in recent days he had been especially busy. The girl continued to think that if she had known then that in front of her was none other than the Crown Prince, she would definitely have behaved differently. Standing behind Dave, she hoped that Curtis didn't remember that day, and she just needed to continue to remain silent. The Crown Prince invited them to continue their conversation elsewhere over a cup of tea. The guy replied that he wouldn't mind spending time with the prince, but he didn't come to the library alone. The dark-haired guy finally noticed the girl who had been standing behind him all this time. He approached her and asked if she was the same daughter of the Marquis of Cardia, whom the knight was so protective of. The future king closely watched the girl and ordered her to raise her head. Realizing that they had met before, he ordered her to say her name. Urina Cardia hugged the books closer to her and shyly said her name. The prince asked again if her name was Urina Cartia, as if trying hard to remember it. Suddenly, his finger touched her chin and made her raise her head a little. He stood very close and asked why the girl was trembling. She didn't think that he would eat her. His gaze fell on the 2 books that she was still clutching to herself with trembling hands. Having examined them more closely, the prince asked if she really read such complex books. In his opinion, such books are not the kind that girls of her age usually read. Dave, who arrived in time, saved her, saying that his ward was in the process of learning an ancient language. Dave was much older and taller than the crown prince. Compared to him, Curtis seemed small. The future king thoughtfully asked if he had heard correctly what the guy said about the ancient language. Dave smiled contentedly and said that this was his little mistress's little hobby. The prince said that studying new disciplines is quite an interesting activity, and the best study is the one in which there is interest. He also said that he could recommend several books for her to read to improve her skill. He ended by asking her to give him some time, and then he could bring her books. After some time, they were already standing alone near the bookshelves. The prince spent a long time looking for the right book. The girl thought that he became interested in her because of the last time, but the future king did not even talk to her. It seemed to her that he really did not remember that incident, and now he was only showing interest because she was from the Cardia family. Urina thought that, given her actual age, she was much older than him, but unlike Reynard, there was no childishness in Curtis. He lived in the suffocating atmosphere of the imperial palace. From childhood, everything was at his feet. He studied only the science of managing the empire. The more she tried to maintain her composure, the more pressure she felt from him. She couldn't let them get close like in the original. Thinking about this, she reached for the book, but the prince was behind her and took the book faster. He gently held her close, telling her that it was dangerous and that if she needed it, she could ask him for help. Urina felt like she was on pins and needles and was wondering how she could quickly get away from this man, but she thanked him out loud for his help. The prince grinned contentedly and said that he hoped that this book would help her in studying the discipline. Returning back to Dave, the girl was glad that nothing had happened. In parting, the crown prince said that most likely Knight Kest had been waiting for her for a long time, and she should hurry. She agreed with his reasoning and began to slowly increase her pace to distance herself from Curtis. But he stopped her, saying that if you think about it, last time they broke up about the same. The girl tried to avoid any conversations for so long and hoped that he didn't remember anything. Satisfied that he had caught her embarrassment, the prince continued to say that last time there were many different inconveniences. Handing her handkerchief, he added that for a long time he regretted that he had not asked her name then. Remembering their last meeting, Urina also remembered what she prayed for that day, because all she wanted was that everything that happened that day would not allow him to fall in love with her. Suddenly, a memory popped up in the corner of her mind, like a burning corn kernel popping with a loud noise, becoming popcorn. She heard him tell her that he would try to remember Urina Cardia's name. One memory became a grain of corn, from which goosebumps ran down the girl's spine. In the original story, Curtis and Urina had been in a loving relationship for quite some time. The next morning, the children were again sitting in the library of the Cardia family mansion, and the daughter of the marquise, tired from the busy previous day, lay her head exhausted on the table. Ray quickly noticed that something was wrong with her, climbed over the table, and asked what was wrong with her. The little magician was very concerned about her condition and noticed that she was feeling strange today. Urina turned her head away and replied that nothing had happened to her and that she was fine. Reynard walked up to her and pressed his palm to her forehead, trying to figure out if she had a fever. Of course, the boy did not know how to measure temperature in this way, and the girl assured him that she was just a little tired. Ray suggested that the reason was her desire to understand the ancient language, and he added that he too gets tired when he sees difficult words. She calmly agreed with his speculations, but continued to lie with her head on the table. She couldn't help but think that she had completely forgotten about her relationship with the crown prince. If Urina and Curtis were in a relationship, then why did he leave her and choose Lydia? The girl recalled the main story, which said that Urina Cardia and Curtis Xenocius actually met, but she could not remember or understand why the girls became rivals. The Marquis's daughter thought about what the heroine had done, although having found out, she still could not change anything. She was worried that the future king had become interested in her, and this could have a detrimental effect on her plan. The girl did not know what to do, but Reynard interrupted her thoughts, asking if something serious had happened. He shared his observations that she walked around all day with a sullen face and looked exhausted, and offered to listen to her if she needed it. Urina did not expect that someone would interrupt her thoughts and spent a long time trying to understand what they told her. Realizing, she turned away mockingly and said that this was her big secret, but the boy said that he would not dare tell it to anyone. But the Marquise's daughter stood her ground, mentally thinking that her torment was really so noticeable. This was something she couldn't tell anyone, so most of the time she pretended everything was normal. The girl believed that it was for the best that no one in the mansion noticed anything, because if they started asking questions, she would have to tell everything. But it was not a fact that anyone would believe her. She is an alien from another world. This world was fictional, and she knows about her death in advance. Ray interrupted her thoughts again by saying that she could trust him, even if it was some minor thing. He added that even if it is difficult for her to speak, she can try to speak out, which may make her feel better. This method always helped the boy, so he tried with all his might to help his savior. Reynard went on to say that when someone treated him with understanding, he immediately felt better. After hearing what she heard, Urina said that she had recently had a strange dream. In her dream, she saw her coming-of-age ceremony, where there was a man she definitely liked. It seemed to her that the man liked her too, but she didn't remember who he was at all. She suggested that they might even have met him, to which Ray chuckled in confusion. Urina continued that at some point the scales fell from her eyes and she learned that the man had been dating someone else all this time. She ended up dying in her sleep at the hands of the homewrecker's father. Perhaps he considered her a hindrance to his daughter. The girl understood that she had told her a little in a rough interpretation, but the meaning of everything was clear. She said that she had recently met the same guy from the dream, and she immediately remembered that whole nightmare. Urina did not immediately realize that she was in the arms of Reynard, who had previously listened to her carefully. Hugging her, he quietly said that she was probably very scared, which is why she looked strange. The boy suggested that if this happened to him, he would be very scared. Without letting go, he calmly reasoned that scary things are scary both in dreams and in reality, and he too would be very scared if he saw the person from his dream. The magician summed it up by saying that if she was really so scared, then she shouldn't meet with that person again. The girl thought about what was said for a short time. She was surprised by the simplicity of his childish thought. As a result, she agreed with Reynard's statement, and decided for herself that she would do everything not to see the prince again. The little magician hugged Urina Cardia even tighter to himself, as if trying to protect her from this world. Having calmed the girl, he walked her to the front door and said goodbye to her in a friendly manner. Closing the door behind her, he began to blame himself for not being able to fully comfort her. Sitting on the floor, the boy crossed his legs, thinking about how difficult it was for his savior now. He remembered her words that in a dream she might even have met a man. These words immediately changed his mood, but Ray realized this only after she left. Urina supported him in difficult times, but he could not even console her properly, and now could not consider himself a good friend to her. The maids escorted the little mistress to her chambers, slowly moving behind her. The girl thought that Reynard was right, and this was just the beginning of the romance. She just had to try to prevent the prince's love. Her book death was supposed to be when she came of age, and now she was only 11 years old. Recently, Ray spent a lot of time preparing for admission. He could not get used to the time-scheduled life in the mansion, but at the same time, his studies seemed interesting to him. In the orphanage, the boy could do what he wanted when he wanted, without worrying about the daily routine. His thoughts were interrupted by a woman's voice saying that sweets helped clear his mind a little. He did not notice how Betty entered the room and brought sweet aromatic tea with her. Ray politely thanked her, to which he heard that it was not worth it, because it was her job. He timidly said that he would drink this tea with great pleasure and began to continue reading books. Betty thought that such a small boy, and studying so hard, he looked like her little sister. After taking a couple sips of tea, Reynard asked the joyful maid where Urina had gone. Betty quickly replied that the little mistress had gone to meet Dave. She began to ask the magician that when the girl was not around, perhaps he felt that he was missing her. Watching him blush, the girl told him not to worry, because Urina would return soon. She decided not to disturb him any longer, and finally advised him to rest until the teacher came. The boy followed the maid with his gaze until she disappeared behind the door. Leaning back in his chair, he began to think about what Urina was doing, that she still hadn't returned. He thought about the girl's condition, because in search of information about red eyes, she completely forgets to rest and is therefore constantly tired. He didn't care whether she could find anything or not. He only cared about her condition. The most precious thing for him was sitting with her over books when she told him how to read a word correctly. He didn't care if anyone liked him, he only cared that she liked him. Rising from his chair when the teacher came in, he firmly decided that he would try his best. At the same time, Urina happily ran to meet Dave, holding a book in her hands. Running into his office, the girl immediately asked him to translate a page from the book for her. Dave twirled the book in his hands and asked if a translation was needed from this book. The Marquis's daughter did not know what the book was about, but she was completely sure that she had found the phrase about red eyes. Their trip to the Imperial Library turned out to be correct, although it was somewhat difficult. She was looking forward to what Dave would tell her and kept trying to rush him. The book said that Archmage William did have red eyes, and some said that his eyes were like the eyes of beasts, and that he was cursed. Xenon Artis, who studied the Archmage for a long time, claimed that his red eyes were the source of magic. The scientist based his theory on the myth of the founding of the Kingdom of Dennick, which was located in the southern provinces of the Empire before its unification. According to the book by Alessandro Dennick, the first king in the myth of the founding of the Kingdom of Dennick was red-eyed. He called himself the son of the goddess and claimed that she blessed him. And after that, it was believed that everyone who had red eyes received the blessing, began to be treated as gods, because they were the best magicians of that time. Urina thought that all these records only confirmed her words about how special Reynard was. Dave said that he had never heard such a story, and if she had not found it, he would also remain in the dark. But he was confused by the question of why there were no more records. Then the little lady put forward a completely logical hypothesis that most likely someone made sure that all the records were erased. The guy suggested that the very existence of the Bietis, as the red-eyed people were called, acted as the spiritual support of the kingdom. Urina suggested that since it was the main force of the enemy state, there was no reason for the Empire to leave any records, so that future descendants would not be tempted to rebel. The girl decided that this would be burdensome for the Empire, which expanded its possessions with endless wars. Information remained only in ancient books, which could only be understood by mastering the language perfectly. Noticing that Dave was not looking up from his book, the Marquise's daughter asked him what he was doing, to which she received the answer that he was very interested in this story, and he wanted to study it better. With a calm smile, he added that this information could be useful for a letter of recommendation to the Academy. Urina Cardia agreed with Dave and was incredibly glad that she could finally find the source of the truth. Heading to Reynard's room, the girl was still bothered by some questions. She was worried that she had spent quite a decent amount of time. And in the end, the Crown Prince immediately gave her the book she needed. The girl did not understand how the Marquis d'Effron could have learned the information hidden in the very bins of one of the books of the large library. Entering the room, she saw Ray sitting at the table, who was clearly studying something. The Marquis's daughter smoothly walked towards the desk, illuminated by the moonlight. Urina asked what he was doing in the study room at such a late hour. It turned out that Ray was doing his homework, but the girl didn't like that he overexerted himself so much. He needed to rewrite a book of fairy tales by tomorrow, and he assured her that as soon as he finished, he would go straight to bed. She was inspired by the fact that the boy was trying his best even when she was not around. He showed how much he had written, and Urina praised him for how much better his handwriting was. She thought that the letters were a little crooked, but overall it was not bad, and his character was gradually softening. The little magician showed her his palms, which were completely calloused, as proof that he had worked hard. The girl carefully examined the battle wounds and lightly touched him to make sure that they were real. Urina Cardia then placed a book in front of him and told him that she had found reliable information about red eyes. She told him that people with red eyes were called Beatus, and their eyes actually showed the blessing of the goddess. His calm reaction discouraged the Marquise's daughter, and she decided to ask what was wrong with him. The boy seemed to be worried about something, but tried to look completely calm. Passing the feather over his face, he asked if he should be happy, because even if it was true, then nothing would change so easily. The girl tried to convince him that as soon as Dave sent a letter of recommendation with this information, then many would stop treating him like a cursed person. He didn't care at all about what she was telling him. The little magician only quietly muttered whether she would now listen to classes with him. Not understanding the question, the Marquise's daughter asked again, to which the boy said that since she had found what she was looking for, she would now be able not to miss his lessons. Urina reasoned that his lessons were basic classes, and she did not need to attend them. But seeing with what pitiful eyes he looked at her, she still asked if she should attend classes with him. His face broke into a smile, and he answered her question as affirmatively as possible. Realizing that he was in the company of a lady, Reynard curbed his ardor and calmly repeated the answer, and the girl was outraged that he was so happy about this, but was not happy about the news about the red eyes. She obediently agreed to attend classes together, and when she saw his violent reaction, she thought that he was really still just a child. The Marquise's daughter advised him not to overdo it and go to bed as soon as possible, and she went to her chambers. As she walked out the door, she heard the boy call her, and she turned around to see what he wanted. The boy, embarrassed, thanked her for finding the information about red eyes and Beatus. Urena smiled contentedly and continued her way along the moonlit corridor. He followed her with his gaze for a long time, until her silhouette disappeared into the darkness of the corridor. Exhaling, he returned to the study room to finish his homework for tomorrow. At the same time, little Lydia Defron was afraid to make an unnecessary sound so as not to give herself away. She watched as her father sorted through every possible book, some of them scattered on the floor, but most of them lay in piles on the table. The girl was worried about him. It was hard for her to watch her father's obsession with finding the truth. The next morning, the entire empire was suffering from unbearable heat, and the little magician was no exception. He was indignant that in such heat they had to wear several layers of clothing. Ray screamed about why they were making life so difficult for themselves because none of the people could see them. Urena noticed that she was also in the room with him, which meant that there were still people there. This did not bother the boy at all. He allowed her to look at him if he undressed. The Marquis's daughter assured him that he should have been wearing twice as many clothes, but she asked to reduce the number, knowing that it would be difficult for him. He was shocked by this and asked if she wore a coat in the summer, to which she answered in the affirmative, and added that she also wore a bearskin coat. Weakened by the heat, the little magician said that he didn't talk about it as if it were really scary. The girl reminded him that he kicked everyone out again and did not allow anyone to touch him. To which the boy replied that he planned to wash himself and did not need anyone for that. Sitting down on the sofa next to Urena, Ray asked if he could at least take off his vest. She refused him, but she herself was hot. She recalled that in another world she would have simply used the air conditioner. The Marquis's daughter thought about allowing him to take off his vest, but he got along just fine without her permission. The vest lay quietly crumpled on the sofa while its owner moved back to the table. Realizing that perhaps the girl was also hot, he sat down next to her and began to fan her with a small fan. She enjoyed the light, fresh breezes created by the small fan. Having stopped, Reynard expressed the idea that in such weather it is necessary to swim in the river. He remembered that where he was from, on such a hot day, everyone gathered and went to the river. Ray continued to talk about how great it was to swim and play in the shade of the trees. The word swim did not escape Urena, and she sarcastically asked if he wanted to go play. The little magician became embarrassed and said that it was not necessarily true, and the girl cockily began to repeat all his words after him. But the boy continued that on such a hot day it was hard not only for him, but also for the teacher. His hands were sweating, and it was impossible to write. The Marquis's daughter was sitting thinking about whether she should give him a day off today because he was diligently studying, sacrificing sleep. Betty entered the room carrying a tray of cool drinks and a dessert of jelly and fruit. When the girl served food to the children, Urena asked him if there was somewhere to rest. Inspired by the rest, Ray said that he was very hot and would not mind swimming in the river. The maid thought about it and said that there was no river nearby, but there was a lake outside the city. The boy had one more magic lesson left, and after that he was completely free. His savior asked if he would like to go to the lake if there was no lesson, to which she received an affirmative answer. Then she ordered Betty to notify Dave and pack the necessary things for the trip. Little Madam also ordered the kitchen to prepare small snacks for them. The delighted magician could not hide his delight and zealously thanked the Marquis's daughter. Everyone began to leave to prepare for the trip, but Urena reminded him that the lessons still had to be taught. Having reached the lake, Ray could not contain the admiration that nature had on him. He saw the lake for the first time, and Betty explained to him that it was the largest lake in the capital region, and it was called Riemann. Holding the lake water in his palms, he remembered that in his homeland there was only a river. Turning around, he noticed that Urena was hiding behind Dave and clearly did not want to come out. The boy asked her why she was hiding there, to which she told him that she was afraid of getting her clothes wet. The little magician watched the trio standing peacefully in the shadows and slowly realized what was happening. Dave was a mentor and Betty was a guard. Urena herself felt safe among them. Unexpectedly for everyone, the maid ran to the carriage, remembering that she had forgotten one thing. She brought umbrellas for everyone to match the color of their outfits. The girl got blue and the guy got black. All that was left for Ray was the golden umbrella, and he sullenly asked if they had another. It turned out that the umbrella had previously been used by the mistress and there were no others. Then Dave came up to them to find out what had happened. The boy explained that he didn't like the flowers on the umbrella, but he had no complaints about it. Dave touched the umbrella and it changed its color from golden to black, which made Ray incredibly happy. Betty was concerned that the umbrella was ruined and the lady would no longer be able to use it. But Dave reassured her, saying that the color had only changed for a few hours, and then it would return to the same. She scolded him and said that he should have warned her in advance, and not after she had time to get scared. Reynard looked at the umbrella enthusiastically, as if trying to unravel a mysterious trick. Touching his umbrella, he said that the magic was truly incredible. He, also embarrassed, added that he would like to quickly learn how to use it. Urina, who had been listening to him all this time, enthusiastically told him that he could learn magic. She added that Dave also thinks Ray is doing a good job teaching. The little magician was indignant that he had to study, and his master used it almost without looking, to which the girl told him that he was only at the beginning of his journey. Dave believed that the boy would soon begin to rapidly develop in mastering all types of magic. After finishing, Urina said that it was very hot on land and invited Reynard to go on a boat ride. She took his hand, pulled him along, and commanded him to follow right behind her. His hand was very hot, which made her realize that they should have taken the boat as soon as possible. Ray sat with Urina and munched on a cookie while Master Dave rowed to the middle of the lake. The guy reminded the boy that of all the natural elements, water has the greatest amount of mana. It was a lesson in magic. The girl reminded the little magician that they had agreed on this. In his heart, Ray hoped that they would not teach the lesson in such a beautiful place. While eating her dessert, the girl said that as soon as he finished listening, he could immediately rest. Reynard remembered that the master told him that if you use the same magic, then next to water, it will be much stronger. Dave praised the boy and added that large-scale and very complex magic could be used near water or a lake. The lesson continued. They calmly floated on the waves created by a small, cool breeze. The little magician asked his teacher if it was possible to use large-scale magic in a place where a stream flows, to which he received an affirmative answer. Urina was pleased that Ray quickly focused on his studies and seemed to have forgotten about the heat. Seeing the sweat on his face, the girl brought the umbrella so that the shadow covered both of them. Ray felt uncomfortable, and he asked why she suddenly became so caring, to which he received the answer that otherwise his face would burn. The little magician reminded her that he had his own umbrella. Then the little lady put hers away with an important look and told him to use his umbrella. Reynard silently regretted that he refused help. Dave laughed from such a childish scene, and Urina looked into the distance. She felt very calm in the circle of such good company in the middle of a huge lake. Speeding up, the master happily offered to finish Ray's classes for the day. The girl thought that she did not have time to rest. First, she looked for Reynard, then for information in books. She was interrupted by the boy touching her cheek with an icy hand, previously cooled with an ice cube. Blushing, he softly asked if Urina felt cooler under his touch. The boy grabbed the piece of ice with both hands and said that if you do this, it will be much cooler. He then placed his palms on the girl's cheeks and held them there until they became warm again. The little magician was glad that he took a piece of cold with him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand such heat. Once classes were over, he quickly rushed to the side, trying to waddle and fall straight into the cool water. Urina tried to stop him, shouting that it was dangerous to do this, and splashes of cold water immediately flew at her. Reynard had no intention of diving into the lake. He was just splashing his little hand in the water. Because he splashed her, the girl also put her hand in the water and sent a large amount of lake water into his face. Such mischief made the Marquis's daughter laugh a lot. She laughed for a long time at such an absurd situation. Instead of spraying her in response, the boy quickly walked towards the basket of cookies. He felt dizzy and believed that eating sweets would save him from sunstroke. Reynard was unbearably hot, and slowly he began to lose consciousness right in the boat. Returning to the mansion, Ray felt incredibly sleepy right in the carriage, but when he arrived in the evening, he could not fall asleep. He didn't understand at all why this happened and just sat on the bed looking at the wall. After some time, he decided to catch up on sleep and went to wander around the mansion. Not far from him, he heard the sound of a door opening and wondered who could be awake at such an hour. The Marquis's daughter also could not sleep and also wanted to catch up on sleep by wandering around the mansion. Seeing the boy with a pillow in his hands, she quietly asked why he was not sleeping at such a late hour. He told her that he couldn't sleep. Then she decided to make fun of him and asked if he really couldn't sleep because of the rain. Ray began to loudly deny her assumption, thinking that she still considered him a baby. Yurina quickly covered his mouth with her hand, whispering that he would wake up everyone in the mansion at this rate. In order not to disturb everyone's sleep, she invited him to enter her bedroom and asked him to close the door behind him. The girl plopped down on the bed, and Reynard apologized to her and suggested that he should return to his place. She patted the bed next to her and said that there was nothing wrong, because she was not sleeping either. Sitting down next to her, Ray felt her small head on his shoulder and then heard her say that he didn't look sleepy at all. He indignantly pushed her away from him and replied that apparently it was so, because he couldn't sleep. Yurina decided to find out if sleep was not coming to him or if he was simply afraid of the sounds of rain outside the window. The little magician stood his ground that he was not afraid of anything like that, and meanwhile the girl took out a deck of cards and asked to play. She offered to play, and she was the only one who won all the games. The boy, puzzled, asked why he kept losing and suggested that he must have understood something wrong. He asked her to explain the rules to him again, hoping that he had misunderstood the first time. Yurina carefully asked the sleepy Ray if he wanted to go to his room to sleep. Reynard rubbed his neck thoughtfully and admitted that he was feeling a little sleepy. Before he went to bed, he wanted to win at least once in a card game. The girl invited him to play another time, knowing that she would win this game too. The magician indignantly asked why not now, to which the Marquis's daughter told him that since he was tired, it was difficult for him to concentrate. Seeing her collecting cards, he asked if she really didn't want to sleep at all. Yurina Kartia answered with a satisfied face that since she was constantly winning, it meant that sleep had not yet taken possession of her. Ray continued to insist that he had misunderstood the rules, and that was why he had been unable to beat her the last 4 rounds. It was pouring rain outside, which didn't really frighten Reynard, but the sudden sound of thunder made him flinch. The girl explained that the rainy season had begun and kept a close eye on the frightened boy. Seeing that he covered his ears, trying not to hear sounds outside the room, she realized that the child was afraid of thunder. Realizing that he would be very scared to be alone in the room, she invited Ray to spend the night in her bedroom. The little magician resolutely denied his fear, then Yurina invited him to go to his bedroom. The second clap of thunder forced Reynard to hide deeper under the blanket, after which the girl went to calm him down. He lay with his hands covering his eyes and ears until the moment a gentle little hand touched his forehead. The Marquis's daughter took one of his hands and said that she was next to him, and he had nothing to fear. The boy was trembling all over, but somehow controlling himself, he said that he hated rain much more than thunder. Along with the rain, Ray remembered all the worst memories from his life. Reynard did not want to answer Yurina's logical question about what memories they were talking about. The girl did not force him to tell, and only said that since he did not like the rain, she hoped that it would end soon. She invited him to play another game after the sun rose. Ray spent a lot of time trying to learn the basics of magic under the guidance of Master Dave, and this began to bear fruit. The guide told him that if his student continued to study as hard as he did, he would soon be able to surpass him. But his speech was rudely interrupted by a maid who entered. Realizing that she had interrupted an important lesson, Betty asked how long they would continue to study. Dave calmly smiled at the girl who came in and said that they had just finished their lesson. Betty came for a reason. She was carrying out an order for a little magician and brought with her a small brooch. The little lady owned the brooch, but because she didn't like its color, she rarely wore it. The boy happily ran to Yurina, and the maid shouted to him to be careful and not accidentally get hurt. Dave was interested in the assignment that Betty had completed, and he exhaled happily. He finally understood why the little magician asked him so hard to teach him the magic of color changing. Leaving the maid and the master, Ray quickly ran to the training room, where the daughter of the Marquis was. The girl asked in a friendly manner whether his magic lesson was over, and received an affirmative answer. Reynard did not allow his savior to attend today's lesson in order to surprise her. He smoothly took out the very brooch that she did not wear because of the hated color. She had no idea what he was planning, but the boy commanded her to concentrate on the thing. Suddenly, the thing began to shine and changed its color to a completely different one, which the little lady liked. Twisting the brooch in her hands, the girl noticed how much he had improved his magical abilities. The boy replied that this gift was for her because she lent him her pillow. Yurina Kartia smiled contentedly and kindly thanked the little magician. The little lady examined her gift for a long time and said that it was her favorite color. Ray said that he sees her every day and of course knows what her favorite color is. He secretly watched as his savior tried on the gift she had given her. The children sat in the study room until the pouring rain outside stopped pouring. The boy leaned on the book and asked Urina if she had nightmares anymore. Reynard reminded her of that dialogue when she veiledly told him the whole truth. The Marquis's daughter was surprised that her ward still remembered what they talked about then. Taking the mug in her hands, she told him in a calm voice that she no longer had nightmares. The girl sharply asked if he really remembered everything down to the smallest detail. He took the book and quietly asked what she was reading, to which she answered him that she was reading a novel. Ray kept thinking that his savior reads only scientific books and not some novels. When she was bored, she preferred to read novels, and Reynard became interested in the plot of the book. Smiling, Urina asked him whether to tell him about the main characters of the work. He replied that he would try to read it when he practiced reading letters, to which the girl replied that the book had a very interesting plot. The Marquis's daughter liked the charismatic protagonist more in the romance novel. "Put the fruit on the book," the little magician loudly asked what exactly she liked about the main male character. Their conversation was interrupted by a maid who entered the room and said that a magician mentor was waiting for the little lady. Rising from her chair, the girl told her friend that she would be back soon. Ray decided to put the book he took back on the bookshelf, thinking that he wanted to have a kind heart. He secretly wanted Urina Cardia to get along well only with him, and therefore he was jealous of her even towards book characters. For this alone, he was ready to be the best in magic and etiquette, and also to grow above her. The boy thought that he wanted to be closer to her than anyone in the entire empire. The Marquis's daughter walked along the corridor, illuminated by the weak rays of the sun breaking through the clouds. She reasoned that the rainy season was finally over. One day, they decided to rehearse a ballroom dance to see how ready Ray was to go out into the world. The children were dressed in beautiful outfits. The boy politely invited his lady to dance. Agreeing to dance with him, she thought that Reynard turned out to be a born genius. He very quickly mastered all the necessary basics, letters and numbers, learned to observe etiquette and manners, and mastered the basics of magic with lightning speed. Only one summer had passed, but the boy had already outgrown his savior in height and could calmly look down on her. Ray became a rising star in magic sponsored by the noble Carthia family. As he danced smoothly with her, he seriously asked her if he looked cooler in her eyes. The girl quickly brought him down to earth, saying that he should be ashamed for praising himself. She also quickly noticed that her companion was noticeably worried but did not show it. She was inspired by the fact that the boy was quite good at dancing, although he had been doing it for only 2 months. Seeing how embarrassed he was, Urina told him that while dancing it was necessary to look into the eyes of his partner. Ray told her that he was familiar with these rules. Then the daughter of the Marquis ordered him to look into her eyes. Continuing to dance, the little magician timidly said that he wanted to ask her for a certain birthday gift. She knew that in this world there were also 12 months a year, but the names were very different from those she was used to. Her ward's birthday was on the 19th of the autumn month, and since he started asking, it was most likely in the first month of autumn. The girl giggled sweetly, remembering that her maid was all exhausted in anticipation of this day. The boy was not pleased with his companion's mocking reaction, and he asked if she had really forgotten about his holiday. Urina playfully replied that his birthday was on the 19th of the harvest month. Although he became more aristocratic, at heart he was still the same child as before. The Marquis's daughter asked him what he wanted for his birthday, something or maybe a wish. She promised him that she would listen to him and try to fulfill his request if it was within reason. The boy annoyedly asked whether so many conditions were really needed, to which the girl replied that she did not know what he wanted. Urina was afraid that he might ask for something that could lead to the collapse of the family, to which he answered why she thought he might do such a thing. The discouraged young man completely forgot that they were dancing and clumsily stepped on his lady's foot. Outraged by this absurdity, the girl asked him to tell her everything if he had anything to say. Trying to make sure she didn't fall, the boy picked her up and hugged her tightly. She looked at him in surprise, waiting for what he would do next, and heard his apology. The little magician said embarrassedly that he didn't want to expose them like that in front of everyone watching. Seeing that everyone around was looking at them, Urina said that his step did not hurt so much that she could not walk. He offered to examine her injury and noticed that she had a bruise on her leg. Then he offered to heal it quickly. The boy asked why she didn't immediately tell him that there was a painful bruise on her leg, to which his companion replied that it didn't hurt at all. Ray sat her down on the bench, leaned over her foot, and began to use healing magic. Urina said importantly that he needed to practice dancing more. While she was teaching him, her foot stopped hurting. Noticing this, She bent down and saw that the bruise had disappeared. The little magician asked her that next time she would immediately tell him that she was in pain. He said that for her sake he would study even harder so that he could always help her. The girl put her hand on his shoulder, as if agreeing with his unexpected oath. She reminded him that he had asked about his birthday gift earlier. Reynard agreed to throw a luxurious banquet in his honor, but in return he asked her to go outside the mansion with him. Her ward looked at her questioningly, waiting for an answer to his modest request. Urina sadly answered him that no one would let them go completely alone. A maid and an escort should always be present. After Reynard learned etiquette, he skillfully hid his feelings behind a mask, which was a definite advantage for an aristocrat. Sometimes she missed that past Ray without thinking twice. She asked him if he didn't mind taking a knight and a maid with him. Then they could fulfill his plan. The Marquis's daughter was happy when she saw genuine emotions on the boy's face. In return, she asked him for permission to hold the most luxurious banquet of his life for the sake of the one who was looking forward to his birthday the most. The little magician's birthday arrived. The maids got up very early and managed to prepare a whole table of festive food. They had been preparing for this day for several weeks and had made many preparations in advance. Looking at them, Urina asked if they were tired of cooking since the morning, because cooking has always been a difficult task. Joyful Betty reported that all the servants enjoyed cooking and were very interested in seeing the little lady's reaction. The girl began to sit down at the festive table, but the maid, worried, asked her whether Mr. Reynard would like the dishes. The boy was a little picky about food, but the girls took care and prepared some of the dishes that he eats. Urina assured her that the dishes looked great, and he would definitely like everything. Betty listened carefully to the lady and eventually agreed with her opinion on this matter. The two of them sat on a bench to prepare confetti for the boy's arrival, and Urina asked if everyone in the mansion liked Ray. She was surprised to hear that the entire mansion was delighted with the little magician. While the maid was cutting paper, the girl calmly ate the cookies she begged from Betty. It turned out that the cookies in the basket were unsuccessful attempts, and the maid suggested that they simply throw them away. The maid said that she made a lot of concessions for the children, but Reynard could get something from anyone in the mansion. She quickly remembered that she was next to the little lady and tried to apologize for her tactlessness. The girl did not reproach the maid, but even expressed gratitude to her for her good attitude towards Ray. She didn't know that all the servants would try so hard and prepare everything for the holiday party. Betty recalled that when Mr. Reynard crossed the threshold of the mansion, no matter how kind the servants were to him, he still avoided them. From the very beginning, they did not particularly like him, but day by day, the boy gradually opened his soul to them. People who don't know how to be kind go through trial and error until they become so. She had almost finished her thought when they were suddenly interrupted by a maid who entered the room and informed them of the arrival of Mr. Reynard. Betty gave Urina a basket with chopped confetti and ran with lightning speed to prepare everyone for the arrival of the birthday boy. Entering the room, the boy found the maid standing in a semicircle, and they were headed by Urina Cardia. The girl approached him and began her congratulations by saying that he was 13 years old, and now he was exactly 2 years older than her. She threw festive confetti at him, and Ray was pleasantly surprised by everything that was happening. The maids congratulated him on his birthday in unison and began to applaud him loudly. Reynard could not hold back his tears from the surging happiness, and so he stood in front of everyone, trying not to give himself away. Everyone around became worried when they saw him crying and hurried to quickly find out what had happened to him. The boy began to loudly protest that he was not crying at all, but when he opened his mouth, he felt something sweet on his tongue. Urina was not taken aback, and in order to return him to a festive mood, she stuffed a hefty piece of cake into his mouth. The little magician munched on his birthday cake, trying to regain his composure. Swallow the piece, he told why he was so moved, because he did not expect to see so many people. All the guests were slightly stunned by his words, and for a minute there was an awkward silence in the room. The girl was the first to break the silence, asking that they told him that they were going to have a party. The boy had never had such a celebration, no one had baked him a big birthday cake, and there were no people who could organize such a thing for him. He ended by saying that he would be glad to hear even simple congratulations from them. Urina remembered that in another world, as a child or an adult, she always celebrated her birthday with someone. Good memories gave her strength and a sense of security, but now she realized that Reynard was unlikely to ever have a truly good birthday. The maid did not stand aside and offered to prepare a cake many times larger than the current one for his next holiday. She wasn't exactly good at baking, but every year her skill got better and better. Betty assured him that he could count on her both next year and on all subsequent holidays. Breaking off another piece of cake, Urina held it out to Ray's face, inviting him to try the cake again. The girl also added that the faster he eats his cake, the faster she will fulfill his request. The boy thanked everyone for organizing the celebration for him and dutifully ate a piece of cake. The Marquise's daughter thought that the past could not be changed, and all that remained for them was to move on. She hoped that from this day on he would have pleasant memories that would warm him all his life. After the celebration, they headed into the city. Reynard constantly climbed out of the carriage window to look at everything around. Urina thought that the sight was quite ordinary, but she understood that most likely Ray was seeing this for the first time. In their world, autumn was already fully approaching, and many interesting places had lost their beauty. The little magician rushed all over the street and tried to hurry the others so that he could see the whole city. The maid noticed the boy's joyful mood, to which the girl told her that Betty had once reacted in the same way. The daughter of the Marquis asked the girl if she was able to get everything necessary for Ray, to which she received the answer that she had found an inkwell and a pen to match Mr. Reynard. Urina decided that since Betty had collected everything necessary for the boy, then she herself could give him her gift. Having caught up with him, she handed him a small package containing a brooch with a beautiful ruby. The magician carefully examined the gift, hearing out of the corner of his ear that the stone was shining in the same way as his eyes. After watching him hesitate, she snatched the brooch from his hands and began to attach it to his tailcoat. Everyone noticed that his gift suited Ray very well, but he did not hear anyone, but only continued to study the strange object. Admiring the brooch, the boy ran up to the maid and whispered something in her ear. Urina did not like that they were whispering in front of her. Satisfied, Betty and Reynard quickly hurried off without saying a word to anyone. The girl couldn't believe that they would just decide to go somewhere in front of her and not even say where. Sitting on the boxes, she tried to guess where the two had gone, leaving her alone with the night. The Marquis's daughter watched the life in full swing in the city, but mentally tried to understand when these two managed to become so close. Left alone, Urina Cartia's thoughts always returned to those situations when she was with the prince. Curtis saved her from assassins several times that fateful day, risking his own life in the process. She quickly realized that it was she who was being hunted, and not the crown prince. She had a strange feeling of déjà vu, but at the same time a bad feeling did not leave her. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knight running towards her, saying that she urgently needed to go to Mr. Reynard. A tall adult man held the boy by the head, asking him what family he was from. Concerned, Betty tried to get to him through the guards, but they crossed swords and did not let her through. Urina Cartia quickly found them, and at the sight of her, the guards sheathed their swords. The maid started babbling about how Ray hadn't done anything wrong. They were just going shopping. She knew that the man was the first to start picking on the boy because of his red eyes. The man pressed his fingers harder against the boy's cheeks, trying to force answers out of him. He once again loudly repeated his question, but the little magician did not answer him a word. The girl approached them, bowed, and said that she was looking after the boy and asked for forgiveness if he was rude to him. It seemed to her that the man decided that the boy was an ordinary commoner, since he walked only with a maid and without a knight. The terrible man let the child go, saying that Beatus was so close to him, but he missed him. Urina did not believe what her ears heard. How could this man know about what was written in the ancient book? Then she decided to examine the stranger. He was dressed like an aristocrat, and his hair had a reddish tint. Standing in front of her was none other than the Marquis de Fron, who, according to the original story, was the culprit of her death. This man sternly examined the children. Regret was visible in his eyes that he was not the first to find this boy. After a pause, the Marquis finally said that the boy was from the Cartia family. The man stepped towards Urina and asked her if she was the same daughter of the Marquis of Cartia, whom this young man protected so much. The girl was twisted by an incomprehensible feeling of fear emanating from the person standing opposite her. His daughter Lydia came out from behind the Marquis, whom he introduced, and added that they were the same age and should get along. Lydia Defron was the main character in the original plot of the novel, whom Carrion loved with all his heart. The blonde girl walked towards the standing children and asked them if they were hurt. Seeing a rival approaching them because of whom she could die, Urina extended her hand, preventing her from getting closer to Reynard. The boy did not understand what was happening around him and asked the little lady what she was doing. The girl knew that all her fears were groundless, since Carrion loved Lydia because she took care of him, but now Urina played this role. The boy silently took her hand, trying to calm his savior and preventing her from committing rash actions. Marquis d'Effron hid his daughter behind him and said that Cartia had always been famous for their swords. He continued that the d'Effrons had long followed the path of magic, and the Marquis was no exception. Looking at Ray, he said that if he wanted his talents to flourish properly, then he should choose the d'Effron family. Reynard bravely withstood the heavy gaze of the gloomy man. His words were not interesting to the boy. Marquis d'Effron waited a while and asked again if the little magician would like to join their family. Ray politely bowed to the man and apologized for not introducing himself earlier, because he did not recognize such a noble person. The boy continued that he was under the care of the Cartia family and was deeply grateful for the appreciation of his abilities, but he was happy with his current position. Having learned the child's name, the Marquis d'Effron seemed even more enraged. He roughly repeated his name. The man repeated and repeated the name, and then said that Reynard means hope in the ancient language, and asked who his parents were if they gave him a name in the ancient language. The little magician confidently answered that his parents were ordinary people, and they weren't the ones who called him that. Seeing the children holding hands, the Marquis assumed that the name for him was chosen by the daughter of the Marquis Cartia. He asked the girl how she knew the ancient language if she had no ability for magic. She replied that she had learned a few words, but the Marquis was clearly not satisfied with this answer, to which he turned around and said in parting that their family had received a valuable treasure. The Marquis continued by saying that they had great talent in their hands that they could never have dreamed of. Walking further and further, he concluded that perhaps it was great luck that the Cartia family had found the boy. The d'Effron family headed to their carriage, and all the knights followed them. From the stress she had experienced, Urina Cartia began to feel very sick. She leaned on the wall of the building to breathe a little. Betty wanted to run up to her, but the little lady asked them to stay where they were. Then the maid asked if everything was okay with her, but the girl did not hear her. The loud hum of her own heart was in her ears. She replayed this possibly fateful meeting with her killers in the future over and over again in her head. The girl could not stand the looks of others and rushed in search of a quiet place. Betty wanted to run after her, but the little magician stopped her and said that he would catch up with her himself. The maid sobbed and through her tears said that they could not be outside the mansion without being accompanied by a knight and servants. Ray asked her to come to their aid and approached them a little later than required. He needed to talk to Urina alone, and Betty obediently agreed with him. Thinking about the little lady, the maid said that they needed to return before dark. Meanwhile, the girl recalled the days when she first came into this world. Everything around was new. People, language, thinking, even the view was completely different. It took her a long time to get used to the name Urina, and finally, having gotten used to it, she began to forget her real name. Having left her past life behind, she began to have terrible dreams in which it was very cold. Memories became realistic sensations and enveloped her body. It seemed to her that she simply fell while running, and everything that was happening around was just a dream. The flow of her thoughts was interrupted by Reynard running after her, trying to stop her. He grabbed her hand and sharply turned her to face him to understand what had happened to her. The girl was confused and did not seem to hear his lectures that, if she ran like that, she would certainly fall. It began to rain in the city. The children took refuge under a canopy hanging over the front door of one of the houses. After a long silence, she finally told him to go back to Betty because it was his birthday. The boy did not know how to behave, and therefore nervously sat down next to her on the stairs. Looking at Urina, he noticed that he was shaking and asked her if she was cold. Reynard lied that he was hot and offered to cover her with his small tailcoat. Without raising her head, the Marquise's daughter told him that she was very scared and could not stand it. She said that she often dreams. Sometimes she doesn't dream anything, but she still remembers everything. The girl continued that she did not live the right life, but she was not a bad person either. She wanted one thing: to live on without all these strange incidents that had happened to her over the past year. Even if something bad happened, she continued to live as if nothing had happened. Bitter tears rolled down Brina's cheeks. She continued to say that she did not want to die, but wanted to live a simple, quiet life. Ray was bothered by Urina's words and thought that he often didn't understand much of what she said. According to the master, the daughter of the Marquis Cartia became interested in a certain legend, so she took the red-eyed child into her care without hesitation. He couldn't understand this because in his eyes, Urina had always been rational. She didn't look like a child who would act out after hearing baseless stories. The boy privately thought about the first words she said, in which she asked to save her, as if preparing for something. Ray had no idea what she was hiding or what she was trying so hard to prepare for. But seeing how hurt she was, he assured her that her fears would not come true. The little magician reminded her of the promise that he would always protect her. At their first meeting, they entered into an agreement. In exchange for her kindness, the little magician would have to protect her. Listening to him carefully, Urina told him to stop comforting her and that she was fine. Reynard did not let up and said that his magical abilities were already much better, which means he would definitely be able to protect her. He swore on his name to her that he would be on her side, even if the entire empire was against her. To seal his vow, the girl extended the little finger of her left hand to him, as she had once done as a child. She was indignant, saying that how was he going to swear on the name if she gave it, and asked him to swear on his fingers. Ray didn't know how to do it correctly, and with all his childish naivety, he wrapped his hand around her little finger. Urina was shocked by his action and loudly asked why he grabbed her finger. The boy blushed and sweated with excitement. He informed her that he did not know how to make such vows. Having shown how to do it, the daughter of the Marquis told him that now he had sworn to her and could not break the oath. Returning to the maid in the night, she thought that she would always remember the terrible dream. Betty was very worried about them, so when she saw them in the distance, she quickly got to the children near the night. In the arms of the maid, Urina believed that she had been given a second chance in which she could change her destiny. Soon they were about to return to the castle, but before that, Reynard stopped and called everyone to look at the beautiful sunset. Looking at the beauty, Ray thought that he wanted to become an adult as soon as possible, in order to be able to protect Urina Cardia no matter what. In the fall, night came quickly. Knowing this, the girl hurried everyone to return to the mansion. After everything that happened, the girl decided to meet with her father, who first of all asked her what happened. She answered him that something really had to happen for her to see her father. The daughter told him how great they had the first birthday of her ward. The celebration was overshadowed only by one unpleasant meeting with unexpected people. Urina told her father that she heard that the Cardia and Defron families never got along well with each other. The head of the family was a little puzzled by the question of his 11-year-old daughter, but the girl decided to make sure. He told her that the Defrong's official position was very different from their families. Marquis added that despite all the circumstances, their relationship is not that bad. His daughter did not believe his words and thought that he was hiding the truth from her because she was too young. All aristocrats are raised to be able to easily disguise their true feelings. But that day, the Marquis Defron expressed himself much more clearly. Urina reasoned that he was most likely careless because he saw her as a child. She thought that she was very fixated on the hated family, and judging by the words of her father, it was in vain. Marquis Carthia asked her if she saw Marquis Defron today when she was outside the mansion. The father was wary and asked if that person had done something bad to her, which is why she decided to ask about him. Sitting in a chair, the girl told him that their subject of discussion behaved as if he were Ray's patron. She was worried that even after learning that Reynard was under the supervision of the Cardia family, Marquis Defron still continued to stick to his line. Marquis Carthia told her that they had such a good day today, but she was probably very scared. He sat down on one knee and said exactly the words that his daughter needed so much, that she was now safe, because her father was nearby. Dad hugged her, and at that time Urina thought that although he cannot know about her problems, his kindness calms her down a little. Arriving in her room, she could not sleep for a long time and simply sat on the floor, pressed against the door. It seemed to her that she was falling into depression, although she was more tired physically, but her thoughts did not give rest. Even if Urina faced her trauma, she couldn't tell anyone about it, because no one would want to believe an absurd story. The frightening thought that by telling everyone about her problem, she will incur rejection from the people close to her. Rising from the floor, she sharply pulled the door towards her, behind which her charge stood. He got a little scared and screamed, but then asked how she knew he was standing there if he didn't even knock. She was still thinking about who would be the first to be upset by her real story. The image of an adult Ray popped up in her head. She was tormented by the question of how he would react if he found out that she was kind to him for a reason. Urina invited him in, and having asked the logical question of why he came to her at night, she received an equally logical answer, that only at this time could they be alone. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl asked him what he was going to do at night, and watched as he blushed. The boy nervously began to drink the cold tea that Betty had left a few hours earlier. The girl lay down, made herself more comfortable, Ray told her if she lay down on the chair too loosely. She was not embarrassed by the boy's complaint. She tactfully reminded him that he had taken off his clothes in front of her. Reynard watched his savior. She behaved differently than when she was surrounded by servants. The children immediately pronounced each other's names and were greatly surprised by this accident. Then they unanimously said that the other should speak first, which made them even more confused. Ray started first, asking if she was feeling well, and Urina recalled how he tried to cheer her up the whole way. She could not understand in any way which of them his concern relates to her personally or to the one he sees, which means Urina. The little magician said that their conversation could not get out of his head, and he wanted to ask a question about what happened. The girl asked him what he was interested in. Reynard never expected that she would agree to answer him. Her fingers went numb again from the slightest concern that he might understand something from her incoherent speeches. The boy was interested in the question of whether his name really translates as hope. Urina Cardia was not ready for such a question and froze for a while, thinking about the answer. In fact, Ray didn't want to ask her anything and just blurted out the first thing that came to mind. When they were in town, Betty told him that the Marquis of Carthia had told him to choose a birthday present for him. The little magician chose a gift not for himself, but for the one who was dearer to him than his own life. Many events prevented him from giving a gift in the city, and now he sat opposite her, trying to control himself. Listening to her explanation, he blushed a little because even his own parents gave him a name without putting anything into it. Reynard asked her why she gave him a name with such an interesting meaning. She was wondering why he was asking about this, to which she received the answer that he was just curious, but in his soul there was a fleeting hope that she considered him special. Urina Cartia boldly stated that he was truly her only hope. She went on about how he pinky promised her that he would protect her. At the end of the explanation, she added that special people need special names. Hearing the cherished words, Ray quickly took out the box with the gift from behind his back and handed it to Urina. The girl asked him what it was, and then he realized that he had simply pulled out the box without saying anything. Reynard barely uttered the word gift, and his savior immediately guessed that it was for him that he and Betty left then. He remembered that he wanted to open the red box and solemnly give her a gift. The Marquise's daughter coped with this task herself and took a neat red bracelet out of the box. Ray told her that he had long wanted to give her something, because all this time he was the only one who received gifts. The girl told him that it was his birthday today, so he was showered with gifts. Closing his eyes, the little magician loudly declared that he wanted to give it away much earlier. Urina quickly noticed that the bracelet was very similar in style to the brooch she had given him that afternoon. Bringing it to him, she showed him how similar they were, to which the boy stated that he had no intention of buying something like that. Noticing such a similarity, the daughter of the Marquis decided that these would be paired items to remind them of their friendship. She was pleased that they had the same taste and she happily thanked him. Reynard sweetly offered to help her put on the bracelet and received a positive response. He very painstakingly, trying not to hurt her once again, put the bracelet on her hand. As he pored over his task, his heart beat wildly, betraying his feelings. Finally, the job was done and they relaxed in their seats. Urina was the first to break the silence, asking why he didn't buy a gift for himself, since his birthday comes only once a year. The boy told her that this was exactly what he had wanted badly for quite some time. Ray thought that all he wanted was to make her as happy as possible, to see a smile on her face and always spend his birthdays with her. She once again thanked him heartily and said that the gift was very beautiful. Raising her hand with the gift up, the girl noticed that the stones of the bracelet were the color of Reynard's eyes. Winter came. Urina Cardia spent a lot of time near the fireplace, as she was constantly freezing. The boy noticed that she was cold because she had grown up so beautiful, and the girl thought that although he had become more aristocratic, he remained a boy at heart. Reynard noted that it was the first time he had seen a person who was so cold, because in the region where he was born, there was only light frost. He handed her a mug of hot tea, saying that if it got cold again, he would warm it up for her. At some point, the boy became so noble that he became indistinguishable from a real aristocrat. He began to do even small daily actions differently, and his magical skills have become much stronger, and soon he will have to go to the academy. But before that, a letter of acceptance must arrive. Ray stood at the window and loudly announced that beautiful and fluffy snow was falling outside the window. Urina Cardia only confirmed her words that it had become too cold. Winter came quickly, and the first snow fell, which meant they would soon have a brief farewell. They both felt devastated at the thought of facing a 7-year separation. One day, a professor from the academy came to them to interview the boy, but only after seeing him, he declared that with such talent, The child could even now go with him. The man called Reynard along to tell him in detail about the upcoming training. The academician was extremely delighted. It was the first time in 10 years of teaching that he had seen such talent. Urina and Betty were in the study room. The little lady was trying to pass the time by reading a book. The maid was very worried, but at the same time she was proud of the ward of the Cardia family, which is why she could not find a place for herself. The girl didn't listen to her at all, but looked at Reynard's textbook lying next to her. Betty asked if she needed to bring more cookies, to which she received a negative nod of her head. Then she hurried away to find something to do and get away from all her thoughts. Leaving a note in his textbooks, Urina sadly looked at the snow falling outside the window. She couldn't believe that time had flown by so quickly. During this time, they had many fond memories. The girl recalled that not so long ago, she had to teach him etiquette, and now he entered the academy without entrance exams. Ray returned quickly enough and invited her to go outside for a short walk. The Marquess's daughter kindly agreed to keep him company because she knew that they would soon have to part. The children dressed warmly and went out into the yard. It was really bitterly cold outside. Urina's nose turned red from the cold, as the attentive Reynard informed her about. She playfully noted that she most likely looked like Rudolph, explaining that that was the name of the red-nosed reindeer. The boy approached her and touched her face with his palm, asking where she had seen such a deer. The girl's cheeks felt warm and she decided to raise her eyes to look at Ray. The little magician noticed that there are things in the world that are much more important than magic. Sitting down next to her, Reynard said that when he was at the shelter, as soon as it snowed, they immediately rushed to play snowballs or build a snowman. He went on to say that all the days were the same, but when it snowed, all the children were happy. Not all snow days were special. The shelter also had its good and bad days. The magician created a beautiful snowflake using magic and asked Urina if she had the same, to which she nodded her head in agreement. Ray told her that now he too began to hate winter, and especially snowy days. The boy believed that all the changes in him occurred thanks to his savior. He said that the reason he was able to live in the warmth and study magic was because she chose him. The girl knew that if she had acted differently, fate would still have brought them together, but as enemies. Reynard had no idea that he was to be taken from the orphanage by the Marquis de Fron, who would eventually order the execution of Urina Cartia. Watching the slowly falling snow, Ray suddenly asked if he shouldn't go to the academy. The Marquise's daughter did not immediately understand what was being said. She had just returned from her thoughts. A professor from the academy informed the boy that students could not leave the educational institution until graduation. She couldn't look him in the eyes because she knew very well what sacrifices they would have to make. If he hadn't been so dear to Urina, she would never have sent him there, but instead said that the academy was the best option for him. The blushing boy reminded her that he promised to protect her and he did not need any academies. He said that he was with her because he once trusted her, and now it seemed to him that she was leaving him. The children sat for a long time, without saying anything to each other, trying to calm their emotions. Urina decided that Reynard should go to training, where he would not be able to see Marquis de Fron, and where he would learn much more than her family could offer. The girl asked him if he just wanted to stay to train with Dave. She knew that even after meeting Lydia, he would not fall in love with her, and now she wanted to trust him completely. Reynard said that he had long wanted to ask her about what he heard, that she chose him by his eye color because of a story she heard. At first, he thought that the Marquise's daughter started sponsoring him out of curiosity, but he clearly remembered that at that moment, she was happy. Of course, she was glad that she had found her future killer and was able to change her fate. The boy assumed that she knew that she would have to meet him one day. Urina Cartia did not know whether she could trust him with her secret, whether he would believe her or stop considering her a friend. The girl explained to him that she was really looking for him and no one else, but how she knew this, she could not say. She touched his face with her palm. Ray took her palm to feel her touch even more. He tried to warm her cold hands by gently blowing on them. Gathering her courage, the Marquise's daughter told him that there was a reason why she was sending him to the academy, but he should not think about it. Pressing himself into her palm, Ray told her that he would go to the academy because that's what she wanted. He humbly added that he would always do whatever she asked him to do. Urina thanked Reynard. The children hugged, realizing that spring would soon come and the boy would have to leave. Spring did not take long to arrive. With the first spring breeze, Ray set off for the kingdom of Krone. For the first time in a year, the girl was left completely alone. She felt a huge emptiness inside herself. Before leaving, the little magician gave her a note in which he wrote in clumsy handwriting that he would return soon. Meanwhile, the boy was sitting in the carriage and looking at his brooch, which Urina gave him. Seeing him off, the girl became completely cold, and Reynard asked her to return to the warm mansion. Having learned that the Marquis's daughter knew about the long separation, he felt betrayal on her part. However, remembering how she stood and froze just to stay with him longer, the boy realized that he was wrong. Arriving at the academy, Day took the boy to his new room, which was even better than the one he lived in with the Cardia family. Reynard saw that many students lived two to a room, to which the master told him that he was considered a special student. The boy was not too happy about being given special privileges just because he was on welfare. Having sorted out his things, the little magician began to think about what he should do now, because Urina Cartia was no longer next to him. Dave asked Ray if he was hungry and offered to have lunch with Professor Hudson. Tired from the road, the child preferred to go to bed early and politely refused the mentor's offer. The guy patted him on the head and was about to go about his business, leaving him alone with himself. Before leaving, Dave handed over a magical item that allowed them to quickly communicate. Anticipating the boy's question, the mentor told him that the object could not be used to contact the Empire. Disappointed, Reynard thanked the master for the gift and went to bed. Dave recommended that he get a good rest before the upcoming training. Collapsed on his new bed, the little magician thought that he had 7 years of continuous study and the same routine every day. He missed Urina a lot, and hoped that his busy schedule would give him the opportunity to feel better. Evening came when the daughter of the Marquis Cartia decided to return to the study room. The restless maid followed her around and asked what she was doing. The little lady asked whether the study room had been cleaned or not yet, to which she heard that the room had been cleaned a long time ago. Betty paused and said that all of Mr. Reynard's things were in their places. The girl offered to bring her hot milk so that the girl would fall asleep easier. Urina told the maid that she would feel better when summer came, and her brothers returned from the academy. It was unbearably quiet in the mansion, but even more unbearable was the anticipation of a new meeting. Thinking about him, the girl wished that at least for him, time would fly by. The next day, Ray went to inspect the new school, where he was caught by a small, chubby boy. He was delighted by Reynard's red eyes, but the boy already knew how to stand up for himself. The little magician began to get annoyed by his new acquaintance, and he, in turn, apologized and finally introduced himself. His name was Aiden Tessia, and he came from a distant estate in the southern part of the Empire. The new friend always tried to spend time with Ray, which the boy did not like at all. Aiden always talked a lot and could sometimes tell the same stories several times. This is how the first few days they knew each other passed, and the little magician began to get tired of it. Seeing it for the first time, Aiden could not contain his delight, calling the red eyes incredible. His words were heard, and Reynard stopped to talk to the annoying child. He told him that he himself knew very well that his eyes were unusual. The ward of the Cardia family, having lived in the mansion, forgot that other people could treat him with evil. The chubby boy told him that he didn't mean anything like that, but was just surprised that he met a freshman his age. The child assured him that although he had unusual eyes, since he came from a rural area, he was most attracted to Ray's white hair and fair skin. The boy ended up seeing for the first time a man as handsome as Reynard. Since he was a guy, he couldn't just go and tell another guy that he thought he was handsome. The little magician introduced himself, and his new acquaintance attacked him with questions. Ray tried to break away from the annoying boy, but he grabbed his hand and was not going to let go. Aiden decided that their meeting was destined by fate and invited the boy to go to lunch together. The child's neighbor had not arrived yet, and he didn't want to go to the dining room alone, so he invited a new acquaintance with him. Reynard told him that he would not have a neighbor, to which the boy decided to inquire about his status. Ray was not going to tell a simple acquaintance about all the details of his admission, but the boy did not back down and invited him to tell him about his admission in exchange. The little magician was pretty tired of everything, and he put his finger forward and touched Aiden's lips so that he would stop talking. Reynard loomed over him and ominously told him that his patron was from the Zenosian Empire and he could not know him. The child continued to ask questions about who he came with, and in response he heard about Professor Hudson. Aiden Tessia did not stop talking for a minute and even managed to get along with his new friend. Even while dining in the cafeteria, his mouth was constantly saying something, and what exactly Ray stopped understanding after the second day spent with him. Returning to his room, Reynard was finally left in silence, which he was incredibly happy about. His new acquaintance was the son of a baron, which meant he was an aristocrat, even though he owned more chickens and cows than people. In the first days, Aiden told him everything about his family and coming to the academy, and then repeated it several more times. Ray looked at the gift from Urina and remembered that very farewell snowy evening. His eyes filled with tears, but he forbade himself to show even the slightest weakness. All day, he didn't remember anything that could upset him, because Aiden occupied him, but being left alone, he felt a rush of emotions. Hugging the pillow, the boy wondered if Urina had forgotten him or still remembered him. Someone knocked quietly on the door of his room. The little magician turned around at the sound, not understanding who could come so late. Opening the door, he saw a new acquaintance standing upright in his pajamas and holding a pillow in his hands. Aiden asked if he had woken up Reynard, to which he received a negative answer. Ray, like a neighbor, wanted to know what brought the child to him, to which he heard that he wanted to spend the night with a new friend. A neighbor was sleeping in Aiden's room, snoring from fatigue, and the boy could not sleep because of him. The little magician remembered how he once came to Urina at night because he couldn't sleep. The newcomer noticed that the owner of the room's eyes were a little red, and he asked if Ray had been crying. Reynard allowed him to spend the night, but only one night, and then never try again. The guys went to bed, and Aiden started chatting non-stop, asking Ray about different things. The child cheerfully said that he had heard rumors about the red eyes of his new friend. The whole world turned upside down from these words. Ray didn't show it, but it bothered him. The boy began to worry that rumors about his peculiarity might spread around the academy. It frightened him that there was a possibility that he would be treated exactly the same as he had once been treated in the orphanage. The people in the orphanage were very cruel to him. They were constantly afraid that the boy was cursed, and this curse could affect their destinies. Having lived with the Cardia family for 6 months, Ray became so accustomed to the fact that next to him was the person who could protect him from all the hardships of this world. Aiden told him that many at the academy consider his red eyes to be a blessing from the goddess. Reynard asked where he heard this, to which he received the answer that his other neighbor told him, and his father, who was a respected magician, told him. The boy in the pajamas concluded that Ray must have incredible strength because of her red eyes. The little magician sat down on the bed, listening to the story about how people like him are called in one word. Ray remembered very well that Urina had once called him Beatus, a word she had seen in an ancient book. The new friend was not at all frightened by his peculiarity, but on the contrary, he began to admire him even more. Aiden happily approached him and asked if he could consider himself the first friend of such an incredible magician. Besides Urina, Ray did not consider anyone his friend. No one around him approached him first or showed concern for him. The boy did not think that after several days of dating he could call anyone his friend. Aiden kept asking whether he was right about being his first friend at the academy. Reynard considered Urina his only and first friend and no one else, as he told his guest. Then the child was not at a loss and invited him to become his second good friend. Ray was a little confused about what it was like to be a second friend, to which the boy in pajamas explained to him that, of course, it was a pity that he was not the first, but he was ready to be the second. Aiden smiled cheerfully and showed his friend 2 fingers of his hand, as if confirming that he really didn't mind. Then Reynard asked a question about how one can divide friends into first and second. In his opinion, there should be no division, but only simple friendship. That is, if you are friends, then you do not need to determine whether you are first or second. The two of you are just friends. Aiden was very happy to hear such a statement, and was incredibly glad that Ray finally accepted him as a friend. After a hard day, the child quickly fell asleep, but the little magician could not sleep at all. He remembered that day when all he wanted was for Urina to continue listening to his lesson with him. What he didn't realize that evening was that she was doing a lot of work to convince everyone that the boy's peculiarity was the blessing of the goddess. While at the academy and learning that many no longer considered him a demon, he was incredibly grateful to her. Before going to bed, the little magician promised himself that he would do everything possible to become an incredible wizard and return to his savior. Some time passed before Ray received his first letter from the Empire. In it, Urina wrote that a month had already passed since he left, and when he read this letter, he would already be enrolled in the academy. The professor and Dave stood a little further away, watching the students read their letters. The academician said that such a talent as Reynard is very rare, and he is grateful that the Cardia family sent him to them. Ray finished reading a letter from the Empire, in which Urina talked about how far the Empire and the kingdom were from each other. Dave confirmed the academician's words and added that studying at the academy would be a good development for the little magician. Professor Hudson suggested that soon the entire empire would be engulfed in chaos. He was afraid that the boy could become the one who would stir up the entire continent. In a letter to Ray, she wrote that spring came unexpectedly. The wind became warmer every day. In the spring, it was Urina's birthday, and since the children could not be around on this day, she decided that the bracelet would be his gift for her holiday. She ended her letter by letting him know that his absence was too much for her to bear. But she thought time was passing quickly enough. Many years passed, the children grew up, and they never forgot to write letters to each other. Urina became prettier, more feminine. Not a day passed when she did not remember her childhood friend. Sitting in the courtyard, she saw a maid bring her a cool drink to drink. Betty was interested in the letter in the girl's hands. She asked if it had come from Mr. Renard, to which she received an affirmative answer. They both missed the times when young Ray showed up at the Cardia family mansion. A light breeze blew over them, as if saying that their dream of meeting would soon come true. A lot of time has passed since Reynard entered the academy. The seasons have changed countless times. But at some point, even the completely empty mansion was filled with warmth. After the boy left, Urina was ready for any unforeseen circumstances, but all this time, Marquis d'Effron did not take any radical actions. Through letters from her ward and Dave, she tried to understand the situation in which they were. From the messages, she understood that things were quite calm in the Crown Kingdom. Recently, the power struggle within the country had intensified, and in some places there was anxiety in the air, and in such a situation the future heir to the throne decided to hold a ceremony in honor of his coming of age. Urina Cartia, as expected, received a personal invitation to the celebration, but politely refused it. She decided that she shouldn't get involved with Curtis, but nevertheless, even if she didn't know the original plot, the girl would still refuse. The daughter of the Marquis believed that given the situation in the country, she should not have gotten involved with people who were directly related to the authorities. In order to ensure that the Crown Prince would no longer try to find her, she decided to go to another mansion under the pretext of illness. Curtis could not leave state affairs and therefore would not have gone after her under any circumstances. Arriving at the trading city, the girl was delighted with how huge it was and how many people there were in it. No one noticed her. Everyone was busy preparing for the upcoming festival. People did not care that she was accompanied by servants. She decided that she had not communicated with Dave for a long time. All the news that she knew about him was written by Ray. Urina watched as many stalls were loaded with new products. The market was in full swing due to the upcoming arrival of the imperial family. A ceremony was soon to take place in honor of the Crown Prince's coming of age. The trading city was on the outskirts of the empire. If they decided to bring the ceremony to the capital, no one would even pay attention to this city. Next to the girl, the movers were carrying a box of apples. One of them stumbled out of the blue, and one of the apples flew straight into Urina's head. She was saved by Curtis Xenocius, who happened to be passing by, who gently pressed her to himself, and the apple did not hit her. The mature guy noticed that the girl was careless as always and got into trouble again. The daughter of the Marquis did not expect to meet the Crown Prince of the Empire at the market, who also happened to be nearby at the right moment. It turned out that the future king had read her letter, which said that she was unwell and went to visit her. Seeing her, he calmed down, realizing that she looked healthy enough to walk around the market. From behind, someone threw a white robe over the prince, saying that if he continued to walk around like this, he would seem to be the center of attention. Curtis turned around with displeasure and said that he had been as careful as possible in his actions. The guy who put on the robe turned out to be Dave, as if he had heard her desire to meet. Urina was stunned by such a meeting, and the master calmly greeted her. Looking at him, the girl could not say a word, which seriously embarrassed Dave. She did not understand at all in which reality she could meet these two at the market in the trading city. Trying to control herself, she mentally tried to understand how the Crown Prince and the master from the Cardia family could end up together. Dave said that if they continued to stand there, they would interfere with other merchants. Urina wanted to know the details of how these two ended up together on the outskirts of the empire. Curtis said that apparently they had a lot to discuss, but unlike them, he would be in a difficult position if all the attention was focused on him. Leaning toward her, the Crown Prince added that that night was the opening of a festival where he would stand out less. Putting his hat on her, he ended by saying that if she wanted to chat, they would meet her at night. The two young men quickly disappeared into the crowd at the bazaar. The girl did not try to catch up with them. Returning to the mansion, Urina Cartia asked Betty where her brothers were now. The maid was worried and asked if everything was okay, to which she heard the answer that she just wanted to ask them something. Finding Justin in his office, she asked him if he knew that the Crown Prince had visited their estate. The elder brother told her that this event was talked about in front of everyone, and of course he was aware of it. Then the girl asked a logical question about whether the Cardia family needed to remain silent about such news, to which the guy answered her that this was exactly what the imperial family asked for. His Highness the Crown Prince, on the occasion of the coming-of-age ceremony, said that he would tour the main cities of the empire. This was the first time such an incident had occurred. In this way, the future king was going to get to know the life of the people better and forbade all aristocrats to greet him or address him. Justin added that all the places that the imperial family decided to visit were approved long ago. Returning to her chambers, she fumed that she was the only one who had no idea that the future emperor was coming. Curtis Xenocian is the eldest son of the monarch, born to the current emperor and empress Eileen, who was also a princess of the kingdom of Krone. His mother had no political base in the empire because she was a princess of another kingdom, so she was overshadowed by the royal court until her death. After the death of his wife, the emperor married Queen Genessa, who was the only daughter of one of the 4 princes of the empire, and 3 years later she gave birth to his second crown prince, Philip, who received enormous support from the dukes among her supporters. Curtis, from childhood, grew up fighting an unequal battle for power. Thanks to this, he became the one obsessed with power, and for the same reason in the original novel, he abandoned Urina. He chose Lydia because of the existence of Carrion, who was ready to do anything for his beloved. The girl believed that it was still very far from the moment when the name of Reynard would become famous in the kingdom and empire. At present, only she knew this information, that the problem of Reynard's alliance with Lydia and the problem of Curtis's connection with Reynard were different things, but in the end, they faced the same fate. She reasoned that she should avoid the crown prince as well as the Marchioness of Defron. Urina Cartia decided that the connection between the future emperor and her ward could happen without her participation, for example, through their mutual friend Dave. The girl was afraid that if the prince found out that a talented magician was studying at the Royal Academy, he would try with all his might to get him. To understand the situation in more detail, the Marquise's daughter decided to meet with her mentor and went to the opening of the festival. Of course, her brothers did not know that she would go alone into the city at night. Her thoughts were interrupted by a man who, with a sharp movement, pulled off her hood. This man turned out to be the crown prince of the empire, who told her that as the daughter of an aristocrat, she could move around quite well without security. At night, the future emperor did not try to hide his identity and walked around in loose, simple clothes. The girl glanced at him, noticing that he would have problems if he stood out too much. Urina began to mutter something, trying to find Dave nearby, but Curtis told her that he had come alone. He asked her a question about whether he told her that he would come with a mentor. The daughter of the Marquis put on festive cat ears, which were kind to her and the future emperor. It seemed to her that before the young man was much colder. All the time he behaved like an underwater snake. She decided that the heir to the throne was much softer, which he carefully tried to hide. Walking with him, she was very tired, and in her head she was thinking through a plan on how she could sneak away to talk to Dave. The young people could not come up with a topic for dialogue. They would not have had a nice conversation because of his status. She wondered why Curtis was in close contact with Reynard's mentor. Noticing that his companion was not saying anything at all, the guy warily began to examine her. He decided to break up the awkward silence by saying that it seemed to him that he had once been here because he often walked through the market. But the place was huge. The girl said that she knew that he was visiting the main cities on the occasion of a ceremony in honor of his coming of age. She added that it did not appear that he was making official visits because he wanted to see the lives of its citizens. A little worried, Urina noticed that it was dangerous to wander alone among the trading city. The guy told her that if he didn't do this now, he would never be able to walk freely down the street again. In the future, more people will look at him, and he will have much more responsibility, even for those who find fault with his every action. He added that this was his last chance to have fun without worrying about government affairs. Curtis Xenocian said that if any problems arise in the process, it will be his fate and he will have to accept it. Urina noted that the future emperor should not say such irresponsible things. She said she didn't think there was a need to be a pessimist just because of her cruel fate. When she reached a large tree, the girl told him that she was still worried about her safety. A girl tried to climb a tree to get a balloon stuck there. The friend standing on the ground shouted at her to wait until one of the adults came. Urina quietly said that they would have problems if people came to hear the girl's screams. The future emperor took off his cape and gave it to the girl for her to hold. He looked at his companion and said that he would quickly help and return to her. The guy climbed the tree, and the first thing he did was lower a little girl sitting on a branch. Then he thought of a plan for how he could carefully get the ball without falling off the branch. Curtis did everything carefully and came down contentedly with a balloon in his hands. The children unanimously thanked him and happily ran back to the opening of the festival. The Marquise's daughter was outraged that he was doing such a reckless thing with his life. She scolded him like a small child, trying to convey that he could have fallen and gotten hurt. Noticing her angry speeches, the Crown Prince asked her if she was angry with him. The girl noticed that it was already quite late and it was time for them to go home. Curtis said that he wanted to apologize for his selfishness and give her a final gift. He led her deep into the forest, where the river flowed. Having reached the right place, Urina saw that multicolored lights were hanging on the tree branches. The lanterns reflected with a beautiful shine in the water, creating a feeling of something magical. The Marquise's daughter told him that nostalgia had washed over her, and he asked her if she was bored. He kept asking her that if she was bored, that meant she had seen it somewhere. His last question got her thinking. He asked if it was possible to miss something even if you haven't seen or experienced it. Every time he met her, he felt nostalgic. But at the same time, they were not so familiar, and there was no confirmation of this, only a constant feeling of longing. It seemed to him that they had seen her for a very long time, but that was not true. The Crown Prince told her that every night he had a dream in which the same thing happened. In this dream, he was happy, and when he woke up, there was only an inexplicable melancholy. One day, the dream stopped, and after that, he met Urina Cartia when she was attacked. The future emperor began to dream the dream every day again, but something changed in him. Now she appeared in a dream, loving him, but Curtis was extremely cold towards her. Afterwards, he never had dreams. He was left alone with meaningless feelings. From that very moment, he wanted to meet her. It seemed to him that this way he could get rid of the melancholy and emotion that he experienced when meeting her. The girl replied that if she were the person from the dream, and if someone of a similar disposition wanted to meet her, she would not be happy about it. She added that although she can change the future, she cannot influence the past in any way. This is called fate. But he agreed with her that if he met such a person, he would speak the same way as she did. The Crown Prince said that, come to think of it, she came to talk to Lord Kest. The girl replied that she would not mind talking to him, but Curtis wanted to ask her something before that. He asked her if she came because she didn't want Dave to deal with him. The guy told her not to misunderstand him, but she had nothing to worry about since it was nothing more than a personal relationship. Urina said that he meant that she didn't have to worry about anything because no one would know about it. She added that if they know the same Lord Kest, then he really is not a mercantile person. The future emperor noticed that it seemed to him that she wanted to say a lot. He went on to say that the nobility was full of people who were on his side, but also those who were against him. He needed sincere people to lead the right policy, but the longer he was alone, the more cold-blooded he became, and each time it was more difficult for him to understand people, and Lord Kest communicated with him out of friendly motives. Curtis assured her that at the moment he had more important things to do than communicate with a friendly lord. The future emperor shocked her by thinking that she found it difficult to believe what he was saying. She actually found it difficult to understand him. The Marquise's daughter answered him that she had no reason to believe that the heir to the throne could not have friends, because at the same time he could afford to walk alone through the streets at night, and also help small children get balls from the tree. After a night walk, Urina really got sick and lay in bed for several days. Due to the fact that she was extremely tense that day, it was difficult for her to leave and return home. She continued to watch the prince and was nervous, and therefore now lay in bed endlessly. Lying in bed, she recalled their dialogue. In particular, she tried to recreate the story of his dream. At that moment, she did not listen to him because of her tension, and her answer consisted of the words that she had heard earlier. Every morning a maid came into her room and brought her a hot drink to make her mistress feel better. Betty asked about her well-being and politely handed her a drink. The girl apologized for causing trouble. Hearing a noise outside the door, the Marquis's daughter asked who was behind her, and the maid told her that the master had come, but said that he would leave soon. Urina immediately jumped out of bed and loudly opened the front doors in order to have time to see Dave. The guy greeted her, said that he heard that she was not feeling well, and asked if she was okay, to which he received the answer that she was absolutely fine. The girl asked to spend a little time with her because she had a lot of questions for him. She remembered last night, when the future emperor took her to the mansion, she thanked him. Curtis complained that the empire was huge, and it took a lot of time to travel around even the main cities. He did not think that he would spend so much on the coming-of-age ceremony. He added that he was thinking too much about the stupid dream because he was worried that it might come true someday. On the path of life, all people make friends, and when this happens, they are faced with a difficult choice: to listen to their reason or trust their feelings. And the Crown Prince was worried about the fear of loss if his choice turned out to be wrong. Returning to reality, she was already sitting and piercing her interlocutor opposite with her gaze. The girl asked the master why he was so anxious, as if he had done something. Without waiting for an answer, she asked a completely different question: what connects him with the Crown Prince? Dave was shocked by the questions, and the Marquise's daughter added that he should not be afraid to tell, because they had seen him yesterday. Only she was going to the master. Crossing her arms over her chest, she said what she wanted, and it was personal, but the information was very important to her. Dave gathered his thoughts and told her that he was just friends with the future emperor, without any intentions. He saw how lonely the guy was as a child and sought to help him briefly relieve the burden of responsibility. When Dave and Curtis found an opportunity to spend time together, the exchange of a few phrases became the basis for the development of the relationship. The guy admitted that his trick was always being watched, so he thought that he shouldn't get too attached. But seeing how the always indifferent face lit up with a smile, he couldn't push him away. After listening to him, Urina could not find words and simply hugged him to respond to the sincerity of the master. He sighed sadly, saying that that was their last meeting. Even now there were many people looking at the Crown Prince, but as he grew older, things would become more serious, and he decided that it would be better to stop meeting by the end of the coming-of-age ceremony. Therefore, while walking through the bazaar, they decided to take the chance and spend time together. Leaning on her hand, the girl told him about how the Crown Prince got the children a balloon from the tree. They agreed that they both believed that the Crown Prince should not agree to such adventures. The Marquise's daughter noticed that Dave had a very caring character, to which he told her that it was for this reason that he did not engage in politics. Urina Cardia suggested that the future king simply left his friend in the past. Leaning back on the sofa, the girl said that she was worried about the master since she knew him only from one side, so she wanted to meet and figure it out. She worked herself up so much that she fell ill from overwork, but fortunately nothing serious. Dave apologized for causing so much trouble to her peace of mind. Before leaving, she asked him to look at Betty because she was worried that the atmosphere between them was not good. The girl returned to her room, sat down on the bed, and tiredly looked out the window through which the sun's rays were breaking through. Her thoughts returned again to that evening, when she told the future emperor that he did not need to think and draw conclusions for everyone if their relationship with Dave was truly valuable. The Marquise's daughter added that when making a decision alone, even a good deed risks going awry. They seemed to return to the original plot, and she touched his cheek with her hand. Smiling, the girl said that if possible, let them make a joint decision. But in reality, she added that these were valuable words and he should not forget them. Curtis said that if she didn't want to get involved, she didn't have to say anything. But when they make that kind of facial expression in front of him, he can't look away. Looking out the window, she remembered her last words spoken that day, that she did not console him, but hoped that her words would help him find answers. She sat on her bed for a long time, trying to curb her restless thoughts. At the other end of the empire, Marquis de Fron told his servant that he understood everything and advised him to be more careful in the future. His daughter walked quietly around the room, trying not to scare her father, but to make sure he knew she was in the room. The girl happily announced that she would go to a banquet in honor of her father's birthday and even tried to prepare a cake for him. The Marquis did not appreciate his daughter's efforts and rudely said that she was always talking nonsense. He brought her to tears, saying that if she had time for such nonsense, then it was worth doing what he entrusted to her. On that day, when snow-white snow was falling, Angela had an accident. Her eyes became blurred, her voice was hoarse. She believed that that winter made it so that the people she loved were not around her. A happy second life has become more important than even the biggest money, even though it was based on an existing novel. Her secret, which she could not share with anyone, was oppressive with its burden. Everything around her inevitably changed, but all she wanted was for her ray of hope, whose name was Ray, to be next to her. Winter has come again. The maidservant noticed that much more snow had fallen in the city than usual. Lilia Defron flashed past Urina and Betty, whom the girls did not immediately notice. The girl was dressed in a warm coat and a cute little beret in blue tones. Seeing that her mistress was looking into the distance, the maid asked her what had happened. A lot of time has passed since she saw Dave. After the coming-of-age ceremony, there was stagnation in high society. Returning to the mansion in the carriage, the girl asked the maid about Ray's birthday next year. She also added that she would like to go to the Crown Kingdom to meet her friend in person. But Yurina was not entirely sure that it was a good idea to travel so far outside the estate before she came of age. Betty thought it was a good idea to visit Reynard after a long separation. Her mistress was worried that her visit might interfere with his studies, but the maid assured her that everything would be fine. It seemed to Betty that the talented magician would be very glad to see them again after such a long separation. The girl decided that as soon as they returned to the mansion, she would immediately go talk to her father. At the academy, one of Ray's classmates asked Aiden to give him a letter for him, because the guy would not accept anything unless his friend gave him the package. The guy from the southern outskirts of the empire also grew a lot during this time. He answered the girl that Reynard did not even listen to him. A classmate was very frightened by such a statement, but Aiden quickly calmed her down, promising to deliver the letter. Approaching his friend's bedroom, he knocked loudly on the door and asked permission to enter. Entering the room, he said that he had brought something interesting for a talented magician. Ray could not stand the pause, was impatient, asked him to immediately tell him what he had brought, to which he received the answer that he had been given a letter. Handing him a letter, the guy noticed that Yurina Cartia had left her lover at the academy. When the letter reached Rhea, the daughter of the Marquis of Carthia was already heading towards the kingdom of Krone. She recalled how one snowy evening, when they were still children, they made a snowman. Little Max said that day, no matter how many more lives he had, in each of them he would be next to her. The girl also remembered that evening when, together with the Emperor, she looked at the beautiful reflection of the lanterns in the water. Reynard once told her, repeating her words, that he was her ray of hope, her protection. Now, the mature daughter of the Marquise was heading to a long-awaited meeting. Before there was a knock on Ray's room, he was sitting in a chair, reading a book. But his thoughts were directed to his childhood, namely to the time he spent with Yurina. The guy wondered how much she had grown, but he knew for sure that she was still just as beautiful and just as dazzling. He looked out the window, trying not to think about the thoughts that hurt him, and realized that he missed him a lot. The talented magician heard a knock on his door. He was not expecting any guests, so he was caught by surprise. He snatched the letter from Aiden's hands and rudely said that he did not need to know about his interlocutor. The barb did not offend his friend at all. He thought that even if he grumbles, his heart trembles. As Aiden watched the owner of the bedroom read the address on the envelope, he noticed that his friend's face became happier with each line. The guy was immensely offended, which he told Ray, to which the talented magician remarked that he asked to call him Reynard. The red-eyed guy did not like it when anyone other than her pronounced his name in a diminutive form. There was only one person in this world who could call him that, and that person actually gave him that name. He kicked Aiden out of the room, loudly slamming the door and saying that he had urgent business. Sitting down at his desk, Ray turned over the envelope in his hands, which contained a letter from his girlfriend. In the envelope, he found a beautiful orange flower. Although spring had come, there were few flowers blooming. Inhaling the aroma, the guy knew that Yurina Cartia loved the smell of these flowers immensely. The letter said that his girlfriend was now traveling towards the kingdom of Krone, and most likely when he received this letter, she would have already crossed the border. The indignant Aiden was still standing at the door and did not understand why his friend allowed me to call him in a friendly way. Suddenly, the door opened sharply, and an excited magician ran out of it, not noticing anyone around. Ray ran as fast as he could. By his calculations, the girl should have arrived by now. Yurina, sitting in the carriage, showed Betty how much she had developed her magical abilities. Dave, who was accompanying her, said that it was all because they were approaching the kingdom of Krone, which is famous for its abundance of mana. The girl thought that it would be great if she was initially born with a talent for magic. After Ray left the Empire 5 years ago, it became important for her to be prepared for various changes. Therefore, she began to study self-defense magic, but her problem was her almost non-existent talent. In this world, in order to master magic, a person must have 3 things: talent for magic from birth, get along with mana, and maintain the balance of mana in the body. Yurina was good with mana, but due to the fact that she had very little of it, she could only use the simplest one, which did not take up a large amount of mana. The whole trio was a little worried before the long-awaited meeting, but the guy tried to calm everyone down, saying that their ward remained the same. He smiled sweetly at them and added that his student should look better than anyone else. Arriving in the city, the girl fell exhausted onto the bed. Betty's whole body also ached. The maid asked. She was curious how much the little boy had grown. She said that when Sir Reynard left them, he was very little and must have changed greatly. Urena tried to imagine the image of a grown-up boy. He was about to turn 18. She imagined him very tall and with incredibly broad shoulders, but still with the same childish face. Someone knocked on their door, and the girl ordered the maid to see who came to them. She herself lay relaxed on the pillow and closed her eyes, waiting for Dave to come to them. She was alarmed by the wild cry of the maid, who was trying to find out from the stranger why he had come to them. Rising from the bed, the Marquise's daughter could still hear Betty trying to keep the intruder out. The young man in the hood did not pay attention to her and moved towards Urena. Noticing this, she loudly told him that he should not approach her if he did not want to get himself into trouble. She added that if he took another step, she would use self-defense magic. The guy took off his hood, looked at the Marquis's daughter, and saw mixed feelings in her eyes. Ray greeted her, watching as she slowly came out of her shock. Coming closer, her ward hugged the girl and quietly said that he missed her very much. He bowed his head so that she could hear his breathing and pressed her even tighter to him. She couldn't believe that standing in front of her was the same baby she had once saved from the orphanage. Urena felt the same warmth that she had not felt for 5 years, and said that she also missed him a lot. After the long-awaited meeting, they went for a walk, sitting in the carriage, Reynard constantly looking at his girlfriend. He could not restrain his emotions. He constantly smiled, glowed with happiness, looked at her from head to toe. She felt a little uncomfortable, from so much attention to her person. In her head, she understood that little Ray and the young man who was sitting next to her were one and the same person. But in her heart, she could not accept the fact that from a little kitten he had turned into a mighty lion. Reynard grew up so much that no matter his age, everyone would admire his beauty. There was a rumor among the people that all wizards were weak and often got sick, but the guy radiated health. Realizing that she had begun to think about his body, the girl abruptly looked away, to which Ray asked her what was wrong with her. He pressed himself closer and closer to her, and Urena was worried that he did not feel a certain awkwardness. Finally, the Marquis's daughter found herself pressed against the side wall of the small carriage. His savior loudly asked him to stop joking and move a little away from her. She was very ashamed, and she tried to quickly find a new topic for conversation. The guy complied with her request, moved away a little, but did not stop admiring her beauty. Urena decided to ask him how he found them, and how he even ended up nearby, because he had lessons at the academy. Reynard replied that the weather was beautiful outside, and he wanted to take a short walk. She thought that he was the same as in childhood. If he found it unpleasant to talk about something, he immediately changed the topic. The girl added that it was certainly not the academy that sent him for a walk and admire the beauty of nature. She reminded him that in his letters he wrote that he studied hard and got good grades. Was it all a lie? Urena looked at him sternly, squeezed his hand, and asked him why he had not attended classes for a long time. Ray quietly said through clenched teeth that he did not allow himself to miss classes at the educational institution. The Marquise's daughter decided that he was lying to her, but the talented magician assured her that today's incident was the first time. He hugged her, and in a gentle voice asked her to forgive him, citing the fact that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy added that even when Aiden invited him to go for a walk, he always refused. When he saw her a few hours earlier, he felt like he was back in his childhood again. From an early age, when Ray was hard or scared, he would hug her and hide his face on his shoulder. He was like a little kitten eagerly craving love, and every time she calmed him down, but not this time. The girl pushed the guy away from her, because opposite them in the carriage, there were a maid and a master. Thinking she was just tired, Ray put her head on his shoulder and suggested she get some sleep while they drove to the village. As a child, it was usually the other way around. The boy would cling to her shoulder, but now he had grown so much that now she could do that. Reynard carefully held Urena so as not to disturb her dreams. The guy wished her sweet dreams, and he himself was calm and peaceful. Suddenly, the horses neighed. The carriage stopped, and Urena woke up after a sweet dream. The girl asked what happened and looked at the restless Dave. The master told her that it looked like they would have to walk to their place for the night. The Marquise's daughter became worried, still trying to completely shake off the remnants of the dream. The red-headed guy put his hand on her shoulder and repeated that they would have to walk. Getting out of the carriage, he shook hands with her like a true gentleman taking care of his lady. The ground was too high, and Urena began to fall from the uncomfortable steps of the carriage. She fell straight into the arms of a talented magician. which made him incredibly happy. He slowly lowered her to the ground, cheerfully saying that it was dangerous. She was a little embarrassed, but in her heart the girl was glad that he was able to catch her. The four of them passed by a crowd that was making loud noise. The Marquise's daughter realized that something had happened there. Reynard grabbed her hand, preventing her from getting closer to the crowd, and suggested that she just leave and rest. Dave agreed with the magician's words, adding that it would be better for all of them, and for her first of all. The girl felt some kind of catch because these two were not just behaving strangely. As she walked past the crowd, she saw a wounded man lying in the center, bleeding. Realizing that the person lying there had long been dead, her body shrank in fear, and her companions quickly ran up to her. Urina heard people talking about how the man was not moving. There was a lot of blood around, and many thought that he could not be saved. She again remembered her tragic death in another world. It seemed to her that the lying person had also been hit by a car. The girl mentally begged for help, asked someone to come and save her. Her heart was beating wildly. She could not control her body. Thoughts were racing wildly in her head, asking someone to save her. In her heart, she hoped that she had long ago let go of the past, all the pain, loneliness, and despair that she experienced that day. She was haunted by the sensations after death for a long time, and she didn't want to experience them again. That's why she was so desperately looking for Reynard, and spending with him day after day, she gradually began to forget about fear. The girl was drowning in her thoughts, because until today it seemed to her that she had completely forgotten about those feelings. She was pulled out of the pool of memories by Ray's loud cry, asking her to wake up quickly. The Marquise's daughter trembled all over. Her face expressed only despair and grief. The guy hugged her tightly, as if protecting her from the whole world, and gently told her that he was next to her. He did not let go of her for a long time until he was sure that the girl had stopped trembling. Urina asked him if the man who was lying on the stone road was still alive, to which she received a positive answer. She decided that he had blatantly lied to her, but the guy replied that he wouldn't lie to her, the man was really all right. She was worried that there was a lot of blood on the street. Ray assured her that the victim was slightly injured, but would definitely live. Dave immediately ran up and saved him with the help of healing magic, which brought relief to the girl's condition. In order not to overexert himself anymore, Reynard took Urina to a beautiful field located not far from the kingdom of Kron. A talented magician used the magic of displacement and quietly transported them to a quiet place. The Marquise's daughter did not believe that magic could be used to travel such long distances. The guy told her that only her ward was capable of such a powerful spell. He told her that when he missed her a lot, he would go to this place where he felt like he was next to her. The whole clearing was strewn with flowers, and for Reynard all the smells reminded him of her. Urina Cardia, like no one else, knew how difficult it was to live in an unfamiliar place. It was difficult for her to fall asleep when she first came to this big and unknown world. She hugged him, saying that it must have been very difficult for him, and he felt abandoned. Having sat down in the clearing, Ray invited her to stay here a little longer and wanted to weave a wreath for her. The guy said that he was taught by Aiden, whose estate is in the village, so he said that he made wreaths when he played with his younger brothers and sisters in the field. Urina asked if this same Aiden was his friend, to which she heard the answer that the magician did not consider him his friend. But the girl thought differently, and she asked him why he never wrote about him in letters. Seeing the confusion on her companion's face, it became clear to her that he simply did not want to admit the obvious. She also wanted to try making a wreath, and Ray kindly offered to show her how to do it. Sniffing the plucked flower, she noticed that the smell was indeed similar to the aroma of the flower soap that she constantly used. The guy picked a flower and, with a deft movement of his hands, placed it behind Urina Cardia's ear. She asked him what he was doing and that he was acting strange, but Reynard smiled mischievously, saying that he just put a flower in her hair. Touching her, he noticed that there was nothing strange about it, but on the contrary, it was beautiful. The young people continued to weave each of their own wreaths, and the guy noticed that there was still something she couldn't do. Reynard suggested casting protective magic on the wreaths, which would help them not wither. Urina suggested casting a spell on his wreath because his one turned out better. Having enchanted the flowers in the wreath, the magician took it in his hands and placed it on the head of the Marquise's daughter. They continued to sit like that for quite a long time, enjoying each other's company. Then the tired guy lay down on the girl's lap to take a little nap. Closing his eyes, he said that in childhood, when he was about 10 years old, he also saw an accident. Urina gently stroked his head, running her hand through his soft hair. He added that he understood why she felt such fear today when she saw the man shot down. Taking her hand, Ray placed her palm on his closed eyes and, touching the tip of his nose, enjoyed her scent. Recalling his childhood, he said that time, the carriage in which there were aristocrats also hit a man, but the coachman got off his horse, shouted at the victim, and threw several gold coins at him. Ray remembered that the coachman drove the carriage again, and the aristocrat sitting in the carriage did not even look out into the street. There was a lot of blood left on the road. Many people froze as if dead, and no one was going to help. Having finished the story, the magician added that such a deep wound could only be cured by wizards, and such bipods as they had no right to call magicians. Urina said that he shouldn't have told her this, because now he was upset, remembering such difficult memories. As a boy, he was unable to help the victim, and he slowly died before his eyes. He had no choice but to cry and pray, but if he had mastered magic, he most likely could have helped him. Sympathizing with him, the Marquis's daughter said that he was not to blame for that accident, and he agreed with her. Holding her hand with a trembling hand, the guy said that he still continues to regret. Realizing how difficult it was for him to tell about this, the girl said that the man would be grateful to him for his prayer. She also closed her eyes. A light spring breeze blew across them. Separation could not destroy their friendship. Urina added that the guy was next to the dying man until his last breath, and that was enough. A tear rolled down from Ray's face. The girl calmly wiped away his tear and continued to gently stroke his head. The Marquis's daughter proposed a crazy idea to find the aristocrat who caused the accident today and beat him up. The young people wanted to do this for the sake of Reynard, for the sake of Urina, and for the sake of those who suffered just like them. Ray rose from her lap, looked confidently into her eyes, and agreed with her crazy plan. Returning back to the city, the first thing the girl saw was a crying Betty, who was very worried about her mistress. Urina handed her a handkerchief so she could wipe away her tears and apologize to her. The maid said that she would always worry about her mistress, and the girl thanked her for this. Betty was incredibly glad that nothing bad happened to the daughter of the Marquis Carthia. She told her that Mr. Dave immediately used magic and completely healed the deep wound. Urina was very happy that it really didn't end in accidental death. The maid asked where Mr. Reynard had gone, because they had been together all this time. The girl lied that her ward had urgent matters, so he went away for a while. She knew that the magician had gone to investigate an incident in which an innocent person had suffered. The two of them returned to the place where they spent the night, finding Dave, the doctor, and the child lying in bed. Upon entering the room, the Marquis's daughter immediately inquired about the condition of the victim, but she was assured that everything was fine. The girl lay unconscious, and due to the loss of a large amount of blood, she looked pale. The doctor explained that with the help of magic, it is only possible to heal wounds, but not to replenish the blood supply. Urina was worried that the child might get worse due to a lack of blood in the body. The doctor has already sent a man to the neighboring village for medicine, and it will be delivered by tomorrow morning. Dave touched the girl's shoulder, saying that if the girl eats well and rests, she will soon be able to recover. The master swore on his own name to the truthfulness of his words, which completely reassured Urina. Looking at the girl, Angela, who was 22 years old, who struggled alone with pain and loneliness, and who would never be lucky enough to become 23 years old, was finally freed after 5 years. It seemed to the girl that she managed to free that part of herself that had been living inside her all this time, making her think about her death. Lying in bed, Urina Cardia could not sleep for a long time and constantly tossed and turned. She was too worried that Reynard still had not returned to her. Sitting on the bed, she took out the wreath he had made for her and thought that perhaps her friend had already returned. She walked along a long, dark corridor, which was illuminated only by the light of the moon, partially falling through the windows. Approaching his bedroom, she knocked, and the door was immediately opened by none other than Ray. He asked her why she was still awake, because he asked her not to wait for him. The girl told him that she couldn't sleep and asked a counter-question about how long ago he had been back. The guy invited her to go into the room and discuss everything, but Urina said that it was already quite late and asked him to tell her about the criminal who hit the girl. The man who so cold-bloodedly killed a small child turned out to be not a nobleman, but an ordinary merchant from the Empire. When Reynard came to him and began to question him, the man got angry and said that he had disturbed him over a trifle. The guy tried to calm him down for a long time, but nothing worked, and instead Ray felt guilty. Listened to him carefully, Urina said that the story turned out to be a little sadder than she expected. Placing her hand on his face, she smiled happily and said that she had to go with him to properly scold this asshole. Remembering that they still managed to save an innocent soul, she thought that the girl would be pleased if they visited her. The Marquis's daughter thanked Ray for always being on her side and supporting her ideas. Aiden wandered around the academy for several hours looking for his friend, shouting his name loudly. He was even thinking about reporting him missing, when suddenly Ray appeared in front of him, holding hands with a girl. The guy did not expect at all that his screams would be heard and that his dreams would come true so quickly. He began to loudly ask his friend where he had disappeared without a trace and why he had only appeared now. They were in the library, and so Ray asked his friend to be a little quieter. Eden was outraged that his friend did not warn him and disappeared without telling anyone. The guy finally noticed that a girl was standing next to the magician. Turning to her, he apologized and said that he had business with Reynard. Looking at her, he noticed her beautiful blue eyes and long blonde hair. He could not take his eyes off her beauty. The girl took everything into her own hands and asked his name, to which Aiden told her that he had heard a lot about her from his friend. She smiled sweetly and thanked him for helping her ward adapt to the academy. She then introduced herself and said that she was very pleased to meet Ray's new friend. Aiden quickly realized that she was the sender of all those letters from the Empire. He decided to tell her his full name, Idantes, and that he was very pleased to meet her. The guy extended his hand to her to take her hand and kiss her in greeting. Watching them, Reynard quickly grabbed his girlfriend's hand and placed it on his chest. Aiden couldn't believe his eyes. His friend looked nothing like the person he knew. Ray asked the girl to hurry up so that he could explore the entire academy before dark. The two young men quickly climbed the stairs, not noticing the indignant Aiden. The guy decided that he had never seen his friend as charming and affectionate as he seemed to him next to the lady. He watched them go up the stairs for a long time, thinking that his friend considered the girl most important. Seeing how happy they were, Aiden thought that he liked this reason for Ray's disappearance. The Crown Prince of the Empire arrived at the academy, and the head of the academy told him that he was very grateful to him for his time. Curtis told him that he was quite comfortable in the kingdom of Kron due to the fact that it was his mother's homeland. Standing at the window, the academician asked the guest whether he was interested in the local hierarchy of nobles. Going out into the corridor, the prince replied that he was looking here only for the daughter of the Marquis of Cartia. They accidentally saw Urina and Reynard passing in the park, who were having a pleasant conversation with each other. The elderly man told his interlocutor that next to the girl there was a talented magician whose name was Reynard. The academician added that although he was a student, he was already recognized as a genius in the field of magic, and was the best among those he knew. He also said that the guy is sponsored by the Cardiago Empire, in particular the Cardia family. Continuing to observe them, the head of the academy gave advice that His Highness should recruit a talented magician because he could be very useful to him. While walking in the park, Urina Cardia noticed that a huge number of girls were watching them. Turning to her companion, she noticed that Reynard was a fairly popular guy at the academy. He told her that most likely they were not interested in the guy himself, but only in his red eyes. The girl did not agree with him, and Ray continued to say that after her story about Beatus, many became interested in him. She wondered if he was popular in the kingdom, because with his looks and abilities, he couldn't help but become a star. She looked at him intently, thinking that most likely they had confessed their love to him more than once. Reynard noticed her face, and decided that she was simply tired of walking, and suggested that they sit down and rest. Standing near the fountain, Ray searched his pockets for a scarf to lay out for his lady. The girl wanted to sit down without a scarf, but the guy had already gone to his room to bring the treasured item. She smiled sweetly, following him with her gaze until he disappeared into the horizon. Urina suddenly felt a heavy gaze on her, and then heard a voice that said that it was a coincidence that they were able to meet in such a place. Next to the girl stood Curtis Xenocius, who added that fate itself brought them together. The daughter of the Marquise bowed to the Crown Prince, to which he answered her, 100 times they are not in the Empire, then there is no need for such formalities. She was interested in why the future emperor ended up on the territory of the Academy, to which he told her that he had come to look for talented people. She wanted to quickly retreat and said that she hoped that his search would be crowned with success. A talented magician was already approaching them, who asked Urina what kind of person was standing next to her. Curtis smiled sweetly, as if telling her that he wished with all his heart that she would be the one to introduce him. The girl began introducing them to each other, starting with the person of higher status. Ray immediately bowed and apologized to His Majesty, and then introduced himself. Yurina tried to get out of the sight of the future emperor as quickly as possible, saying that he was probably very busy. Curtis said that he heard the dean that there is a very talented magician whose name is Reynard. He added that since they were destined to meet by fate itself, he invites them to have dinner together. The Marquis's daughter understood that this meeting was not a coincidence, and in fact the crown prince was interested in Ray's abilities. She had no choice but to try to refuse his generous offer. Curtis stood his ground, saying that no matter how busy he was, he would always find time for Lady Carthia. He used the title of crown prince, saying that she could not refuse him his request. Reynard bowed politely and said that it was difficult for them to accept his proposals, since dinner had been promised to his master. He added that the master was very busy, and they had not seen him for a long time, then apologized for the refusal. His words had a certain effect. Curtis came to terms with the fact that they would not be able to have dinner. Then he invited them to just have tea with him, because there was still a lot of time left before dinner. They sat at a table on which there were a lot of sweets and fruits, and Ray noticed that the girl just loved fruits. The future emperor noticed that the young people were quite close, and clarified that thanks to sponsorship, everyone became so close. Yurina was a little confused by the question asked. She said that she did not know, since they had communicated without formalities since childhood. Curtis noted that such communication with other people was not appropriate for the etiquette of a young lady. She felt a little embarrassed that she was being reprimanded by the crown prince himself, and her expression did not escape Ray. Although they did not sit for long, the girl almost suffocated, because the crown prince spoke as if they were close to him and paid compliments. Then he asked Ray to demonstrate magic, and if she had not intervened, her friend would have been swallowed up by a feeling of oppression. The face of the talented magician became more and more gloomy. It seemed to her that Reynard sensed the prince's intention to recruit him. The memory was fresh in her mind when the Marquis de Fron also tried to recruit the boy. What brought her out of her memories of the past was the phrase Curtis said about the first time he had such a good time since that night with the lady. The girl was stunned by such a confession, and Ray glared at the crown prince. His Highness made a thoughtful face and asked if he was the only one who remembered this night they spent together. Yurina shrilly asked him to refrain from such words that could be misleading. Reynard quietly repeated to himself the words he heard, and the Marquise's daughter tried to explain to him that this was all untrue. She told him that she accidentally ran into Curtis on the street of the night market, and they talked a little. The future emperor agreed with her that he had indeed been misled. He also added that he formed his thought correctly, because they communicated at night. Reynard stood up from the table and told the future emperor that he was ready to demonstrate his abilities to him. He walked up to him, touched him on the back, and carried him to the mansion where the imperial family often stays. Curtis did not even immediately understand what had happened and why the situation around him had suddenly changed. Ray said that the mansion is so guarded and therefore he should not linger here. He bowed to His Highness, wished him a good evening, and just as quickly disappeared from the room. A guard ran into the room but saw that the crown prince was sitting at the desk. The servant told him that the magical protective barrier was momentarily broken, and so he allowed himself to rush inside the office. Curtis began to laugh loudly and convulsively, which greatly disturbed the security guard who came. The crown prince was inspired by such a high talent that his new acquaintance possessed. Ray, returning to the table at which the girl was sitting, imposingly leaned his elbows on it and calmly said that the future emperor had decided to take a break. The next day they went on a picnic, choosing for this the most beautiful place in the area, an autumn grove. Yurina asked the magician if he shouldn't have gone to class, since he had already missed more than a week. The girl looked at him shrewdly, trying to find out the true reason for his absenteeism. The guy always answered her with made-up reasons why he could be with her. After meeting with Curtis, Ray did not leave her for a second for a whole week. She wanted to close her eyes to the fact that the guy was skipping classes. Well, she began to worry a little. Reynard was asking her what place she would like to visit next, when suddenly someone called out to him. One of the students quickly walked towards the young people, who said that the professor had completely searched him. Noticing that Ray was not alone, the student asked him if he had a girlfriend and why he had not seen her before. The red-eyed guy quickly got up from the blanket, approached the student, and asked what he needed. Hearing that Professor Hudson was looking for him, the talented magician asked why he was wanted. The student replied that he was ordered to bring the guy by force, since he had not attended classes for a week. He also warned him that if Ray got on the professor's nerves, he would fail his thesis. Yurina also got up from the blanket and asked her friend if this was the same Professor Hudson who came to the mansion last time and was Dave's friend. Having received an affirmative answer, she said that Reynard should go to him because he valued him. The guy agreed with her and advised her to immediately go to his mansion so as not to get into any trouble. Urina Cardia was accompanied by a knight and her faithful maid Betty, whom she thanked for the delicious dinner. Betty was overjoyed at her mistress's praise and assured her that she would cook more tomorrow. Suddenly, the girl felt an influx of strong mana around her and was unable to take a single step. Betty quickly realized that something dangerous was happening and tried to call Sir Aaron. Turning to her maid, Urina Cardia screamed at her to run to safety. Betty was enveloped in clouds of magic, moving her away from the knight and the Marquis's daughter. At some point, the maid completely disappeared from sight, leaving no trace of herself. The girl immediately realized that it was the magic of space division that she had heard about from Dave. This magic creates an artificial wall of mana to create a new space. Completely separate from the space where the person was, the person inside can feel the walls around them, but the people outside cannot see what is happening inside. Sir Aaron stood in front of Urina Cardia as strangers slowly approached him. There were 5 of them, all dressed in white cloaks, and their faces were covered with black masks. She realized that although her protector is strong, it will be difficult for her dregs to fight them, because his main task is to protect her. The girl decided that she couldn't just sit back and hit the remaining mana from the magic separating the spaces with all her might. One of the strangers exclaimed that they had not been told that the Marquis's daughter also possessed magic. He ordered them to quickly grab this girl, but Urina continued to hit the small pool of mana. Tearing blood from her hand, she was finally able to break through the protective magical wall. As soon as she did this, all 5 strangers headed towards her with lightning speed. A guy came out of a hole in the wall and was able to repel all the attacks from the attackers. The savior turned out to be Aiden, whom she never expected to see in the magic cube. The guy smiled sweetly and asked her to tell Ray about what happened here. The savior happened to pass by trying to find Reynard to take him to the professor. He saw a maid sitting on the road, screaming pitifully and crying bitterly. Turning her head, she saw a young man who asked her if she had seen his friend. The guy told her that it would be safer if she left and called the magician, to which the girl quickly rushed after Master Dave. Since he was outside, it was difficult for him to find the invisible wall, but the breach he made helped him get inside. After saving the girl, the noble knight gave her his cloak, and now she was sitting on a bench, trying to calm herself down. Sir Aaron apologized to her heartily, saying that he should have been more careful. Urina told him that she was fine and was more worried about the young man's wounds than her own, and also added that Master Dave would soon come and use healing magic to cure them. Aiden ran towards them at full speed, telling the knight that he would take care of the young lady, and he should have taken care of himself. Wrapping her palms crookedly in bandages, he said that he was not strong in healing magic, but that help would arrive soon. The girl sincerely thanked him for his help, because thanks to him no one was hurt. The Marquis's daughter noticed that the guy was very good at dressing wounds, to which he replied that after fencing exercises he often patched himself up. She asked that it must have been very difficult to study magic and swordsmanship, but he told her that he didn't study much magic. He calmly added that he thought Reynard had it much harder than he did. Standing on one knee, Aiden told her that his friend was deeply involved not only in magic, but also studied fencing. The Marquis's daughter heard about this for the first time. At a picnic, she saw calluses on his hands, but she never thought that he was engaged in fencing. The guy asked her if she had seen how Ray handled the sword, because he wielded it better than most nobles. The smiling savior recommended that she ask her friend to show her sometime. She was upset by the fact that in his letters he did not tell all the details. Sometimes she was offended by him, and even now she felt bitter resentment, because in reality she knew nothing about him. She thought that she had only spent 6 months with him, and believed that in his new world there was no place for her. The girl loudly exclaimed that she was dying and needed to be treated quickly, when suddenly Betty and Dave appeared in front of them. The maid hugged her mistress with all joy, and said that she was most worried that she would not see her. Having cured her, Dave sat down next to her, but the daughter of the Marquis asked him to help Sir Aaron. Aiden approached them again and inquired about the well-being of the rescued girl. She smiled sweetly at him, thanked him again, and said that she would definitely treat him to dinner someday. The happy savior told her that it was natural to help a poor lady in such a situation. He added that if something had happened to her, he did not know what would have happened to Reynard. The guy said that he was very interested to know what kind of person Ray's first friend was. The girl was surprised that the young man knew about her at all. It seemed strange to her that her ward did not tell her anything about Aiden, but at the same time told him everything about her. Her interlocutor said that words needed to be pulled out of their mutual friend with tongs, so that in a sense, he did not say anything, but one could read a lot from his face. Urina asked the guy if it was true that Ray didn't tell anything, to which the young man answered her that he didn't even really tell anything about himself. The guy noticed that he didn't understand how his friend lived before the academy, because he didn't tell anything about his family. Every month, Reynard City patiently waited for the letter, and he became so cheerful. On ordinary days, the boy constantly walked around without a mood and did not even eat properly. Aiden believed that only thanks to her letters, the talented magician was able to last all these 5 years at the academy. Urina Cartia smiled, and her whole insides shone with uncontrollable happiness. Returning home, the knight informed Dave that the people who attacked them were from the kingdom, not from the empire. The empire and kingdoms have very different swordsmanship techniques, and the attackers used the kingdom's swordsmanship to perfection. Betty asked why these people attacked her mistress, but no one knew the answer. Sir Aaron decided that he would have to carry out some more investigations to find out the truth. Master Dave examined them carefully, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself. He assumed that the attack was carried out because of the talented magician Reynard. There were rumors throughout the kingdom that Ray was outstanding, and so many people targeted him because he even had a symbolic position called Beatus. The girl repeated that the attackers were trying to use her to ultimately get her ward. She protested that one of them intended to kill her, but the knight suggested that perhaps they did not intend to kill her. He added that the 5 attackers tried to kill only the protector of the Marquise's daughter, but not her. However, since the investigation needs to be clarified, the guys decided to seek cooperation from the Academy and the royal family of Kron. Urina agreed with them, and the knight was the first to decide to leave them because he had business to do. The others also followed his advice, bowed to their mistress, and left her to rest. Left alone, the girl still couldn't believe that the ultimate target of the attack was Ray. All this time she thought that only her life was at stake, but she never thought that she would become an obstacle for Reynard. Looking at her healed hands, the Marquise's daughter was still worried about the attack. Her friend entered the room, thereby interrupting her painful thoughts about today. Seeing droplets of sweat falling from him, Urina realized that the guy had been running towards her all this time. He immediately grabbed her hand and began to carefully examine the places where the bleeding wound had recently been. The girl quickly realized that he knew about everything. Without saying a word, she just watched him. She tried to call out to him, but it was as if he could not hear her. He was immersed in his thoughts. It dawned on her that her friend was so worried that he couldn't even think about using the magic of moving in space. Having finished the examination, the talented magician asked her where her wounds were and gently pressed her hands to him. It seemed to her that her charge had matured a lot, and she reached out her hand to his face. Straightening his hair, Urina noticed that his head was a complete mess. She asked him what the professor told him, but the guy rudely interrupted her, saying that it didn't matter now. He asked her why she was so calm, but the girl did not consider herself that way at all. Ray was angry with her because of her calmness and loudly said that she almost died. The Marquis's daughter assured him that she was fine and was receiving proper help. "Show your hands." She said that even though she was slightly injured, Dave completely healed her. A little embarrassed, Urina once again confirmed that she was absolutely fine. Reynard hugged her tenderly and for a long time did not dare to let her go, as if regretting that he was not there. He quietly told her that even if she was fine, he was definitely not fine. When he heard from Aiden what had happened, he didn't know what to do and rushed straight to her. What bothered him was that everything happened not in the Empire where he was not, but right under his nose. The guy believed that the one who made him come all this way to learn magic almost died. Reynard hugged the Marquis's daughter even tighter, desperately trying to understand why he had done so much work if he could not be there. He then looked sternly into her eyes and said that it would be better for her to return back to the Empire. The magician believed that this would be a better outcome than being in a dangerous kingdom. The identity of the killers was revealed earlier than expected. They turned out to be traitors to the current royal family. They were also those whom the Crown government was desperately trying to catch. And thanks to the evidence provided by Sir Aaron, they were still able to be identified. Thanks to this, they felt relieved and decided to stay in the kingdom for the time they had originally planned. Urina Cartia was immensely glad that she was able to fulfill her plans. Entering the room, she saw her savior Aiden, who immediately greeted her. The guy asked if she felt better after Master Dave healed her. The girl replied that she felt much better only thanks to her savior. Since Reynard was from the Empire, he didn't know anyone in the kingdom, But Aiden knew that the little magician had a birthday soon. Then he prepared a small birthday cake for him, decorated with sweet strawberries. Ray could not contain his emotions and cried a little, after which Aiden organized a celebration of his birthday every year. Reynard always grumbled, but still happily accepted treats and gifts. The boys joked with him that their friend was the shyest person. They knew that he would react this way and could not deny themselves the pleasure of watching it every year. Then came the year that Reynard came of age, and since it was a special day, Aiden wanted to do everything better than the previous years. His friend decided to invite sponsor Reynard and carefully prepared for the special day. Urina Cartia arrived as he had planned. A huge, colorful cake was also ready for the celebration. Walking through the academy, Aiden said that he tried his best, and since the lady had arrived, they could really have a real party. The girl replied that she really wanted to have a birthday celebration and was very grateful that Ray's friend gave her such an opportunity. The guy brought them to their room, saying that their mutual friend would definitely not be able to come to this room before them. Urina asked approximately what time the birthday boy would return, to which she received the answer that Professor Hudson would not allow him to submit his dissertation if he missed class again. He added that the guy would have to listen to the lecture for the next 3 hours. The Marquis's daughter asked if the guy himself needed to be in class right now. Aiden said that he had skipped classes before, so Reynard wouldn't suspect anything. The next one to enter the room was a boy who had blue hair and blue eyes. His name was Nathan, and he also wanted to help with all his might in organizing the holiday. Aiden finally introduced his friend to Urina and also introduced Lady Carthia to him. After greeting him, the boy asked if he could call the Marquis's daughter sister. She asked if he was addressing Ray as a brother, to which she received an affirmative answer. Smiling at him, she replied that if Reynard was a brother, then he could call her sister. Hearing that the girl called Reynard Ray, the boy asked her why she did that. The child told her that their friend forbade shortening his name and asked to address him as Reynard. Having called him by this name, she thought it was too long, and she offered him the shortened version of Ray. She thought about the fact that her ward decided that this was something special, and only for the two of them. Interrupting her thoughts, the boy exclaimed that he was very good at preparing parties. The table was decorated with various goodies. Nathan tried one of the cakes and concluded that Brother Reynard would definitely like them. The boy was very happy to help them and said that the girl knew the birthday boy very well because she was his friend. Seeing the joyful child, Urina thought about what a sweet boy he was. Meanwhile, Aiden went in search of his friend in order to bring him to the prepared room at the right time. Having found him, he good-naturedly asked if Reynard had any pressing matters left. Ray was only looking for Urina Cartia. He didn't care about anything around him, so when Aiden tried to stop him, he rudely asked what he wanted. His friend knew that the guy was looking for Lady Cartia, which he told him about and added that he knew where she was. Approaching his bedroom, the talented magician decided to clarify whether the object of his search was actually there. Entering the room, he saw many people congratulating him on his birthday in unison. The guy was confused by such a surprise and simply stood in the doorway, continuing to examine the guests. Urina Cartia was the first to approach him, again congratulating him on his birthday. She added that she really wanted to tell him these words, and that's why she arrived in the kingdom. As he went to hug her, he encountered an obstacle in the form of Nathan, who grabbed his body. Everyone else began to take turns approaching him and congratulating the birthday boy on the holiday. Ray looked at the girl, tears gathering in his eyes from the surging happiness. Approaching to wipe away her tears, the Marquis's daughter said that the baby had grown up, but remained the same crybaby. Sitting in a chair, Aiden said that he cries every time they celebrate his birthday. He then asked her how many years they had known each other, to which the girl replied that she had known him since she was 12 years old. The guy suggested that in those years he probably was not a gift, and he sincerely did not understand how they could become friends. Friends celebrated his birthday for 5 years in a row, but the presence of Urina Cartia made this day special. Seeing how Ray was watching them, she invited him to join the conversation. The talented magician's heart began to beat quickly. He did not know what love was, and had never heard a sincere declaration of love. Every time he saw Urina, he had strange feelings. He wanted to see her smile. He thought about how he wanted to hold her neat hand and enjoy a walk with her all his life. The guy imagined how he kissed her and became one with her, soul and body. He dreamed of being everything to her. Approaching her, Ray had no idea that he had been in love with the daughter of the Marquis Carthia for quite some time. That evening, after celebrating her birthday, the girl lay in bed and could not sleep because she was thinking about leaving tomorrow. After the party, she spent some more time with Ray. They went to classes together, and in the evening they walked around the city center and had dinner. Now the guy wrote in elegant cursive, listened in a calm posture, and was not distracted even during long and tedious classes, and looked at the professors with clear eyes. It seemed to her that his yawning and slow image from childhood was completely gone, and this made her heart beat faster. Yurina decided to open the window slightly to let the fresh night air from the street into the room. Suddenly she heard someone calling her, but for a long time she did not dare turn her head in the direction of the sound. Looking to the left, the girl saw that Reynard was looking at her from the next window. She asked what he was doing and why he was not sleeping, because tomorrow he had to study at the academy. In response, he also asked her what was the reason that she was not sleeping, because tomorrow she had a long journey to the Empire ahead of her. The Marquis's daughter told him that she couldn't sleep, after which Ray suggested that she go look at the stars. Blue on the roof, the two of them looked at the stars. Reynard said that at such a moment he felt differently. He covered her so that she would not be cold. She made sure that the guy was also under the cloak. She was worried that if she took the wrong step, she would fall down, to which the magician assured her that since he was here, everything would be fine. Yurina smiled sweetly and said that if she fell, he could save her with magic. Protecting Ray was something she had wanted all along, but she couldn't be happy about it because she believed that her selfishness had driven Ray so far. Seeing that the girl was silent, the guy asked her if she wanted to go to bed, to which he heard a negative answer. Then he lightly laid her head on his shoulder, saying that if she wanted to sleep, she could sleep on his shoulder. Smiling, Reynard said that he would always be there to lend his shoulder to her. They sat like that for a long time in complete silence until Yurina fell asleep. The guy moved them to her bedroom, put the girl on the bed and covered her with a blanket. He gently touched her cheek, saying that everything was fine with her. Sitting down next to her on the bed, Ray lightly stroked her hair, trying not to wake her. He was very worried, even though he understood in his head that there would be accompanying knights and Dave next to her who could protect her. Leaning his forehead to hers, the guy whispered that she only had to wait a little longer, and he would try to return as soon as possible. Returning to the opposite position, Reynard realized that with all his soul, he wished for her to stay with him. The next morning, Ray accompanied his beloved on the long journey to the Empire. He held her hands for a long time, collecting his thoughts and trying to figure out what to say goodbye. The guy understood that he had to say a wish that she would get there well, but he could not squeeze out a word. Having controlled himself and his tongue, Reynard asked her to promise to do something for him. Reaching out his hand, he handed her a necklace with a red stone and asked her to wear it until he returned. The stone was not a ruby, but made by condensing his mana while hanging the necklace around her neck. He added that it was for self-defense, and if anything happened, she would just need to take it in her hands. The column could be used only once using any magic. Ray said that she just needs to hold the pendant and think about the magic she needs. When he finished, he told her never to take off the necklace even when she went to bed or took a bath. Dave called out to Yurina and said that it was time for them to set off since the road was long. Reynard looked at her, sighed heavily and offered to walk her to the carriage. The girl suddenly rushed into his arms, whispering to him that she would miss him greatly. The guy hugged her even tighter, also quietly saying that he would miss her too. It had been a year and a half since she returned from the Kron Kingdom after meeting Ray. Nothing much had happened except that the two twin brothers had returned after graduating from the academy. In a few months, spring was coming, which meant Brina Cartia would become an adult. In a year, Ray will finish her studies and return. Then the narration of the original plot of the novel will begin. Betty entered the room, telling her mistress that she had received a letter from the kingdom. Ray wrote to her that the master told him that she had a cold, and told her that Teshi's signature tea helps with colds, so he sent it along with the letter. Even from a distance, he always took care of her and tried to make her feel happier. The maid brought her paper and a pen, knowing in advance that they would be useful to her mistress. Having asked how she knew what she needed, the girl answered that she had been serving her for 10 years and already felt in her soul what she needed. After writing a response letter, the girl and the maid went to her mother. Entering the room, Yurina found her mother sitting in bed in the light of only candles. Sitting down next to her, the Marquise's daughter asked her how she was feeling, to which she heard the answer that she was fine. She understood that although her mother said so, the color of her face spoke of something completely different. The Marquise initially had weak stamina, but she never got sick. Since last autumn, her health began to deteriorate. Many doctors tried to find out the cause but were unsuccessful, so all they could do was take care of her and hope she didn't get worse. Her mother was constantly worried that her daughter would get the same fever again. The girl advised her to take care of herself first because her hands were so cold, although the room was very warm. She told her that today, for the first time in a long time, she felt rested and light in her body. Looking at her mother, Yurina noticed that she was very thin and was indignant that they could not find the reason. A maid approached them, asking the mistress what she should do with her favorite dress. The marquise replied that it was already too big for her. She felt sorry for throwing it away, just like leaving it in the closet to gather dust. She sighed resignedly and sadly said that she would never be able to wear it again. Hearing this, the girl made a decision and loudly exclaimed that she would then wear it. Marquise Cartier said in surprise that a dress like hers had long gone out of fashion. Her daughter smiled at her, saying that they, the Cartier family, might just create a new trend. The mother looked at her daughter with gratitude, while saying what was to be expected from Yurina Cartier. The girl knew that the daughter whom the marquise loved with all her heart died 7 years ago. At the time when she first came into this strange world, a woman gave her warm love. She became a support for the girl, and now she was the best mother in the world for her. Every time Yurina saw her smile, her heart sank with pain and despair. If the marquise had known that she was not her daughter, she would not have looked at her the way she does now. Trying to get away from disturbing thoughts, the girl asked her mother why you called her, hearing in response that in 2 months there would be a hunting competition organized by the imperial family. The imperial family holds a hunting competition every year during the month of buds. This event is like a picnic for the nobles, in which only nobles and knights can participate. The daughter asked why her mother was talking about this, to which she received the answer that since she was not feeling very well, Tony would be able to go to the competition. The girl asked her mother not to talk about this, but to hope that she would get better. The marquise knew that even if she got better, she would only be a burden to everyone, so she invited her daughter to participate in the hunting competition instead of her this year. The girl was a little shocked by such a request, because it meant that she would see the crown prince again. Yurina objected to her mother that she had not yet reached adulthood, but the marquise reminded her that her birthday would be before this event. The woman concluded that her daughter was old enough to represent their family in competitions. The marquis's daughter assumed that she would definitely meet with Curtis, whom she did not want to see at all. She didn't remember if Yurina Cartier participated in the hunting competition in the original story. Knowing that she was protected by the pendant given by Ray, the girl nevertheless decided to agree with her mother's proposal. Sitting in her room, she listened as the maid told her that she had been diligently preparing for the hunting competition for more than a month. Betty was interested in how her progress in embroidery was going, to which she received the answer that it was a little difficult for the girl to embroider the pattern of the family coat of arms. During hunting competitions, scarves are given to a loved one or family members, made with care and hope for a safe return. So she made 4 pieces for her father and 3 brothers, but she never thought that embroidery could be so complex. Their coat of arms depicted a proud eagle holding a large knight's sword. The girl was a little embarrassed that she had not yet finished a single scarf, but she needed to make 4. The maid invited her to rest a little and drink some tea, which she was going to bring. Trying to leave the room, Betty came across one of her mistress's brothers at the door. The twin brothers entered the room and asked if they could come in and if it was occupied. Sitting down on the chairs, the brothers told her that they just came to see each other, since due to their late arrival, they were not able to have dinner together. The girl sternly told them that they would have seen each other tomorrow morning anyway, because they were probably tired and would better go and rest. The 2 older brothers made puppy dog eyes and tearfully asked her if she was not happy with them. Over the years, she had completely forgotten how much her brothers loved her. Her 3 older brothers, Rix, Edwin, and Justin Carthia, cared for her too much, like those older brothers from romance novels who adore their little sister. She was glad that at least the eldest Rix had a calm character and behaved with restraint, but these 2 had told her since childhood that she was cute, and then began to hug and kiss her. When they entered the academy, they sent her letters with gifts every week. She tried to avoid them because at first it was alien to her, but they treated her well and eventually became like family to her. To their question, the girl replied that they could not annoy her. She was simply afraid that they were tired from the road. The 2 brothers quickly approached her and reported that they were not at all tired. Then Edwin asked her who will accompany her to the imperial competition. Yurina assumed that most likely it would be her father, but she was not exactly sure. The guys looked at each other, and Justin asked if he invited her to the holiday. In response, they heard a negative answer. After they left, Betty told her that the young gentleman wanted to tell her something urgent, so they asked him to bring her. She wondered what exactly her brothers needed, since they weren't the type to ask to come over if they needed something. Arriving at the place where her older brothers called her, the girl found a fencing match. Their second told her that two young men asked her to wait a little. Urena didn't understand why they were behaving this way, but she hoped that their duel would end soon. The twin brothers fought each other with all seriousness, which of course surprised the girl. Sitting down on a chair, she waited for a very long time for her older brothers to finish their fight. Her other brother, Rick, came up to her and asked what she was doing there. She replied that the twins called her. That's why she came. But now she had to wait for them to finish sparring. The older brother asked if she was bored, but for her it was better than the excessive attention of the twins. Rix was also interested in who would accompany her at the competition, and upon hearing her father's answer, he clarified whether the Marquis had told her about this. He added that their father ordered one of them to accompany her, saying that he might return much earlier. Having finished his speech, he looked carefully at his sister, trying to predict her answer to the next question. The perky brother asked if he could accompany her to the upcoming competition. The girl smiled at him and agreed that he should become her escort. The guy was surprised by such a quick answer and asked if she really didn't care who was with her. Looking at the twins still fighting each other, Urena Cartia said that she really wanted her eldest brother to accompany her. Rix noted that she made the right choice, because those two would not leave her alone. The fight between the twins finally ended with Ed von Cartia emerging as the winner. The two brothers rushed to their little sister to tell her the results. The winner ran faster than his losing brother, shouting that he had won. At this time, Justin was standing a little further away, his face expressing immeasurable annoyance and despair. The girl asked why they called her. Was it really so that she could watch their sparring? Standing in front of her, the losing brother, trying to get ahead of the winner, asked her to accompany her. The victorious brother looked at Justin angrily, adding that they actually had an agreement. Seeing how they were burning holes with their eyes at each other, Urena asked them if they were sparring to decide who would be her escort. Rix mockingly noted that such an action was just in the style of the twins. He then added that accompanying their little sister would be none other than him. Both brothers began to be loudly indignant, shouting that this was impossible and that it was unfair to them. Now they were burning a hole in the eldest brother with their glances and continued to argue for a long time. Rix calmly replied that it was not his problem. They just needed to propose their candidacy earlier. He then suggested to them that if they were so unhappy, they could spar with him. The girl laughed because Rix was also not far removed from his younger brothers. If Ray is a master of magic, then Rix is a fencing genius. From childhood, he was recognized as talented, and at 18, he became the youngest winner in the entire history of the Imperial fencing competition. The twins whined as their skills were clearly not up to their older brother. Urena said that nothing could be changed because Rix was the first to offer her an accompaniment. She got up from her chair and headed out of the hall, arm in arm with her escort. Betty looked after her mistress every day and noticed that the girl had made a fifth scarf. She asked who another scarf was intended for because she had already sewn it for the owner and the young gentleman. Looking at the maid, Urena Cartia smiled mysteriously and said that it was a secret. Betty couldn't believe her ears and asked her again if she had understood her correctly. The girl repeated her answer and looked at the flowers embroidered on the scarf, which looked like flowers from the kingdom. She recalled that when they were on that field, Ray told her that he often came there when he missed her. During the competition, she would not have time to do anything, so she had to finish the scarf and send it to the academy. And before sending it, she was going to spray the letter with flower perfume. The Marquise's daughter suddenly had an idea, and she asked Betty what date it was today. The maid was taken by surprise by this question. She thought about the answer for several minutes. Remembering, she joyfully announced that today was the 4th day of the month of the bud. Urena quickly got up from the sofa and went to the locker, which contained all the letters that Ray had sent her. She was so busy preparing for the hunting competition that she didn't even notice how quickly time flew by. The last time the guy wrote to her was on the 19th of the month of silence, before he wrote to her every month, but now 2 have already passed. The girl was having lunch with 3 other ladies who were discussing all the events that had happened at the academy. Urena Cartia practically did not listen to them. All her thoughts were occupied with why the magician did not write to her. One of the girls approached her, saying that she had not seen these gloves before, and she was interested in which boutique this model belonged to. Everyone else started babbling about how wonderful the gloves really were. It was a gift from Reynard. He told her that such things had recently become fashionable in the Kingdom of Kron. Urena Cartia informed them that it was a gift, and this design had recently become popular in the neighboring kingdom. Then the girls became interested in who their friend received such a wonderful gift from. One of the girls told the others that she heard that someone supported by the Cardia family was attending the Royal Academy. She also assumed that it was he who sent Hay the designer gloves, so she heard an affirmative answer. The Marquis's daughter believed that perhaps one of his friends, for example, Aiden or Nathan, chose these gloves instead of Ray. This thought involuntarily made the girl laugh, and one of the ladies said that she had heard rumors that this guy was not only famous in the Empire, but also in other countries. Another girl added that her cousin met a talented magician and said that he was amazing, and was also surprised that for a guy, using magic is easier than breathing. The third girl said that he was blessed by the goddess, and one day he helped the royal family catch the rebels. A year and a half later, Ray, who learned that those who attacked Urina in the Kron Kingdom were enemies of the royal family, volunteered to hunt down this force and destroyed it, leaving nothing behind. Thanks to this, the royal family officially recognized Ray's contribution, and rumors about him spread throughout the empire. The girl was very surprised when she first heard about this and thought that Ray really loved danger. One of the girls accidentally mentioned that there were rumors that His Highness the Crown Prince was also hunting for him. Curtis deliberately struck up a conversation at the academy and seemed to be interested in Reynard. Thinking about this, the Marquis's daughter found such disturbing news quite funny. The girl called her maid Betty, and she quickly appeared from behind her. In a whisper, Betty asked her mistress if she should prepare a carriage, to which she received an affirmative answer. Having told the others that she had urgent matters to attend to, she asked whether the girls would be against it. I all wished her well on her way back, and she added that she would try to contact the Kingdom of Kron to order these gloves. Returning to the mansion, the daughter of the Marquis asked the butler if any letters had arrived for her, to which she received the answer that he had left one letter in her room. Quickly entering the room, Urina rushed to the table on which there was a letter, but it was not from Ray. Stopping for a moment, the girl wondered why she was behaving this way and why she was so worried. Reynard, whom she knew, would have sent a note no matter what he was doing, saying that he would not be able to write often, but there had been no letters for several months, which made her think that something had happened. The maid who came up behind her asked her again, trying to understand what she was talking about. She then added that Mr. Reynard must have been very busy lately, which is why he had not written her a letter for so long. Sitting down on the sofa, the Marquis's daughter exhaled tiredly and agreed with her that he really hadn't written to her for a long time. Betty noted that this was most likely because he was a graduate, and if something serious happened to him, the academy would definitely contact them. The maid advised her that if she was so worried, she could write to him again, but what a shame it would be if she received an answer as soon as she received the letter. She also added that the competition would start soon, where she would not be able to write letters for some time, and suggested that she write her letter in advance. Realizing that Betty was right, the Marquis's daughter told her to bring her stationery. Positioned near the window, the girl began to write a letter to warn him that she would not be able to write to him for some time. She put an embroidered scarf in the envelope with the letter, writing about it that it was made with great difficulty. He should use it carefully. Betty, standing behind, said that she guessed that this scarf was made for Mr. Reynard. The Marquis's daughter thought that the petals looked unnatural and the text was crooked, but the maid told her that her embroidery skills were the best in the empire. Coming closer to her, Betty leaned towards her and began to speak almost in a whisper. She said that this scarf was more beautiful than the other 4 scarves intended for her family. Having sealed the envelope, the girl handed it to the maid, asking her to send it to you along with the gift she bought last time. After some time, Betty returned to her mistress, saying that she had sent a letter. Suddenly, she remembered the tea party when Ray was still very small and seemed like a little brother to her. The maid was worried that when the guy returned, she would not be able to address him as before. Urina told her that she thought that her ward would not even think about it much. She added that if Betty started treating him like a grown man, he would be uncomfortable. The Marquis's daughter advised her to treat him as before, like a younger brother. To support her, the girl said that when they were in the Kingdom of Kron, Ray treated her calmly, considering her an older sister. The maid could not believe what was said, so she asked again if it was true. She added that today she especially misses Mr. Reynard. Urina Cardia lowered her gaze, sighed heavily, and thought to herself that she was bored too. Preparations for the imperial competition began. Betty helped her collect all the necessary things. The girl was indignant that she needed to prepare so much that she was spinning like a squirrel in a wheel. Looking at the wreath that Ray made for her, she couldn't help but think that he still hadn't written to her. Turning her head, she decided that she would not look at the object that made her sad. To her deepest regret, the entire room was furnished with things that were somehow connected with Ray. There was a loud knock on the door, and Urina ordered to come to her later because she was not ready to receive guests. A voice sounded behind the doors, telling her that a letter had arrived from Mr. Reynard. Opening the door, the girl quickly snatched the letter, thanked the person she could, and froze in amazement. Her ward, Ray, stood in front of her, glowing with happiness, and said that he had returned. She rushed into his arms as if she was afraid that he would disappear. He hugged her tightly around the waist. They stood in the doorway for a long time, hugging each other, not wanting to end this moment. Pulling her even closer to him, Ray confirmed that he had indeed returned to the mansion. The guy gently stroked her hair with his hand, pressing his face to her shoulder. His beloved, whom he could only see in his dreams, now stood before his eyes. He decided that from that moment on, he would never leave her again, so that her heart would feel the same as his. The two young people were simply enjoying their time with each other. Having returned to the place where he had not been for 7 years, the first thing he decided to do was visit the room in which they were most often found. Arriving at the study room, he noticed that everything in it remained the same, just as he remembered it. Looking at the table, the guy said that he thought that everything would change, and he would not be able to recognize the usual interior. Urina thought that while Ray was away, this room was only cleaned and nothing was ever touched. They both had a strange feeling because they were facing each other together with their memories, which until yesterday had been empty. The girl thought that this room was cold without him, but with his arrival the whole mansion became warmer. Seeing his study book, Ray couldn't believe his eyes and decided to look into them. Opening the book, he noticed that his handwriting was very bad, and the girl added that his grammar was no better. Noticing her handwriting on the page, he asked her if she wrote it, to which he received the answer that yes, she did it. She told him that when people from the academy came, she looked at his notes while he listened to about entering the academy and scribbled a little short message. Putting his notes back in place, Ray noticed that the professors at the academy admired him. The girl was still worried about the reason why he did not write her a single letter. Reynard began to make excuses that he had been busy all winter, but the Marquise's daughter noticed that he could spare 5 minutes for this. The girl said that even if he was busy, he could write one sentence saying that he was busy. Urina asked him why he didn't think that she would worry when the monthly letters suddenly stopped coming. Every day she tormented herself with questions whether he was sick, whether everything was fine with him. Every day she woke up waiting with a heaviness in her heart. At such moments, she was angry with herself for sending him to study because of her selfishness. She didn't understand why he made her feel pathetic, and she didn't understand who he was to her that she was so worried about him. Noticing that she began to cry, Ray reached out to her face and told her that he had made a mistake. He gently ran his hand through her hair and wiped the tears from her cheek with his thumb. The guy tried to apologize for not telling her in advance, and if he had known that she thought so, he would have sent her a letter. He added that he thought it would be faster to come in person than to send a letter. Students with scholarships cannot leave the Krone Kingdom until they finish their studies, but it turns out that Reynard graduated early. The girl was very surprised because she had never heard of this before, because the number of people who completed their studies in 7 years could be counted on one hand. But he not only graduated, but also a year earlier. He told her that ever since she was attacked in the Kingdom of Krone, he began to have nightmares. In the dream, in her last moments of life, he never arrived on time, and no matter what he did while hugging the cold Urina, it was all useless. His life is meaningless without the Marquis's daughter, and when she died, the desire to live disappeared along with her. It was after this dream that he was able to understand Urina's fear of death. Standing in front of her, the guy said that he was so worried that he couldn't stay there a minute longer. The magician added that he was going crazy because he was afraid that something might happen while he was not around. The girl pretended to be calm because she didn't want him to feel guilty, but she couldn't believe that he was thinking about her all this time. Holding hands, Urina Cardia assured him that she would be fine now and suggested that he introduce himself to them properly. Ray timidly began first and quietly said that he had returned to her after a long separation. The Marquis's daughter took his hands and said with ease in her voice that she was waiting for his return. Urina asked, as if repeating his words, that he could not write a letter because he was busy with his studies. The guy happily remarked that letters were not comparable to meeting in person, and then approached her so that she had to lean on the table. Bending her over the table, Ray asked her if she was really looking forward to a letter from him. She thought that if he had asked this question in the first minutes of the meeting, she would have answered him emphatically no. But now that she knew how Ray had felt all this time, she answered him yes. The magician was so close that she could feel his anxious breathing when he asked her if she had been waiting for him. The girl could not force herself to speak, because she knew the weight of the meaning of the words that she wanted to utter. Reynard moved even closer to her, quietly and affectionately asking her again if she hadn't missed him. Urina Cartia could not control herself and her feelings, so she continued to remain silent. A maid entered the training room and asked if her mistress was there. The twin brothers rushed into the room after Betty and blocked their younger sister, demanding that she explain to them what was happening. The maid apologized to her mistress, saying that she thought someone was trying to harm her. The girl told her that she did not hold a grudge against her, and she also did not recognize him when she first saw him. Justin said they realized he graduated early, but they were wondering why he showed up unannounced. Urina stood up for her friend, saying that he personally wanted to tell her about this. Then her brother asked why he sneaked into the mansion unnoticed. She tried to protect him, saying that a talented magician came through the front door like a normal person. Edwin warily asked why they were completely alone in the training room. The Marquise's daughter replied that she had brought him there because she needed to talk to him alone. The guys immediately attacked her with interrogation, to which she told them that she was surprised that although he was supposed to be at the academy, he was already here. She reasoned that if he left without permission, she should have sent him back secretly so that others would not know about it. The brothers asked if she had told them everything. At this question, the girl faltered a little, remembering the recent spicy scene. Taking a deep breath, Urina assured them that she had told them the whole truth about what was happening here. Justin then turned to Ray, asking him if his little sister was telling the truth. Reynard sternly told him that she was telling the absolute truth and nothing but the truth. Justin did not let up. He decided to find out why his new acquaintance did not look like a wizard, although he studied at the Faculty of Magic. Ray calmly told him that these were just superstitions, that wizards were stupid by nature. The guys began to argue about what wizards should look like. The eldest brother came into the room, saying that he had been looking for them all for quite a long time. The whole company greeted him unanimously, and he smoothly approached them and began a conversation. Rix told the approximate history of the incident along the way, and added that rumors had spread throughout the Empire that Ray was Dave's student. The older brother firmly shook the guy's hand, and Urina thought that after all, he was very different from the twins. Reynard added that he had also heard a lot about the eldest of the Cardia brothers, in particular, that his name was discussed even in the Kingdom of Krone. Rix noticed that few wizard students knew his name, but then he saw the calluses on the hand he had just shaken. He asked the guest if he knew how to wield a sword, to which he received an affirmative answer. Then the brother realized where he had heard his name, and asked why I could use a sword at all. Ray looked towards the girl standing at a distance, but did not answer him. Then Rix invited him to fight to understand what he was capable of. Everyone in the room headed towards the fencing hall to watch their sparring. The Marquis's daughter noticed that Ray was very nervous, and she was beginning to worry about him. The opponent was Rix, who was considered the most talented among his peers. Watching the fight, the man wondered why the magician should pretend that he knows how to wield a sword. Suddenly, the sound of a sword striking a sword echoed throughout the room, after which everyone present began to closely monitor what was happening. The guys fought with all their might to prove to their opponents that they were worth something. The girl sat in the back of the hall, watching the fights, amazed at how long the magician was able to hold out. Everything was decided by one single attack, thanks to which Rix was able to knock the weapon out of the enemy's hands. The weapon flew straight into the crowd, but Ray was able to stop it in time with magic. The loser bowed to the winner as a sign of respect for the fight. Smiling at him, the older brother happily said that it was a good sparring. After the duel ended, the duelists approached the crowd, where Rick said in front of everyone that although the guy was not a knight, he was quite good at fencing. Having said this, he asked if Ray would like to take part in the hunting competition. Seeing that the guy did not understand what he was talking about, Urina explained that her brother was talking about events held annually by the imperial family. The girl also added that she wrote about this to him in a letter, which will not reach him now. It suddenly dawned on her that she had put in the envelope not only a letter, but also the very scarf that was needed at the competition. Everyone noticed her quick change in face and asked if she was feeling well, to which they received the answer that she had forgotten something for her luggage. Ray went straight after her under the pretext that he also needed to rest, and trying to catch up with her, asked what happened. He was worried that she was in pain, so he followed her straight to her chambers. The guy tried to take her temperature, just as he had once tried to take her as a child, but she told him that she was fine. The magician sincerely did not understand what the problem was that caused her to run away from the hall so quickly. She told him that before his arrival, she managed to send a letter to the academy, and he said that he took all her letters with him. Turning around to walk a little further, she quietly added that this was not the case at all. The girl decided to confess that she had sent another letter a few days ago, wondering if she was okay. Ray was not taken aback and said that he would ask Aiden to send the letter back to the Empire. Yurina Kartia said quietly that the letter contained a scarf needed for hunting competitions. Realizing that this was the first time Reynard had encountered such a thing, she told him that women gave handkerchiefs to men who went out themselves, praying for a safe return. The Marquise's daughter said that she had made a handkerchief for him as well, while she was making one for her brothers and father, but she had sent it along with the letter, so now she had no handkerchief for him. After finishing her speech, she said that if you ask Aiden to be sent back, it will take about a month, but by then the competition will be over. But on the other hand, Yurina could hope that no one would lose her carefully embroidered scarf. That same evening, the long-awaited meeting of her parents with the man who was in their care took place. The father promised that in the future, he would help talented people with paper as much as he could. Yurina's mother tenderly hugged the grown boy and accepted him as her own son. His master became angry, not believing that Ray had graduated early, and loudly ordered him to go back. He admitted this only after he checked his student's diploma 3 times for falsity. The next day, they were finally alone, and the girl asked him why his mentor was keeping him in line. Ray told her that most likely he simply did not take him for a rival, because magic is what they are. The 2 young people did not understand why this was happening and only sighed doomedly. Ray turned to her, asking how long ago she sent that letter with the handkerchief inside. She replied that about a week ago. The guy thought that since a week had passed, the letter should already be at the border. The guy asked her if she sprayed the letter with perfume this time, to which he received an affirmative answer. He just smiled happily at her, not intending to explain why he asked her such questions. After some time, Ray decided to go somewhere, but he didn't tell anyone where. The magician added that he needed to go somewhere and asked the girl to extend her hand to him. Yurina Kartia still did not understand what was happening and where he was going to leave her. She extended her hand to him, and the bracelets on their hands shone with a bright light. Looking at his bracelet, the Marquis's daughter asked in surprise what he was doing just now. Ray glanced to the side in embarrassment, apparently trying to avoid answering her question. He then decided to confess to her that he had made a location-tracking artifact. The girl was wondering what he put on her. The magician tried to explain to her that there was nothing strange about it. But it didn't seem so. She thought it was very strange, but the guy again tried to convince her otherwise. He added that there are people who use such artifacts for strange purposes, but the daughter of the Marquis asked him not to continue. Ray took her hand and told her that he had to go somewhere and might not be back in time for the hunting competition, so he gave her this artifact to join them later. He asked her to wear the bracelet only until he returned, but Yurina was still bothered by the question of where it had gone in the first place. Her friend smiled sweetly and told her that this was a closely guarded secret and he couldn't tell her about it. Hunting competitions have begun, but the talented magician has not yet joined them. The girl thought that he would return faster and was worried that something might happen to him. She was stunned by a sharp pain from the fact that the new maid, trying to insert an earring into her ear, injured her neck. The poor girl was nervous, trying to apologize for her unforgivable mistake. Betty immediately started yelling at her about what she had done and that she needed to be careful and call a doctor quickly. Emily, as the new maid was called, quickly rushed out of the Marquis's daughter's chambers, trying to find a doctor. The remaining maid restlessly asked her mistress if her neck hurt too much, to which she received a negative answer. The girl noticed that she was the victim, and for some reason Betty was crying bitterly. Yurina Kartia, you asked her not to be too strict with Emily because she was also upset. Emily is a new maid hired 6 months ago. Although she was only 16, she was cheerful and outgoing and also good at her job. The girl thought that her maid was still too young, and today she was very nervous because an important event was coming up. Betty said that the mistress was too kind, and in any case she would scold the maid properly. Realizing that she was powerless with the evil Betty, the daughter of the Marquis asked her not to scold her too much. She then asked her if her new neck wound looked too scary. Betty said that her neck was swollen, and as luck would have it, they didn't bring a dress with a collar. Emily stood at the exit of the tent all this time, not believing what she did to her mistress. The poor girl was shaking with fear. She could not control her body and her thoughts were rushing from side to side. The maid, Betty, assured her mistress that she was not serious early and she could apply the medicine and, on top of it, his cosmetics, and upon returning home, begin normal treatment. Emily returned back to the tent and suggested that the Marquise's daughter change her hairstyle. In her opinion, the scar will be less noticeable if you put your hair on the same side the day the wound was located. She also believed that if she decorated it with multicolored stilettos, then no one would pay attention to her neck. After listening to the suggestions, Urina asked the new maid to give her this hairstyle. Worried about the recent incident, Emily warned that she might do something wrong again. The girl told her that everything would be fine because she had coped well before. Standing in front of the mirror, their mistress asked Betty what she thought about this, to which she replied that she thought it was a good idea. Encouraged, Emily decided to braid her hair to one side because she was confident in this option. While braiding her mistress, the maid told her that she had a younger sister who liked braided hair better, so she offered her this option. Having done her job, the maid announced she was ready, and Urina Cardia looked in the mirror, where a beautiful girl was looking at her. The Marquise's daughter thanked her, saying that it was much better, to which Emily replied that she was only happy to serve her mistress. Betty also did not stand aside, complimenting Urina and praising her new assistant. The girl said that everyone had been waiting for them for a long time, and they should hurry up, and asked to put an earring on her. Rummaging through all the pockets, Emily tried to find the ill-fated earring. She definitely remembered that she had put it in her pocket. Almost crying, the girl quietly reported that most likely the earring fell out when she ran out of the tent. Urina Cardia also thought that most likely the girl simply lost her on the way. Trying to find a way out of this situation, the daughter of the Marquise said that the hair decorations were quite detailed, so it was better to take plain earrings. Betty assured her that she would ask the servants to find the lost earring so that her mistress would not worry. Noticing she was wearing the necklace that Reynard had given her, the maid said that it didn't quite fit the look. The girl thought that when the necklace was on her, it seemed to her that Ray was next to her, so she never took it off. Betty asked about the bracelet on her hand, saying that she saw it for the first time, but it matched the necklace. Urina Cartia smiled timidly and thanked the maids for their work. Coming out of the tent, the girl noticed how many people had arrived at the imperial competition. She thought it was just a boring ceremony, but seeing couples on every corner made her sad. She felt sorry that she had a scarf for Ray, even if she could not give the scarf to anyone personally, but she hoped that he would at least just receive it. Looking at the other couples, Urina remembered her friend's return from the academy when he told her that he would protect her. She felt embarrassed at the thought of even remembering that day and thinking about it. Rick suddenly approached her and asked her what she was looking at so intently. The girl timidly replied that she was just looking at people around and nothing more. She harshly noticed that everyone around was incredibly joyful and happy. The older brother told her that she was now watching the main part of the hunting competition, the exchange of handkerchiefs. He asked her to take a knight's oath, to which she replied that what was the point in getting it from her brother. Urina Cardia presented her elder brother with a scarf. He was surprised that she made it for him. Rix promised her that in exchange for her scarf, he would make her the first lady of hunting competitions. The two twins were indignant because their sister gave the scarf only to her older brother, but they too could catch a deer and make her the first lady. They looked at her for a long time, regretting that she had not chosen them, but then they saw several more handkerchiefs in her hands. Then they quickly approached her, asking hopefully for whom she had prepared the remaining handkerchiefs. The girl took a deep breath, brought her hand with the handkerchiefs closer to them, and said that she had made them especially for them. After receiving the gifts, the twins began to praise the embroidered designs on them, especially their family crest. Urina agreed with them and wished them to return safe and sound. The brothers suggested that they catch a fox for her, or maybe a small hare. Rix told his little sister that she had a beautiful hairstyle today and that braided hair suited her very well. Justin also added that loose hair suits her, but it doesn't look as beautiful as braided hair. The Marquise's daughter thought that her hair hid her wound well, and answered her brothers that she would collect her hair more often. The elder brother asked her to be careful, to which she replied that the camp was quite safe. Rix looked at her sternly and quietly added that he did not mean animals at all. In the crowd of people, Urina Cardia noticed Curtis Xenosius, who looked like he was planning something. The Crown Prince also saw Mrs. Cardia and called out to her. All the girl wanted was to pretend that she had not heard anything and just leave. Turning around at his address, she bowed her head as a sign of respect for the imperial person and greeted him. He ordered her to raise her head and then moved so close that their foreheads almost collided. The future emperor said that it was very difficult to see her, and he would like to see people dear to him more often, to which she replied that she understood his busy schedule, in which there was no time for her. Curtis noticed that she seemed much busier than him, and Urina thought that the guy was hinting that she was pretending to be busy, trying to get away from him. The guy told her that he was very glad to see her after so much time, but it seemed to him that she was not happy. The girl decided that his words sounded true, but his smile showed that it was a lie. She knew that he needed strength, because he had become an adult and the struggle for power had become tougher. Since there was a second crown prince, the first one needed to strengthen himself more. So Curtis understood that recruiting a talented magician would be very beneficial to him. In the original novel, the first crown prince won the power struggle, but thanks to the fact that Rhea got it with the help of Lydia. The Marquise's daughter did not fully understand what her character from the book liked about the prince, but she said out loud that she was also glad to see His Highness after a long time. The future emperor told her that he had heard about Reynard the other day, and when the opportunity arose, he would like to talk with him, but he thought that he was still a year away from graduation. Urina rejoiced in her soul that her ward told her in confidence about his graduation from the academy. Curtis invited her to have a cup of tea with him and tell her story about a talented magician, since fate itself brought them together. The girl told him that it was a great honor for her, however. She was probably not the only one who was looking forward to tea with His Highness. One of the guards approached them and confirmed her words, saying that many had asked him for a personal meeting much earlier. The puzzled crown prince clearly did not expect that any of the accompanying people would intrude into their dialogue. Then she turned to the Marquis's daughter. He said that he would have to postpone tea until later. Mentally, Urina was glad that Curtis was not stubborn and changed his plans so easily. Later, one of the guards informed the crown prince that the Marquis de Fran was waiting for him first. She assumed that her future killer would appear at this event, but she could not believe that he had come all this way to meet the crown prince. When the guards and Curtis left her alone, someone began to approach her from behind. Ray finally arrived at the imperial competition, and the first thing he decided to do was meet with her. The girl began bombarding him with questions about when he arrived and why he was wearing these clothes, to which he replied that he had arrived recently and Betty had found the clothes for him. Urina noticed that his eyes were a completely different color, and her friend replied that since he arrived at the event in secret, that's why he changed the color of his eyes, so that no one would guess that it was him. The Marquise's daughter understood his plan and decided that it was quite logical, because if he had not done so, the rumors would have immediately spread. She asked if he should have changed his eye color to something normal, since purple also stood out a lot. The guy told her that no matter what color he tried to change it to, his eyes still turned purple. Hearing about this, she said that the master would attack him and study such a phenomenon, to which Ray answered her that he was glad that he was not here. Turning towards the departing guards and the crown prince, Reynard asked what they were talking about. The girl stated that they had not talked about anything like that and suggested that he wanted to see him again. The talented magician became wary and asked what goal the future emperor was pursuing. Urina told him about her guesses. Then her friend asked what he should do, to which she replied that she could not control his life. The Marquise's daughter said that it would be better if he did not contact the prince again. Ray timidly and quietly asked her if maybe she wanted to become the future empress. This statement shocked the girl because she had talked so much about how much she wanted to avoid this. She added that she told him this many times, that she did not want to get involved with this person. Urinacardia assured him that the idea of becoming an empress was even more hateful, and she was not interested in being an empress. Listened to her arguments, Reynard visibly blushed and looked at her with all his tenderness. The girl remembered that she was worried about where he was going and when he returned. The guy took a handkerchief from his pocket, which she brought out especially for him, saying that the messenger was far away, so it took a lot of time. He handed the handkerchief to her, saying that it would be great if she gave it to him personally. Urina was embarrassed that a talented magician had done so much work to return the item she had made. She extended her hand with the handkerchief to him. Ray, sitting down on one knee, reached for the handkerchief and gently pressed against her hand. The guy kissed her hand as a sign of gratitude for the fact that she made a scarf especially for him. Rix slowly approached him, asking how long they would continue to tweet here. The girl told them to return safe and sound, but before that, the talented magician was going to do one more thing. He reached out and pushed her hair away from her neck so he could fully appreciate the extent of the wound and heal it. Urena asked him how he could see her, because she carefully hid her, to which he answered her that if you look carefully, you cannot help but notice. Returning back to the tent, the Marquis's daughter noticed that Emily was still standing sad. Then she decided to call her to her, and the maid quickly rushed to the call of her mistress. Urena suggested that she take a walk around the camp with her so that she wouldn't get bored alone. They climbed the valley of a mountain ridge, and Emily gazed in admiration at the winter view it offered. The Marquis's daughter asked the knight if they could rest a little here, to which Sir Aaron told her that there was a magician's camp on the other side, so this was the safest place. The maid was very happy that her mistress took her for a walk, and she was able to climb such a high mountain. Betty noticed that, looking at Emily, she seemed to see the little lady and the boy Reynard. The maid recalled how they once spent all their free time together, and how cute the children were then. She also happily added that in her eyes, these two will forever remain children. Their conversation was interrupted by the loud voice of a guard who was telling someone that he could not pass. The stranger indignantly asked why he could not pass, because this territory was not private property. A girl from the maid approached them, asking what happened, to which they received a warning not to approach them. Sir Aaron asked the unfamiliar guy to provide him with personal information, to which he replied that they were just taking a walk and wanted to go down to admire the valley. Urena noticed that the man was emitting a strange flow of mana, and this alerted her. She said that they really had no right to stop him, and suggested that he return to the tent. Looking at the guy, the Marquis's daughter realized that he was an exact copy of her ward Reynard. She explained to him that the escort was quite careful about everything, since it was his first time at such an event. The four of them began to prepare to return back to their tent in the knight's camp. An unfamiliar guy asked her if by chance they had met somewhere before. The girl thought to herself that this was a very hackneyed phrase from romance novels. She replied that she was seeing him for the first time, but then his hand touched her, and they fell into a stream of magic. Concerned, Betty rushed to her mistress, but it was too late. The two young people found themselves in a dome of magic dividing space, and the unfamiliar guy asked her not to worry. He assured her that they would harm her, to which she replied that he used space magic without her consent, and she did not believe a single word he said. The guy said that he should tell her only the truth, and he just wanted to talk to her alone. Urena noticed that if he wanted to talk, then he clearly needed to do things differently. He apologized to her, saying that he did not yet know the etiquette, and reiterated that he would let her go. The guy asked her one single question. Was it true that she had never met him before? The Marquis's daughter strictly answered that she had not met her, and even if they had met before, such behavior was unacceptable. Now she decided to ask him a completely logical question, asking what family he was from. She added that she is from Cartia's family, and to insult her is to insult her family. She will also file a complaint on behalf of her family in this regard. The stranger asked her if he understood correctly that she was none other than Mrs. Urena Cartia. He understood the answer without words, and the magic that separated the space began to dissipate around them. The girl found herself in the same place where she was before getting into the dome, and the mysterious magician apologized for his tactlessness and disappeared. The accompanying guard and the maid Betty immediately ran up to the Marquis's daughter. The trembling maid told her that she thought he would do something to her, but Urena quickly pulled herself together and ordered Lord Aaron to find out who the man was and what family he was from. Her heart told her that she immediately needed to find the unknown magician. Returning to the camp, the Lord informed her that no trace could be found, and asked if he should continue the search, to which he received the answer that he had done an excellent job and could rest. The girl decided that if Lord Aaron searched the entire camp and could not find him, then the magician was not here at all, or he was hiding his mana. But she was still haunted by the question that he used such strong magic only for this purpose, to ask if they had met before. The maid, who was always worried about her, suggested that her mistress get some sleep, because she looked very tired. Trying to calm her down, Urena said in a calm voice that she was fine. Strange noises were heard outside the tent, and Betty went to see what the commotion was going on outside. A couple of seconds later, the maid was already running towards her mistress, shouting that they should leave immediately. Coming out of the tent, the girl saw a large number of people running away from something in horror. She could not understand what was happening, and the maid only hurried her to take refuge somewhere. The girls left the tent and Lord Aaron immediately ran up to them from the chaotic crowd. The escort loudly told her that they needed to leave the hunting camp as soon as possible. At that very moment, they noticed a huge pack of wolves roaming around the camp. One of them rushed straight at Urina, but Sir Aaron stood in front of her to repel the attack, and Betty hurried to take her mistress away. The girl's heart was beating wildly. She understood that they would not be able to escape from a pack of wolves. The Marquise's daughter felt how the animals were chasing her, how greedily they looked with their eyes at their target. She tripped over a small stone and fell to the ground, hitting her hand painfully. The maid tried to lift her mistress, but Urina's legs did not obey her. A pack of wolves had already caught up with them. In the head of the Marquis's daughter, the only thoughts were that she could not die so suddenly. All the joyful events of her life flashed before her eyes, and in one of them was the very necklace that Ray gave her. She commanded Betty to stand behind her and, touching the stone, cast an attack spell. All 3 wolves fell dead around the girls sitting on the ground, trembling with fear. Thinking that they had defeated all the animals, the girls suddenly saw the leader of a pack of wolves, who was slowly heading towards them. The stone could only be used once, so she was preparing to die and closed her eyes when she suddenly felt someone hug her. Opening her eyes, she saw Ray in front of her, who told her that he was glad that she was alive. After that, the guy fell to the ground, revealing a deep wound from the wolf's claws. The magician was treated by a doctor, and they returned to the mansion, where they put him to bed until he fully recovered. The doctor assured her that although the wound was large, fortunately, the magic of the imperial palace managed to treat it. He also added that they were worried about heavy bleeding, but the guy was physically strong, so that didn't turn out to be a problem either. After asking him if her friend would have any complications, she was told that the torn skin and muscle had been stretched using magic, so he would feel mild pain for a few days. Turning to the doctor, she asked if there was anything she could do to help the injured guy. He replied that she would give him strength even if she just held his hand. The Marquis's daughter sincerely thanked the doctor and said that she would do so. The maid slowly entered the room, seeing her mistress sitting exhausted near the bed. Betty suggested that she look after Mr. Reynard so that she could rest, because at this rate she might collapse from overwork. Urina sternly answered her that she would not go anywhere and would remain next to him until he woke up. The girl asked the maid how her friend appeared in front of her, to which she received the answer that he used magic and suddenly appeared in front of her. She was worried about how he knew and appeared in front of her if he was definitely on the hunt. Betty assumed that Mr. Reynard heard screams in the camp and therefore came to her aid. She also added that, in any case, it was a great success that he was able to be nearby. The maid said that despite the fact that the master was injured, they were both in no danger. They both looked at their savior lying in the bed, who was unconscious. Sitting with her back to the maid, Urina said that if it weren't for him, she would definitely have died. The girl let go of Betty and was left alone with her thoughts and memories. She understood that this was not luck at all, since he was wounded in the end, and taking his hand, she quietly asked him to wake up quickly. The next day, Urina Cartia asked the doctor why her friend had not woken up yet. She added that on top of that, the guy had a fever, to which the doctor told her that the temperature was rising due to muscle spasms. The doctor said there might be a slight fever for a few days, but his condition was not serious, so she should not worry. The girl continued to ask whether the doctors were sure that he did not have a serious condition. She was interrupted by Betty, who calmly told her that they should wait a little longer. They went to the reading room, where the maid brought tea for her mistress, saying that she also needed rest, because she did not leave Mr. Reynard all the time. The Marquis's daughter thanked her for stopping her and decided that she should apologize to the Dr. Roderick for her screams. Betty said that he would definitely put himself in her position, because after all, this was connected with Mr. Reynard. The maid handed her a mug of tea with milk, saying that she added sugar to improve her mood. After taking a sip, Urina said that the tea was sweet, to which the maid asked if she had put too much sugar. Her mistress replied that the tea was so sweet and delicious, but I wouldn't want to drink it with Ray. Betty assured her that her friend would wake up very soon, because he had a person who was waiting for him so much. That same night, the Marquis's daughter could not sleep, because as soon as she closed her eyes, she saw the image of the dying Ray. Deciding that she needed to wash herself, the girl went to the bathroom along the dark corridor. Coming back, she saw that her ward Reynard was standing not far from her. She immediately rushed into his arms, not believing that he had finally woken up and could even walk. The guy hugged her even tighter, trying to feel the scent that was so familiar to him. He asked her if the beast had hurt her, to which she told him that she was fine thanks to his protection. The girl could not believe that, even in such a situation, he continued to worry about her despite the fact that he was injured precisely because of her. Stroking her hair, Ray asked if she was too scared and apologized for coming so late. If he had known earlier, he would not have allowed this to happen. Yurina noticed that it was he who was wounded, not she, to which he answered her that everything was already in order. The Marquis's daughter, almost crying, said that he had been unconscious for 2 days, so he was not all right. Ray replied that he did not expect to lie in bed for so long. It seemed to him that he slept for a couple of hours. He told her that he used protective magic, but for some reason it didn't work, and so he protected her first. The girl asked, since he could have died, why did he intervene? Did he really not value his own life? Reynard said that thanks to his action, she was able to remain alive and unharmed. He then reached his hand towards her face, gently brushed her hair behind her ear, and told her that she was the most important thing to him. During these 2 days, she heard countless times that it was great luck that she was alive. But she didn't think so, because her friend was wounded. Shedding tears, Yurina asked what it was about her that he was ready to go so far, to which he replied that he promised to protect her. She remembered the day when, sitting in the pouring rain, she asked him to promise her to always protect her. When she first met the boy, she was afraid that he was dangerous, but now that Ray existed instead of Carrion, she didn't think so. The Marquise's daughter was trembling all over, shouting at him that what was the point if he suffered because of her. The guy assured her that even without a promise, he would still do this. And Yurina asked him why he was doing this. He said that he could not imagine his life without Yurina Cartia in it. The magician quietly and modestly added that if the girl was gone, then he would die too. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she said what would happen to her if he died because of her. The girl screamed loudly, asking if he really thought that if he was gone, then everything would be okay with her. She also added that it doesn't look like she's okay now after so many days of worrying about him. Ray turned away so as not to see her tears, and the Marquise's daughter continued to ask him if he really thought that everything was fine with her. She always thought that there was nothing worse than death, because the moment of death is very painful, lonely, and terrifying. But in that moment, when she saw her friend fall and bleed, she realized for the first time that his death was much worse than her own. Yurina continued to scream that after he fell exhausted, she saw a nightmare several times a day in which he dies because of her. The girl held him tightly by the shirt, asking how he had the right to just say that he didn't care about his life. Reynard hugged her tightly and told her that he was indeed wrong and asked her forgiveness. She asked him to promise her that he would never do that again, but the guy could not promise her that. Holding her close to him, he painfully said that if something like this happened again, he would do the same. Yurina pulled him away from her, trying to see his face, and telling him not to do that. The Marquis's daughter said that if he really liked her, then he shouldn't do that. The guy blushed and asked her how she realized about his feelings and how long ago. She told him that based on his actions, it would be strange if she did not guess. Wrapping her arms around his body, Yurina looked into his eyes and affectionately said that she liked him. Pressing her palm to his face, she added that she also treasures him more than herself. Ray remembered the very moment when you first realized that he liked her. When they were sitting in the pouring rain, he leaned towards her, saying that he liked her too, much more than he liked himself. Reynard smoothly reached out to her lips, and they merged in a long-awaited, tender kiss. The two lovers were happy that they finally understood their feelings and received reciprocity from the object of their love. Several royal magicians examined the corpse of the killed wolf to figure out how it got through the magical barrier. Dave approached the crown prince, holding an umbrella and talking about how it started to rain immediately after the incident, which was not good for them. Curtis noticed that he was a little late, to which the guy replied that the security did not let him through, saying that if he had nothing to do with the process, they would not let him through. The mentor said that he was surprised that after so much time, the future emperor contacted him asking for help. While inspecting the scene, he said that he understood why they asked for his help. The daughter of the Marquis Cartia again had a terrible dream in which her lover received a wound and did not open his eyes. She called for help, but no one heard her. Only the unfortunate maid Emily was nearby. The girl frantically apologized, holding out to her mistress the unfortunate earring with which she had injured her neck. Yurina woke up in horror, jumped out of bed, and scared Ray, who was lying next to him. The guy quickly hugged her, trying to wake her up from the remnants of sleep and calm her trembling. The girl was afraid that having seen how Ray was wounded, it was imprinted in her memory and appeared in her worst nightmares. She felt his body for some time to understand that he was actually alive, but realizing what she was doing, she sharply pushed him away from her. Realizing what had just happened, the Marquise's daughter became embarrassed and quickly blushed. Urina asked how she ended up on the bed, because she definitely fell asleep in the wrong place, to which she heard the answer that it seemed to him that it was uncomfortable to sleep sitting up, so he moved her to the bed. Leaning back, he stated that they slept together quite often as children, and there was nothing strange about it. She asked him to bring her something to eat, but Ray replied that they could eat later. The girl suddenly became strict, which confused her lover a little, and he simply looked at her. Getting out of bed, she said loudly that if he wanted to recover quickly, he needed to eat something. Before she could finish speaking, Urina found herself on top of Reynard, who grabbed her by the waist. Looking at him, the Marquise's daughter saw that he was glowing with happiness when he was next to her. She tried to break free, nervously saying what he was doing such a thing, and ordered him to quickly let her go. The guy raised his hands a little higher, so that they were on her back, and pulled her towards him. Ray mockingly told her that she was blushing so much she looked like a tomato. The magician pressed her even closer to him, so that he could reach her ear, into which he whispered that he liked her. He continued to tell her that he couldn't live without her, and that he liked her very much. For breakfast, they went to the open veranda, where they were brought hot cream soup. Sitting down at the table, the girl ordered him to eat something so that he could recover faster. Watching her, he asked if everything was okay, to which he heard the answer that the soup was very hot. At one point, Ray asked her to blow on the soup spoon and spoon-feed him. He added that he lay motionless for a very long time and his hands were weak, to which the girl objected that he had recently held her with these hands. Reynard recalled that when he was sick, she helped him drink water from a glass. She was amused by that memory, because in it the little magician proudly drank water little by little on his own. She blushed again, realizing that at that age it would be strange to feed him. Looking sternly at him, the girl thoughtfully asked if he was making fun of her. Ray shuddered, swallowed nervously, and asked if he had ruined her mood. Urina pulled him towards her and passionately kissed him on the lips with all tenderness. The girl added that she said that he looked at her and said that she looked like a tomato. Her face turned red again, but she continued to say that he was the same as this vegetable. Ray was caught off guard by her action, his face even redder than hers. Dave arrived at the mansion, asking Betty if his student Reynard was there. The maid replied that Mr. Reynard had just woken up, and the master asked him to forgive him for coming without warning. He added that there was a very urgent matter, so he definitely needed to meet him. Urina was the first to meet her mentor and began to wipe his rain-soaked head. Dave thanked her for her concern and asked how his student was doing after the injury. The girl said that although he said he was fine, she wasn't sure, so she told him to rest a little more and put him to bed. Looking at the master, she asked if he was very worried about Reynard's health, to which I received an affirmative answer. Arriving at the room, Dave asked Ray if he really felt okay, because he was seriously injured. The talented magician showed him his muscles, saying that, as far as he could see, there was nothing wrong with his arm. Then, looking at his beloved, the guy said that he felt a slight pain in his muscles. A little embarrassed, he said that it would pass sooner and he would be as good as new. Two young men asked Dave if he had been able to find out anything at the hunting camp. The girl said that according to her father, magical abilities were involved in this case. The guy said that the protective barrier used to protect the camp was damaged. He added that even the palace magicians could not find any clues in this matter. According to Lord Aaron, the target of all the wolves was not the aristocrats, but only the daughter of the Marquis of Carthia. The beasts ignored the knights waving their swords and moved only in one direction. Dave reported that as soon as the magical barrier was damaged, the evil pack immediately rushed inside. Urina said that hunting competitions are not held in a place where there are predators. What bothered her was that Ray said he definitely used defensive magic, but it didn't work. The mentor concluded that, in general, nothing could be found out, and Betty smoothly approached them. The Marquise's daughter asked why, after so much time, nothing had been found. The maid served the guest juice, and the girl asked whether the Order of Knights and the magicians of the palace were really involved in this matter. The mentor said that there were clues left in the magic camp, but no traces were found in the corpses of the wolves. Reynard asked if his master personally verified this information, or so he was told. Dave said there's definitely something there, but they can't detect it because their powers alone aren't enough. The magician said that he would personally go to the scene of the attack on his beloved. Urina sternly said that he had not yet recovered, to which he replied that the doctor said that he could move. Then she decided to turn to the mentor, saying that he was sick and still needed rest. The Marquise's daughter looked at Ray with pleading eyes, but the guy assured her that he would quickly sort everything out and return to her. He promised her that he would not use magic and overwork himself. He did not want to let things take their course. She invited him to go together, but Reynard immediately refused her unexpected idea. The guy added that if they went together, he would worry and wouldn't be able to find out anything. Standing in the hall, the magician said goodbye to her, telling her that everything would be okay, because the pain in his muscles had passed. He then looked around several times to make sure no one was looking at them. Ray put his hand on her face and leaned down to kiss his lover. The guy smiled sweetly and said that he always kept the promises he made to her. Urina accepted the inevitable and asked him to be careful and think about himself. Dave unwittingly witnessed a love scene between two young people. The lovers simply stood next to each other, not saying anything to each other, but simply enjoying each other. Sitting in the carriage, Dave asked if everything was all right with him, because if he felt normal now, complications could still arise. Ray complained that there was slight muscle pain, but it went away fairly quickly. Looking at Urina's necklace, Reynard thought that as soon as she used magic, a signal came into his necklace, which is why he was able to appear nearby so quickly. The talented magician stated that he teleported and saw that the wolf was attacking the girl and tried to use protection magic. Looking at the mentor, the guy said that his protective magic did not work. He then added that Urina was the target of the wolves and someone tried to prevent the magic from working. Some powerful magician was definitely involved in this. Ray asked. The Imperial Order of Knights still could not find anything, because in such a complex matter, it was impossible to immediately find the culprits. Dave said that the Imperial Order couldn't find anything, but there was something he wasn't looking for. He added that the incident happened at a hunting competition organized by the Imperial family, so despite the fact that the Crown Prince is personally responsible for solving the case. Some of the knights involved in the investigation are close associates of Empress Janice, who is feuding with Curtis. One of the reasons for the delay in the investigation was that if Curtis did not deal with the matter, the Empress would accuse him of incompetence. Reynard cried out that this was complete nonsense, and that he could not understand the Imperial intrigues. The mentor said that unlike him, his student was not an interested party, so he could avoid a power struggle. Arriving at the camp, the first thing Dave did was put a robe on Ray and advised him to change his eye color to a more normal one. Having learned that he could not choose a color other than purple, the mentor approached him, and Reynard said that he thought that if he relaxed even a little, the magic would be released. The guy said that he wants to solve this case in order to protect the person dear to him. Then he asked his mentor that he too wanted to protect his loved one. As Dave fastened his coat, he sincerely thanked his student for his understanding. A knight approached them, saying that they should not be on the territory of the investigation. Hiding Ray behind him, the mentor said that they were from the Cartia family, because Marquis Cartia wanted to know how far the investigation had progressed. Several more knights approached them, and the first one told them that nothing special had been found. If the investigation progressed, they would send a letter to the Cartia family. A magician came out from behind, saying that several days had already passed since the incident, but they still hadn't found out anything. He then sternly said that their family would no longer expect results from them. Dave confirmed his friend's words, saying that he didn't think they would hear the news they wanted just by waiting, and they wanted to check in person. The knight rudely said that their words meant distrust of the Imperial Order of Knights. The magician said that if they had the ability to figure out the cause of the incident, they would have done it long ago. The guards laughed at his words, saying that he was completely green, but had a sharp tongue. One of them then added that he thought the guy should improve his skills better before doubting the knight's abilities. Marcus Defron approached the guards, loudly asking what was happening. Seeing Dave, he said that apparently he came from the Cartia family, to which the mentor told him that the Crown Prince had given him permission to look at the scene. The Marquis thought for a moment, saying that he was responsible for this matter, but His Highness was busy, so he would ask him later if they could pass. But for now, they could leave. Ray did not like the fact that someone did not allow them to the scene, because they want to find out the truth. Dave caught Reynard by the scruff of the neck, saying that there was no need to provoke the Order of Knights. Otherwise, they might be accused of disrespect for the Imperial family. He added that the Marquis should not be alarmed, because he was one of those who graduated from the academy in 7 years. So he was an experienced person, so it was better not to react emotionally. Ray couldn't let his lover feel fear again, so he had to deal with this quickly. He suddenly felt a strange energy emanating from the place where the wolf's corpse lay. The guy rushed, bypassing everyone in his path, throwing the guards to the sides. Dave ordered him to stop, because he was violating the order of the Imperial Order of Knights. Reynard firmly stated that a strange, strong, dark energy was emanating from the wolf's corpse. He puzzledly asked everyone standing around if they really didn't feel the ominous magic. The guy carefully examined the beast, looking for the place where the maximum accumulation of mana was located. Snatching the sword from the guard's sheath, the magician swung it and plunged it into the body of the dead animal. Ray said that he found the true essence of the energy that came from the wolf. Taking the object out of the corpse, he showed everyone that a small bead was to blame. The talented magician squeezed it in his hand, after which it slowly evaporated from his hand. Instead of a bead, a small gold earring remained in his hand, and Reynard asked if his mentor had seen this earring before. Dave vaguely remembered where he had seen a familiar thing, but stubbornly could not recreate it in his memory. Crown Prince Curtis was already heading towards them, asking what the guy had found. The mentor was a little embarrassed at the sight of his friend. He hesitated a little, and Ray stood aside in fear. All those present bowed to His Majesty, as was customary in their world. Ray handed him the find, saying that this jewelry was hidden in the blood of the wolf, and it seemed to him that the reason for the attack was in him. The future emperor carefully examined the earring, not intending to pick it up. Then he sternly said that they had been trying for several days to find any clue, but had found nothing, and the first stranger had done it so quickly. The man from the order standing behind him wanted to start justifying himself, but the magician interrupted him. Ray decided to say that at first glance, it might seem that the wolf could have swallowed the jewelry, but he believed that it was black magic. Curtis asked him again, and Reynard said that, unlike the use of free mana and mana inside the body, in black magic they also use blood as a conductor. He suggested that if the earring belonged to Mrs. Cardia, then wolves at a great distance could target her. But the guy was confused by the fact that his natural magic did not work. But he decided that if the wolf's teeth were enchanted with black magic, then they could easily break through his magic. Ray believed that he did not know who exactly, but the person who arranged this was planning to get rid of his beloved once and for all. No matter how strong the magician was, he would not be able to resist this magic, and it is logical that he could not wake up for 2 whole days. Adjusting his hood, he thought that the wolf's teeth were definitely saturated with a curse or poison. The guy suddenly realized that if it weren't for him, Urina Cardia would already be dead. The Crown Prince told him that it had been 100 years since black magic had disappeared from the Empire. Ray said there was no information left on the use of blood as a conductor, so the investigation was at a dead end. One of the Order of Knights loudly declared that they could not trust the stranger, because black magic had long disappeared. The guy answered him that if he were a criminal, then why would he come to the scene of the crime, to which the knight rushed at him, yelling that in order to be noticed by His Highness and receive recognition of his abilities from him. Reynard quickly repelled the attack, but the enemy said that Mrs. Cardia had seen the magician the day before, and perhaps it was him. Approaching the Crown Prince, the man continued to say that it was very suspicious that a stranger appeared at the most critical moment, bypassed the Imperial Order, and found evidence. Curtis calmly looked at the screaming man, and he continued that the guy was playing well because this was his performance, because he wanted to take the opportunity to suck up to the Cardia family and the Emperor. He added that black magic was the only excuse he could come up with. Ray said that his arguments were ridiculous, and they should admit that his abilities were superior to theirs, and they should be ashamed that they had not found anything. The Crown Prince said that the Order spent the whole night searching, but could not find anything, and since there are wounded people, they need to quickly find the truth. He asked how the guy was going to test black magic, since there was no one among him who understood it. At the same time, at the Urina mansion, Cardia was looking for her maid Emily, but could not find her. Betty said that she had entrusted her with cleaning the garden, but nothing was ready yet, to which the mistress told her that Emily was still little. Walking along the corridor to the maid's room, the girl thought that the girl had become a little more cheerful after their walk along the mountain range. Watching her live without a family at such a young age, the Marquise's daughter was worried about her. Arriving at her room, Urina found that her things were scattered, but the girl herself was nowhere to be found. There was a small package on the floor. She picked it up, trying to figure out what it was. Betty called out to her, saying that Mr. Renard had returned to the mansion and was looking for her. He added that the guy told her that it was very urgent, and she needed to quickly find the Marquise's daughter. The young people met in the corridor and ran towards each other. They were glad that everything was fine with them. Ray handed her the earring he found, asking if she knew who it belonged to. The girl was pierced with fear. She said in a timid voice that this decoration belonged to her.